Are you on your way? I've been starving for over an hour. Big sis, the restaurant was slow getting the order out. I'm almost there. The speedometer shows 42 miles per hour. Cut the crap. If I don't see my food in 5 minutes, brace yourself for a negative review. A red light ahead. The countdown begins. 3, 2. I grit my teeth and floor the accelerator, zipping through the intersection. A long honk blares from my left. A fully loaded semi-truck running the yellow light, not slowing down. I turn my head, just in time to see a flash of red. Bang! My body is hurled into the air, everything spinning. The food delivery box, milk tea, my phone, pedestrians, all soaring upward. It's quiet. The world's sound has vanished. A single thought drifts through my mind. It's over. My life is done. Worldwide transportation complete. Welcome to Island World. All advantages from civilized society are nullified here. Only your intelligence and strength remain. You've been granted an initial island. In 3 days, your beginner's protective barrier will disappear and the survival trials will begin. Those who fail will be eliminated. As the ethereal voice finishes, I open my eyes. It's not a road, nor is it a hospital ceiling. I'm sprawled on a patch of grass, a faintly glowing yellow barrier arching over me. I'm not dead. I touch my face and pinch my arm. Everything's intact, no pain at all. I vividly recall the crushing impact of the truck, the sound of my bones shattering. And yet, here I am, completely unharmed, not even a scratch. Bang! The sound jolts me upright. Outside the glowing barrier, 3 red-eyed wolves are prowling. They're as large as Tibetan mastiffs, their saliva dripping from jagged fangs, low growls reverberating in their throats. My hands and feet scramble backward until my back hits a chest-high obsidian steel, faintly glowing with eerie light. I pinch my thigh hard. It hurts. Not a dream. Looking down, I see I'm still wearing my delivery uniform. My phone's gone, and so is my motorbike. There's not even a rock within arm's reach I could use for defense. The good news? The wolves can't get in. The barrier isn't large, with a 2-meter radius centered on the steel. Beyond 3 meters is pure fog, obscuring everything. The trio of wolves eyes me like fresh meat, their drool trailing in snarling anticipation, but they can't breach the barrier. And I sure as hell don't dare step outside of it. Beyond this faint light, I'd go from a food delivery person to the delivered food. 3 days. In 3 days, the barrier will vanish. I'll have to survive against these beasts and whatever else lurks in the fog. First, I've got to figure out the rules. I press my hand against the steel, its surface cold and unidentifiable, neither metal nor stone. The surface glows briefly before displaying several foreign texts. Island Steel, Zone CN, 888, Island number 666666. Island owner, Xiaochuanan. Island level, 0. Area, unknown. Dispel the surrounding fog to reveal resources and wildlife. Beneath it are 6 options: chat, trade, storage, construction, expansion, upgrades. I urgently need information. What's going on here? Am I the only one experiencing this? I clicked on chat, then entered region channel, CN, 888 district, 999, 998/1, 000,000. 1 district, 1,000,000 people. The interface just popped up, and countless messages started flooding in. Can someone tell me where we are? There are 3 wild boars digging up my yard at my door. I'm 70 years old and got dragged into this messed up place. Now my body reverted to looking like I'm 30. How did those 2 people die? Isn't newbie protection supposed to make us invincible? The protection shield doesn't move with you, dude. They probably went out and wandered carelessly. Help! Don't go outside. I thought the rabbits were harmless, and then one jumped at me and bit me. Hurts like hell. The messages scrolled too fast to follow, thousands in the blink of an eye. Everyone seemed trapped inside some protective shield by hostile creatures, venting their fear and sharing intel through the chat. A few messages caught my attention. I unlocked some skill books, deconstruction, and appraisal. Where did you get them, man? The starter pack in the warehouse has them. Just open it. Everyone gets one. So it's standard issue. I exited the chat and clicked on Warehouse, 30 slots, and in the upper left corner sat a single package. I took it out and opened it. Received 1 logging axe, 1 mining pick, 1 fishing rod. Skill books, deconstruction, appraisal. One-dimensional pouch. After the light faded, the tools, 2 old books, and a small cloth bag were sitting on the grass. I grabbed the axe first. Its handle felt rough, and the blade was dull. I glanced at the wolves outside, then back at the axe in my hand. Forget it. I picked up the skill books. Learned, deconstruction. Learned, appraisal. I tried to inspect the axe. Logging axe common can chop wood, or be used for self-defense, assuming you're brave enough. Even comes with sarcasm, huh? Then I looked at the pouch. Dimensional pouch, common capacity. 10 slots stores items without adding weight. Now that's useful. I stored the 3 tools inside. They shrank and disappeared into the bag, which didn't feel any heavier. A clear system prompt echoed. Island survival system fully loaded. Please name your system companion. A basketball-sized little sprite popped up, tiny wings, demon-like tail, chibi-style design, with 0 intimidation factor. Can you fight the wolves? No. Can you boost my stats? No. Can you give me a gun? No. Then what are you good for? To assist the island master's growth, explain the rules, record information. And, of course, keeping you company is a core business of mine as well. All right, your name's going to be Deep Blue. Name confirmed. Deep Blue will now serve you. Host detected. You still have 1 chance for an initial talent draw left. Would you like to use it now? I perked up immediately. How many levels of talent are there? There are 9. F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS. Your starting talent determines your survival in the early stages. Draw it. Now. No hesitation. In a survival game, your initial talent is a matter of life and death. A deep blue wing icon flapped energetically as a vibrant 9-colored wheel emerged before my eyes. Half of it was dominated by dull gray for F level, and the other half by white for E level. Green, blue, orange, and purple sections got progressively smaller. As for S level and higher, they were mere slivers on the edge of the wheel. SSS level? So thin you'd miss it unless you squinted. You call this a chance? In theory, everyone has an opportunity. The wheel began to spin with dazzling lights. Stop. The pointer slowed, passing gray, white, green, and blue colors. My heart tightened with every section it approached. Not gray. Anything but gray, please. It skimmed past F level, then E level, until finally, it stopped. Congratulations on obtaining the game's only SSS level talent. Destiny Draw. A line of radiant gold text materialized before me. Destiny Draw, SSS, unique. Every day, pull 1 card from the river of fate that manifests into reality. Anything can become a card, and a card can become anything. Cooldown, 24 hours. I read the description 3 times and then looked up. That's it. The only one of its kind in the game. Its potential is limitless. I pointed outside the shield. The problem is, what I need right now is killing power. If I pull a piece of bread tomorrow, am I supposed to throw it at the wolves? Each draw guarantees a reward, which could be treasure, materials, equipment, skills, talents, or even characters. The type and rarity are entirely up to your luck. For your first pull, there's a beginner's boost that raises the minimum quality. You couldn't have mentioned that earlier? Draw. I rubbed my palms together nervously, staring into the void. Come on, give me something to deal with those 3 damn beasts. A gun would be nice. A crossbow works too. I'm not picky. A card with a star chart backing emerged and spun in midair. The instant the front side flipped over, an intense crimson light burst forth, flooding the entire shield with glowing red brilliance. Holy SH, did I hit the jackpot? Red glow. It has to be high rarity. As the light receded, a woman's figure stood inside the shield. She wore an icy blue gown, her long silver-white hair cascading to her waist, adorned with shards of ice. Her facial features were exquisitely delicate, and her demeanor was cold and unapproachable. The most striking part about her was those frosty blue eyes, clear yet overwhelming. So beautiful. Then reality hit, and my excitement vanished. Wait a second. An unarmed girl? I wanted firepower, not someone who's just going to eat more rations. In 3 days, when the shield disappears, it'll be 2 for 1. Me and her, both gift-wrapped as wolf dinner. Before I could finish my thought, complain about my bad luck, she took the first move. She glanced at the 3 wild wolves outside the shield. Her delicate eyebrows furrowed slightly as she raised her right hand, her fingertips miming a grasp in the air. 3 chilling icicles took shape above the palm of her hand. She pointed outward with her slender white fingers. Thud, thud, thud. 3 soft sounds of flesh being pierced followed. The 3 wolves, previously pouncing at the shield, froze in place. Their foreheads each bore a precise bloody hole, dark red blood gushing out. The 3 wolf corpses collapsed heavily onto the grass, lifeless and silent. Your follower has killed a red-eyed wild wolf. Plus 50 XP, times 3. I swallowed hard, looking at her, then at the motionless wolf bodies outside. Just seconds ago, they were blocking the door, and now all dead, laid flat. You wiped them out with just a flick. That's strong. Deep Blue crossed its arms. That's the weight of an SSS class. The woman turned, bowed slightly. Master, do you have a name? She shook her head. Please bestow me one, Master. Deep Blue opened up a panel. Character? Potential. S. Mythical. Level. LV.2, 5200ths. Stats. Constitution 10/Strength 10/Agility 10/Spirit 10/Unallocated stat points 10. Talent. Mystic Ice Physique, S tier exclusive. Spells. Ice type awakened 7/36. Ice Lances, Razor Freeze, Ice Armor, Frost Moon, Frost Thorn, Snow Burial, Frozen Domain. Status. Follower, Absolute Loyalty. Background. Empress of Eternal Ice from a lost epoch. After her realm perished, her soul was swept into the river of fate and summoned here. I frowned. This is mythical class? The stats are only 10 points each. Isn't mythical supposed to be heaven-defying with attributes in the hundreds by now? Potential and power are 2 different things. S-class mythical refers to the upper potential limit, not the current strength. You start with a maximum of 10 points in each stat at level 1, no matter how high the potential is. She's only LV.2 right now. This is just the beginning. Then what about unallocated stat points? Can they be distributed freely upon leveling? You get points every level. F rank gains 4 points per level, and each higher rank adds 1 more. E gets 5, D gets 6, C gets 7, all the way to A ranks 9. 4 S-class mythical, 10 points per level. I drew a sharp breath. Finally, I understood how terrifying this panel was. While others gained just a few points leveling up, she got an overwhelming advantage. Every level was like leveling twice, if not more. This wasn't even playing on the same starting line. From now on, your name is Bingley. She lowered her head respectfully. Bingley thanks Master for the given name. Follower Bingley has joined your island. My gaze landed on the wolf corpses outside the barrier. Deep Blue, if I drag the bodies into the warehouse, will they rot? The warehouse is a time stasis space. Whatever state the item is stored in will remain unchanged when retrieved. I suggest using the disassemble skill instead. Process, and you'll obtain basic resources. How do I use it? Touch the target and silently recite the skill's name. I stepped out of the protective light and crouched near a wolf carcass. Placing my hand on its still warm fur, I murmured, "Disassemble." A faint white light spread from my palm, enveloping the entire corpse. Disassembled red-eyed wolf times 1. Wolf meat times 10. Wolf bone times 1. Intact wolf pelt times 1. The body dissipated into glowing particles, leaving behind a neatly arranged pile of resources. I picked up a piece of meat. It was perfectly rectangular, weighing just over a kilogram, with cleanly cut surfaces. No blood, guts, or tendons. It looked like professionally trimmed fresh meat from a supermarket. This disassembly skill is pretty meticulous. Second carcass, then the third. The total haul, wolf meat times 30, wolf bones times 3, wolf pelts times 3. I shook out one of the pelts. It was completely intact and clean on the inside. The 3 ice shards that pierced its head left no extra tears on the surface. Good stuff. In this damned place, meat was food. Bones could be fashioned into tools, and pelts provided warmth. Nothing went to waste. I stored the materials in a dimensional pouch, walked back to the island monument, and transferred everything into the warehouse. For the first time, the previously empty storage slots now held a few units of survival supplies. Looking at the 30 units of wolf meat, My tensed shoulders relaxed a bit. At the very least, I wouldn't starve today. I reopened the chat function. 999 916/1 000 remaining. In less than 15 minutes, 82 people had already died. Even with the protective barriers still active, so many were gone. Once the shields disappeared in 3 days, the carnage would only escalate. The chat channel was in chaos. Some were still trapped inside the barrier, while others had fought their way out. Some had even begun bartering meat for other resources. The rest were ranting, crying, cursing, or begging for help. I, Long Out Yin, have awakened my system. No more eating beef for me. Idiot, everyone has a system. Just a cute little chibi sprite that's completely useless. I drew the F-rank enhanced hearing. What's the use? It won't help me fight monsters. I got the F-rank enhanced strength. I used the beginner's axe to take down a wild boar, but man, it nearly killed me. I'll tackle the other two after a break. E-rank precision throw. Took out 2 bears with my logging axe. The third one ran off scared. Selling wild boar meat, 10 units. Looking to trade for fire starters and clean water. DM me if you've got fire starters. After scrolling for a few minutes, I had a clearer understanding of the situation. Everyone had a sprite. Everyone had drawn a talent. The chat was dominated by stories of F and E-rank talents. Occasionally, someone would flaunt a D or C-rank talent, drawing a flood of spectators. C-rank flame control. I'm about to take off, brothers. Boss, take me with you. Need a tag along? I'm great at yelling, you're amazing. So far, not a single B-rank talent or higher had surfaced. That matched up with the distribution of the roulette spin. F takes up half, and E occupies the other half. The bottom 2 tiers alone consume 3/4 of the pie. What remains is just a tiny sliver squeezed among D, C, and B, while anything above grade A is frighteningly scarce. Even so, I don't see myself as the only lucky one. With a population of 1 million in one zone, the sheer numbers ensure a few jackpot winners. Those who manage to draw high-tier talents are most likely busy grinding and developing quietly, not flaunting in the chat channels. A few new messages in the channel made me pause for a moment. Exploring the outside disperses the fog. It retreats as far as I move forward. Found a resource chest hidden in the bushes. Got some lumber and purified water from it. Are there monsters in the fog? I don't dare to go too far. Haven't encountered any so far, but there's no telling. Dispersing fog. Resource chests. I noted down these 2 concepts and switched to the Marketplace tab. Rows upon rows of listings popped up. Wild boar meat times 20 in exchange for lumber times 10 or thatch times 10. Python meat times 20 in exchange for firestarter times 1 or 100 milliliters purified water. After scrolling through a dozen or so pages, the listings were all in the same vein. Beast meat being bartered for lumber, thatch, purified water, or firestarters. The pricing was all over the place. Once food was no longer the top priority, everyone's attention naturally shifted to basic infrastructure. Deep Blue. How do we get purified water and fire starters? Purified water comes from either sourcing water during exploration or finding it in chests. Fire starters mainly come from chests, although a few fire-type talents can craft them. So for most people, it's all about opening chests. That's a fair conclusion. I switched over to the Building tab. Only one option appeared on the list. Basic wood and thatch shelter requires lumber times 10 and thatch times 10 provides shade and rain protection, but no defense against wind or enemies. So that's it. Those people in the chat are scrambling for materials like lumber and thatch just to build this shelter. The protective barrier might keep creatures out, but it doesn't block wind or rain. Without a roof over your head, getting drenched in a storm could be fatal. There's no medicine here. Catching a cold could very well cost you your life. Surviving isn't just about defeating the monsters before you. Food, shelter, warmth, disease prevention. Neglect any one of these, and death finds you in subtle ways. True survival lies in addressing each of these needs step by step. I logged off from the island monument. Others had already begun chopping trees and gathering materials. Sitting idle wasn't an option. Standing silently beside the monument was Bingley, a wisp of her silvery hair lifting in the breeze. Her icy blue eyes gazed into the gray fog beyond the barrier. I patted the dimensional pouch on my waist. Let's go. Let's see how big this forsaken island really is. The two of us stood at the barrier's edge. I glanced down at the crude woodcutter's axe in my hand. A pitiful excuse for a weapon. It was about as useful for defense as trying to stab someone with a toothpick. Still, with Bingley at my side, I felt considerably bolder. "You take the lead," I said. Bingley didn't waste words and stepped out of the barrier. Following half a step behind, I clutched the axe tightly, my eyes scanning every shadow. We moved east. As soon as our feet touched the ground outside, the thick fog 3 meters ahead of us began to roll back and disperse. A new patch of grassland appeared before me. Wherever I go, it clears as I move forward. I took another few steps, and the fog continued to retreat. With each step forward, my view expanded by another 3 meters. Deep blue. Does this fog dispersal have a range limit? Tied to your exploration. It clears as you advance. If you want to know how big the island is, keep walking in one direction until you reach the end dot. All right, got it. I walked about 10 more steps, and a small grove emerged from the fog. Calling it a forest seemed generous. It was merely a sparse cluster of 10 or so trees, the tallest barely 4 or 5 meters high, with trunks only slightly thicker than a thigh. I aimed a detection skill at the nearest tree. Ordinary grove, harvestable, can be chopped for wood. Efficiency depends on tools and strength. Building materials? No way I'm passing that up. I swung my axe in a wide arc and struck the tree. Crack. The axe head bit into the wood, sending a painful vibration up my hand. Sheesh, this axe is so dull. Gritting my teeth, I hacked at the tree 7 or 8 more times before it finally fell over with a shaky creak. Obtained. Ordinary wood times 5. Panting hard, I massaged my sore arm, then went at a second tree. By the time I felled it, the palms of my hands had turned red and raw. Isley stood silently by, watching without saying a word. "Hey, don't just stand there." I handed her the axe. "Give it a try." She took it from me, walked over to a tree, and swung. Crack. With a single clean strike, the trunk split neatly in two. I glanced at the stump left from my tree after 10+ swings at it, then back at her flawlessly severed one. "All right, from now on, logging is officially your job." She didn't respond, and instead silently felled a second tree. 1 swing per tree. In less than the time it takes for incense to burn out, she had brought down all 15 trees, yielding 75 units of wood. I stored the wood in my dimensional pouch, eyed the axe in her hands, then looked at my reddened palms. With that strength, you'd be wasted anywhere but on a construction site. She handed the axe back to me. "Still heading east?" "Yep, to the end. Need to confirm the boundary." We continued heading east. Before long, the fog had retreated entirely to the sea, marking the eastern edge of the island. At the edge of the grassland, a glowing white chest stood quietly. Beyond it, there was no more land. Only a vertically severed sea cliff with a 3-meter drop to the turbulent, gray-blue waters below. 3 meters beyond that was dense fog, and only the muffled crash of waves could be heard from its depths. Suddenly, a massive shadow darted through the fog before disappearing back into its shrouded depths. A chill ran down my spine, and I reflexively stepped back 3 paces. Deep blue, what was that? Sea fog still thick. Information is insufficient. Don't approach the cliff's edge, and absolutely do not enter the water. I squatted down and ran my hand along the edge of the cliff. Its smoothness was unnatural, as if it had been cut with a laser. This cliff, was it carved by something? Shaking the thought off, I turned my attention back to the chest. Detection. Mahogany chest, ordinary, contains random basic. Resources. Lifting the lid, a burst of white light poured out. Acquired. 500 milliliters bottled water times 2. Regular wood times 100. I froze for a second. 100 units of wood? It took me and Bingley hacking away at 15 trees to get just 75. One chest completely outdid all that work. Had I known, I would have searched for chests first. Deep blue floated over. Resource chests are an important way to gather supplies in this world. It's recommended to explore thoroughly. Thanks for the heads up, but maybe next time mention it before we finish the hard labor? I grabbed 1 bottle of water. A standard 500 milliliters, clear and pristine. In a civilized world, it's worth $2 or $3. Here, it can save your life. Humans can survive 7 days without food, but 3 days without water Water is hard currency in the early stages. I packed away the water and wood and casually picked up the empty chest. Empty chest can be dismantled for wood times 10. Dismantle now. Why dismantle a sandalwood chest when it's better to keep it for storage? I selected no and slid it into my bag. Looking back, the terrain to the east was fully visible. That layer of bright yellow light glowing from the island monument was right there on the grass, roughly 50 meters away. This island's that small. 50 meters on all sides means the entire island's barely 100 meters square. A mere 10,000 square meters. Sounds big, but standing here, it feels no larger than a palm. Let's go. Stick to the coast and head south. After walking about 20 paces, the coast took a sharp 90-degree turn, exposing the southern side. It was exactly the same as the east. Grass ended abruptly in a sheer vertical cliff with smooth rock walls. Ocean waves crashed against the cliff base below. I kicked at the grassy edge. The soil was loose, but there was a solid rock layer underneath. Deep blue. Don't tell me this island's artificial? Insufficient data to make a determination. Do you ever say anything except insufficient data? I do. I waited. Nothing. Well, spit it out. Insufficient data. I wasn't about to argue with a glowing ball of a spirit. I continued west with Bingley beside me. After another 20 or so meters, a flash of white light appeared again, a sandalwood chest. Open it. Acquired. Basic bonfire blueprint times 1, regular thatch times 100. A piece of slightly yellowed parchment with a leathery texture dropped onto the grass. Basic bonfire blueprint. Attach it to the island monument to unlock the basic bonfire. Functions: warmth, illumination, cooking. Warmth, illumination, and grilling. All of it useful. Especially illumination. Once the protective barrier vanishes in 3 days, no one knows what the island's nights will hold. Firelight is at least a small shield against the unknown in the dark. Deep blue, how do you use this thing? Tear it up and eat it. Your thought processes never fail to amaze me, master. Stick it to the island monument to unlock it automatically. I scooped up the blueprint, thatch, and the empty chest, stuffing them all into the dimensional bag. 9 out of 10 slots were now full. All right, got enough materials, 175 units of wood, 100 of thatch. We can build several simple wooden shelters with this. Let's go back and start building. On the way back, an area with grass nearly 2 meters tall came into view. On impulse, I used an identification skill. Ordinary thatch grass, collectible, can be harvested by hand, faster with tools. I planned to bypass it. After all, we already had enough thatch. But then a thought struck me. Deep blue, do resource points disappear after being harvested? Resources refresh daily. However, the fixed number and types of resource points on each island are determined from the start. I recommend harvesting daily. Maintaining a lead can help you stay ahead. Daily refreshes, fixed resource points. It clicked instantly. These aren't one-time consumables, they're renewable assets. Leaving them unharvested before the refresh is essentially wasting a day's worth of resources. Frost glint. I'll head to the island's monument to store some stuff. You go ahead and harvest this thatch grass and pile it up. I'll collect it later. I pulled a wood-cutting axe from my bag and handed it over. She weighed it in her hand. Using this. Make do with it. It's better than pulling by hand. Unless you want to use ice spikes. That might cut faster. Using a trump card to cut grass? No need. She casually flipped the axe, gripping it with the blade facing down in one hand. This'll do. I headed towards the island monument alone as the dense fog receded, revealing the southern terrain unfolding before me. Passing through the light shield, I placed my hand on the monument. First, I affixed the blueprint for the campfire. It dissolved into glowing particles and merged with the monument. New building unlocked. Basic campfire. Then, I transferred 175 wood, 100 thatch, and 2 empty boxes into the storage. The dimensional bag instantly freed up 7 slots, leaving just a mining pickaxe, a fishing rod, and 2 bottles of water. I opened buildings. Basic campfire requires 5 stone, 5 wood, 5 thatch, 1 flint. While I had wood and thatch, I lacked both stone and flint. For now, I could only build wood shelters. Construct simple wooden thatch shelter. Consumes 10 wood, 10 thatch. A white light surged out, conjuring a small shelter that perfectly covered the safe zone. Four wooden posts supported a thatched wooden roof piece together. The sides were wide open, no walls, no door, no bed. If I wanted to sleep, I'd have to lie on the grass. Well, at least it's got a cover over the top. I patted one of the wooden posts. Solid. Probably won't stop rain, but should do for some shade. Deep blue, can I add walls? Upgrade to a basic wooden house for full walls and a door. What's needed for the upgrade? Check the upgrade option on the island monument. I tapped upgrade. Level 1 Island A upgrade requirements. Level 1 Island Core ×1. Island Core. How do I get that? Destroy the monument in front of you to obtain it. Each island's monument serves as its core. Upon destruction, it will drop. The core of the level-up system. Before the voice could even fade, a line of ominous red words floated up from the stone tablet. Warning, the island tablet is the core. If the island tablet is destroyed, the island collapses, resulting in the death of the island owner. Please protect your island tablet at all costs. Are you teaching me how to die quickly? I grabbed the little sprite, which blinked at me innocently. Currently, the only known way to level up, destroy someone else's island tablet. I let go of the sprite. So basically, if I want to level up, I need to smash someone else's island tablet. Redirecting my attention back to the building list. Basic wooden hut. Upgrade requires wood ×100, thatch ×100, stone ×20. Function. Provides shelter from rain, sun, and wind. I had enough wood and thatch, but I lacked stone. Whether I wanted to upgrade the hut or build a campfire, I couldn't avoid the need for stone. I opened the trading tab and searched for flint. Just one result popped up. Seller, Bullstrong flint ×1 asking for any blueprint ×1. Trading a blueprint for just one piece of flint? Clearly, the other party understood how scarce flint was and wanted something of greater value in return. On the flip side, given that only one person out of 1,000,000 players was selling flint, it truly was a rare resource. I changed my search to look for clean water and was bombarded with hundreds of pages of listings. Bottled mineral water 350 milliliters ×1 asking for. Wood, stone, thatch, food ×30. A single bottle of water for 30 resource units? Ridiculous. One by one, I searched for wood, thatch, stone, and meat to gauge market prices. Unsurprisingly, meat was the most common and cheapest resource. Some people were offering trades at 1 unit of meat for 1 unit of wood. It made sense. Those capable of leaving their islands could deal with the beasts lurking around and had an excess of meat. Those stuck indoors barely had any meat in the first place, let alone anything to trade for other resources. With supply outweighing demand, prices for meat couldn't rise very high. After a few minutes of browsing, I had a rough idea of the market. 1 unit of raw meat is almost equal to 1 unit of wood is almost equal to 1 unit of thatch. 2 units of wood is almost equal to 1 unit of stone. Stone prices weren't outrageous, which implied that many islands had natural stone resource points. No rush, I muttered, closing the trading menu. It'd be wiser to finish exploring the rest of the fog-covered areas on my island first, just in case I, too, had a stone resource point that could save me some effort. I casually tapped open the regional channel. 999,632/1 million users remaining. Another 284 people were gone. Unlike the earlier chaos at the start, things had begun to diverge. Some people were begging for help, others flaunting their abilities, while some had started serious bartering. Please, I've got 3 monsters on my island, and I can't defeat them. What's the point of an F-rank ability like enhanced smell? It only makes them smell worse the closer they get. Stop crying. I've got hair enhancement, also F-rank. All it does is make my hair grow longer. It's completely useless. At least you can smell danger coming. You two have no idea how bad it is. I've got E-rank, night vision, but it only works after dark, and guess what? I'm too scared to leave my shelter at night. I chuckled at the messages. Put those 3 together, and you'd have 1 person who can smell, 1 who can see. A long strand of hair. Put it together, it's like having the sharp vision of a long-haired hunting dog. I scrolled down further, and a few messages grabbed my attention. Does anyone know how to defeat an elite monster? There's a black iron treasure chest on my island with an elite wild boar guarding it. Its tusks are thicker than my arm and nearly gored me to death. There's danger in the fog. I went north and saw a glowing fruit with a black chest nearby. An elite giant python was coiled up next to it. If I had been a bit slower, I'd be done for. My D-level combat talent nearly got me killed fighting an elite monster. I figure you'd need at least C-level talent to have a shot. Elite monsters, black iron treasure chests, special resource points. It seems like the resources on each island are distributed differently. From the looks of it, most of the newbies who just died likely overestimated themselves and got wiped trying to challenge elite monsters. Does my island have anything like that? The fog on the west and north sides of the island still hadn't cleared, so anything was possible. I pulled my hand back, enough hesitation. I had to finish revealing the map. I stepped out of the protective barrier, heading toward the direction where Bingley was cutting grass. From a distance, I could make out the patch of tall grass, or rather, what used to be a patch of tall grass. The nearly 2-meter-tall blades had been neatly cut down to the ground, with a perfectly stacked pile of grass sitting on the ground. Bingley stood by the pile, her logging axe resting blade down on the ground casually. I pulled out a bottle of water and handed it to her. Thanks for the hard work. Here, have some water. She tilted her head slightly, giving me a glance before taking it. The grass has decent toughness. It's good for making rope. It can be made into rope? Not for anything intricate, but it could make some sturdy binding ropes. We just lack the tools. Once we get a pair of scissors or a knife, we can work on it. I squatted down and stuffed the entire pile of grass into the bag. Ordinary grass times 75, including the 90 in the storage, that made 165 total, more than enough for upgrading the wooden cabin. Let's go check out the west side. The two of us turned west, heading toward the foggy area that remained unexplored. I led the way, clutching the logging axe as a precaution. Bingley followed half a step behind, calm as ever but careful to maintain enough flexibility in her movements to handle anything unexpected. With each step, the fog on the west side gradually receded. Trying to make small talk, I started. Bingley, do you remember anything from the past? She's an S-grade mythical figure, after all. There's no way she could have been conjured up completely out of thin air. I don't have any memories. Just some fragments, disjointed images, they don't connect. It feels more like watching someone else's story. She paused for a moment. The only thing I clearly remember is drifting through the endless expanse of stars until I heard a summons. When I opened my eyes, the first thing I saw was you. She turned her head slightly, her ice blue eyes gazing at me with a calmness that felt unnerving. Feeling the weight of her stare, I awkwardly scratched my head. The past doesn't matter. Stick with me, and I promise you'll live the good life. Just as the words left my mouth, a shadow darted out from the fog ahead to the side. Its target was clear. It came straight for my neck. The stench of blood filled the air. Watch out. Bingley stepped in front of me in one swift move. Ahead, her left arm lifted and a diamond-shaped ice shield, half as tall as a person, materialized out of thin air. Bang! A dark shadow slammed heavily into the ice shield. The sheer force forced Bingley back 3 steps, carving 2 furrows into the grass beneath her feet. Spiderweb-like cracks spread across the shield's surface, but it held strong in the end. The attacker revealed itself, a wolf, larger than your typical red-eyed wolf by an entire size class. Its shoulder height reached up to her waist, its black-gray fur bristling. Blood-red eyes glared menacingly, and 2 long, gleaming curved fangs jutted out from the corners of its mouth. I threw over an identification spell. Elite E Red-Eyed Wolf King Tier 3 Berserk Pack Leader. Mutated from absorbing an unknown energy. Speed, strength, and cunning far surpass ordinary creatures. Extremely dangerous. Elite Tier. So those monsters the guys in the channel mentioned? Looks like I've run straight into one. The Wolf King shook its head, rising to its feet, and growled low, its bloodshot eyes locked onto Bingley. Its claws kicked at the dirt aggressively, preparing for another leap. Bingley spread her palm, and an icy longsword, radiating chilling frost, solidified in her grip. Without thinking twice, I backed off several large steps. I'm keenly aware of my own limits. There's no chance I'd be any help in this fight. Charging in would only make me dead weight. Leaving the battlefield to her was the smartest move. The Wolf King roared and lunged, becoming a shadowy blur of black and gray. Bingley didn't back away. Instead, she advanced head-on. She sidestepped the lethal snap of its jaws, and her ice blade streaked across the wolf's fur, leaving a shallow white mark in its wake. Missing its target, the Wolf King snarled as it twisted and lashed its tail toward her. The attack sliced through the air, straight at her. Bingley, ever light on her feet, tilted back just in time, the tail grazing her nose. That opening was her chance. She stepped forward, her ice sword striking upwards in a flash, slicing through the side of the Wolf King's agape jaws and driving through to penetrate its eye socket. The wolf let out a strangled cry that choked in its throat. Its massive body convulsed violently before crashing to the ground. Elite Red-Eyed Wolf King defeated. Experience plus 300. Follower Bing Li has leveled up to level 3. Bing Li braced herself against her icy sword, her chest rising and falling with her slightly labored breaths. "You all right?" I asked. "Used up a bit too much energy, but I'm holding up." The sword dissolved into shimmering specks of light and vanished. "That was amazing." I gave her a big thumbs up and walked over to the corpse. Breakdown spell. Breaking down Elite Red-Eyed Wolf King. Elite Wolf Meat times 30. Elite Wolf Bone times 1. Elite Wolf Pelt times 1. Everything had the Elite prefix. I picked up a chunk of the meat, a deep crimson, its texture finer and more firm than ordinary meat. Identification. Elite Wolf Meat, superior quality. Consuming a small amount restores stamina and energy. Significantly better flavor compared to common beast meat. Restores energy too? Food with bonus effects. It's worth far more than ordinary meat. Looks like taking down elite monsters really is the fast track to fortune. I stowed away the loot and scanned the area. This monster was guarding this spot. There's got to be something good nearby. I followed the direction the Wolf King had charged from. The mist receded, revealing a small tree about a meter tall. The entire tree glimmered faintly in green, and its branches bore a dozen or so purple fruits. Round and plump, with bulging surfaces, they looked just like inflated pufferfish. Inspect. Spirit plant, thunder pufferfruit, rare, item, not edible. Interdimensional hand grenade. Squeeze its belly 3 times before throwing to trigger a violent explosion. Deep blue circled around it once. Green grade item from spirit plants, far rarer than common resource points. Recommend full harvest. I grabbed it by the wings and brought it close to my face. Explain more. Will it regrow after being picked? Does it explode if touched? Spirit plants regenerate daily, 24 hours after harvesting. Breaking its stem directly won't trigger an explosion. It only goes off when activated in a specific manner, so harvesting and storage are safe. Good to know. I twisted off one. With a soft click, the fruit detached cleanly from the stem. It felt heavy and cold in my hand, like something fresh out of the fridge. 1, 2, 3. Isley helped too, and we quickly harvested them all. 14 purple fruits, neatly stacked in the bag, taking up 1 slot. With these 14 hand grenades on me, I felt much safer. I walked a bit further in the direction the Wolf King had charged from, ending up at the western edge of the mist. Just like elsewhere, the grassy plains were neatly cut off, revealing a 3-meter cliff dropping into the sea below. At the cliff's edge sat a pitch-black box, its metallic sheen pulsing with green rings of light. A black iron chest. My eyes lit up. The chat had mentioned that elite monsters guarded these. Inspect. Black iron chest rare, contains random basic resources with a chance to include rare-grade items or equipment. Green grade, 1 tier higher than a sandalwood chest. An elite Wolf King had to be taken down for this. The stuff inside is bound to be good. Lifting the lid, a glow of green light spilled out. Acquired. Barbecue grill blueprint times 1, flint times 3, thunder pufferfruit seeds times 5. I grabbed the 3 grayish-white stones first. Flint. With this, we've got a reliable fire starter for campfires. Isley gave it a glance. You can make fire? Yep, for boiling water and cooking meat. Then I looked over the blueprint and seeds. Barbecue grill blueprint rare unlocks barbecue grill at a workbench. Cooking food increases fullness by plus 30%. Thunder pufferfruit seeds plant in cultivated soil to grow thunder pufferfruit. Good stuff, all of it. I glanced at the now empty chest. Deep blue. What would we get if we broke it down? Breaking down a black iron chest yields times 10 iron ingots. Iron ingots. Even stone materials were rare on the market, let alone iron. Let's keep it for now. It might come in handy. The chest was tucked into the last open bag slot. 10 slots are still way too small. I patted the bag and looked toward the misty north. Let's go that way. After about 20 steps, a pile of stones of varying sizes came into view. Inspect. Ordinary stones. A mining pickaxe is used to collect and mine materials, yielding stone. Finally found it. I muttered, pulling out the mining pickaxe and striking it against a protruding rock. Clang. The reverberation traveled up the handle, making my wrists ache. The rock barely showed a faint white mark. This tough, I muttered under my breath, not ready to admit defeat. I tightened my grip and swung hard 7 or 8 more times. Sparks flew, and only a tiny chunk broke off. Obtained, basic stone ×1. I shook out my sore arms, glancing at the fist-sized piece of stone in my hand, then at the massive heap of boulders before me. At this rate, it would take forever to clear that pile. Looking up, I caught Iceglass's gaze. She extended her hand toward me. Let me try. This? I couldn't trouble you. My words were polite, but my hands betrayed me, promptly passing the pickaxe over. You don't look the least bit troubled, she said with a raised brow. My movement froze. I coughed awkwardly. I'll, go check ahead for any chests. You handle this for now. She stepped up to the stone pile and, with one arm, swung the pickaxe at a large boulder. Crack. A significant chunk of stone broke off cleanly. Obtained, stone ×5. I turned away. I couldn't bear to witness the painful blow to my self-esteem. Heading north, I walked toward the thick mist in the distance. After about a dozen meters, the mist began to recede, pulling back like tidewater until the final piece of the map stood revealed. At the cliff's edge was a faintly glowing chest, another rosewood treasure chest. I lifted the lid. Obtained. Iron ingot ×10, basic stone ×100. Turning back around, I saw that the mist had dissipated entirely, now lingering just beyond the island's perimeter. The island itself was fully visible, a neat square about 100 meters on each side, with sheer cliffs cutting off every edge. At the center stood the island's monument, protected by its glowing barrier alongside a simple wooden shelter. A few dozen meters away, Iceglass was still mining, her pickaxe strikes emitting a steady rhythm. And this is called an island? Might as well call it a prison. Sheer cliffs on all sides. Not even a spot to dip a toe in the water. Deep blue. Can this island expand in the future? The island monument has an expansion option. Meet the conditions to increase the island's size. Upgrade the monument or expend specific resources. Let's worry about that later. I glanced at the sky and pulled out my fishing rod. Leaning over, I tucked the iron ingots and stones into my bag, instantly filling up the 10 inventory slots. With no space left, I left the empty rosewood chest where it was for now. Iceglass still seemed to need more time mining, so I decided to test out the fishing rod. Deep blue, there's no hook on this rod. Did I get a defective one? It's not meant for catching fish. It's for fishing up materials. Cast it, and you'll see. Skeptical, I walked to the cliff's edge, planted my feet, and gave the fishing line a good cast toward the water below. The line arced through the air, its bare end landing in the ocean 3 meters down. As soon as it touched the water, a panel popped up. Fishing in progress. Countdown 1 hour. An hour? Do I at least get some guaranteed loot when it's done? Not necessarily. It depends on your luck. Are you telling me I could get nothing at all? That's fishing for you. Getting nothing? That's the default experience. Deep Blue's small face was filled with an expression that screamed, "Isn't this just common sense? Who can endure an hour of fishing only to haul up a stomach full of air?" So luck is pretty important, Hana. A different island. Designated 001024. Qinzheng stood by the island's steel, his gaze fixed on a battle 20 meters away, his excitement barely contained. He had asked the spirit, Red Sakura, the first 3 people in the entire region to complete, dispersing all the fog and collecting all the resources, would receive a public in-game announcement and hidden rewards. The better the ranking, the higher the quality of the prizes. 3 barbarians wielding stone axes were besieging an elite wild boar. The boar was covered in wounds, trembling on shaky legs, its blood soaking the grass into a dark stain. It was on its last legs. All 4 resource points on the island had been depleted, and the 4 treasure chests had all been opened. All that stood between him and clearing the last of the fog was killing this wild boar. Then he would be the first of 1 million players in the region to complete the initial pioneering stage. First place's public announcement and hidden reward were already as good as in his pocket. This was his B-rank talent barbarian chieftain. He started the game with an epic tier barracks that could summon 3 barbarians daily, all maxed out on loyalty. They weren't the brightest and couldn't speak, but they were strong, healed quickly, and, the most critical part, never tired. Whether it was chopping wood, mining stone, or pulling weeds, his 3 helpers were efficient beyond measure. From the moment he descended to now, he hadn't taken a single break. While others were still struggling within their protective barriers with no idea how to go out, his island was already fully developed. Red Sakura, what do you think the first place reward will be? Either a structure or some equipment. A hidden achievement for the whole region. That's bound to be high quality. Could anyone in this region be faster than me? He glanced around. The chopped-down forest, dug-out stone mounds, flattened grass, and open treasure chests. Every resource point had been stripped bare. For most people, just chopping trees and mining would have been a day's struggle, let alone dealing with 3 blockers and an elite boss. Unlikely. A B-rank talent places you at the top tier of this region. With 3 epic units working simultaneously, even those with S-rank talents might not keep up. Humph. Qin Zheng chuckled lightly. First place is practically. The wild boar let out a sorrowful wail and fell to its knees, one foreleg collapsing under it. A barbarian raised his stone axe high, aiming at the creature's neck. Victory was just within reach. The stone axe was about to descend when a distant, otherworldly voice echoed from the heavens. Congratulations to trial challenger Xiao Chunan, 666666, for being the first in the region to disperse all the fog and collect all resources, earning a perfect tier lighthouse. As the first across the entire server to achieve this feat, the reward has been upgraded to the epic tier lighthouse. The same announcement repeated 3 times. Qin Zheng's smug expression froze, his grin fading bit by bit. Xiao Chunan. Number 666,666? Who is this? How is this possible? Uft. Swoosh. A stone axe came down, ending the wild boar. Its massive body crashed to the ground, and with it, the last trace of mist on the island dissipated. Congratulations to trial participant Qin Zheng, 001024, for being the second in the region to achieve this milestone. Reward: Rare Grade Lighthouse. It all happened in less than 10 seconds, yet the rewards were worlds apart. Heh. Qin Zheng let out a raspy sound, his chest tightening with frustration. Rare grade? Compared to the epic grade reward, this prize was a joke. Second place. To him, that was no different from dead last. They were all losers in his eyes. Right now, all he wanted was to find the person named Xiao Chunan and tear them to shreds. He opened the regional chat. The entire chat channel was roaring with excitement. Holy crap, who is Xiao Chunan? First place in the entire server? A god from our region. Please carry me, boss. I'm your long-lost little brother. I swear. 666,666. That ID is too awesome. Boss, do you accept followers? I'm so tired of saying envy. While others are completing the whole damn map, I'm still struggling with bunnies at the doorstep. They must have an S-tier talent. No way they'd finish that fast otherwise. Qin Zheng scrolled through, his face expressionless, his knuckles turning pale from how tightly they gripped his device. Some charge ahead through sheer, unrelenting effort. Others, they just draw the perfect card from the deck. The difference isn't in how hard one tries, but in the hand one is dealt. Qin Zheng was only now tasting the bitterness of this truth. Meanwhile, I hadn't yet realized that my name had already been etched into the minds of everyone in the region. Even if I had known, I wouldn't have cared. A line of golden text materialized before me. Congratulations. You have obtained an epic grade structure, the ancient lighthouse. As the glowing text faded, a mini lighthouse no bigger than my palm settled into my hand. Its body was made of an unknown metallic material, 3 tiers tall, with a thumb-sized violet gemstone set at the top. The gem rotated slowly, radiating rings of soft purple light. Ancient lighthouse, epic grade, once placed. Dispel sea fog within a 10,000-meter radius of the island. Increases resource output on the island by 50%, detects potential dangers, and can be freely placed or relocated. I weighed it in my hand and grinned. Not bad at all. Getting first place across the whole server didn't surprise me. It was all thanks to Bingley's efficiency. While others took 7 or 8 swings to chop a tree, she could fell one in a single strike. While others had to avoid elite creatures, she could finish them off in just a few moves. If someone had still managed to beat her, I'd honestly start questioning if she'd been slacking. This server-wide announcement, however, did make me think twice. My name and ID had just been broadcast to every single player, over tens of billions of people. That's a bit flashy. Deep Blue flitted around me, patting its little chest in relief. Phew, close call. We almost lost first place to that second guy. Less than 10 seconds apart. If Bingley had taken just one extra breath while gathering stone, this one would have slipped through our fingers. Within 10 seconds, it grazed past my scalp. Qinzheng, 001024. I silently etched the name in my memory. Among a million people, he's only 10 seconds slower than me with the mythical Bingley at my side. His talents must not be ordinary either. This thought made my expression darken. Deep Blue, this hidden achievement, didn't you know about it? Of course I do. I flicked its forehead. You knew but didn't say? If I had taken a breather or gone fishing first, would that epic reward have slipped away? You didn't ask. I grabbed it by the nape and held it up. So, one day when I'm on the verge of dying, would I have to remember to ask, am I going to die? Before you say something. System sprites are designed for assistance. Certain information requires the host to trigger it actively. Don't pawn it off on rules. I waved the lighthouse in front of it. This thing almost slipped by? If it did, could you replace it for me? Nope. Then listen up. From now on, anything involving rewards, rankings, risks of death, time-limited opportunities, hidden achievements, resource respawns, or upgrade paths, report them in advance. Don't wait for me to ask. Try pulling this again, and I'll shove you in a box, hammer down the lid, and leave you under the lighthouse overnight. System sprites don't need to breathe. Perfect saves me the trouble. I let go of it. When you're useful, I see you as a partner. When you screw me over, you're just a decoration. Got it. Got it. Hidden rewards, ranking opportunities, time-limited quests, death risks, resource respawns, upgrade paths. I will notify you early. Add one more. If you're uncertain about anything, tell me the risk level outright. Don't use the excuse of insufficient information. Understood. Bingley walked over with a pickaxe in hand. Master, the stone collection is finished. Good timing. You watch the fishing rod. I'll go move the materials. Taking the pickaxe from her and handing her the fishing rod, I watched as she sat neatly by the cliff's edge, holding the rod upright. With the bag full, I pulled out lightweight items like blueprints, flint, and seeds, tossing them into an empty box, then placed the pickaxe and lighthouse inside, carrying the box over to collect stone. Common stone X75. Back at the island monument, I transferred everything into storage. The inventory list unfolded before me. White, wood 165, thatch 165, stone 175, wolf meat 30, wolf bones 3, wolf hide 3, bottled water X2, empty boxes X4, axe, pickaxe, flint X3, iron ingots X10. Green, elite wolf meat 30, elite wolf bone 1, elite wolf hide 1, thunderfruit 14, thunderfruit seeds 5, barbecue grill blueprint X1. Purple, ancient lighthouse X1. 30 slots, now occupied 22. Pretty decent stash. I attached the barbecue grill blueprint to the island monument. New tool unlocked. Barbecue grill requires iron ingots X5, stone X5, wood X5, flint X1 requires workbench to craft. Cooking food increases satiety by plus 30%. Workbench. It's not on the list. Deep Blue. Where's this workbench coming from? The workbench unlocks automatically after upgrading the shelter. You'll need to upgrade the hut to a wooden cabin first. Another layer of progression. I open the upgrade menu. Simple straw hut basic wooden cabin I requires. Wood 100, thatch 100, stone 20, provides protection from wind, rain, and sun. Wood 165, thatch 165, Stone, 175. I've got enough. Upgrade. A white light surged, enveloping the shabby straw hut. Stones formed the foundation, wooden planks rose and interlocked upward, the thatch roof expanded, and the walls merged together in turn, finally forming a wooden door at the front. Within seconds, the white light faded, leaving behind a proper little wooden cabin. Shelter has been upgraded to basic wooden cabin, new building unlocked. Workbench. The walls fit seamlessly, with a wooden door at the front and a small palm-sized window on the side. The safe zone's radius extended from 2 meters to 4 meters, quadrupling its size. I pushed open the door. Inside, it was about twice the size of the previous hut. The floor was still grass, but hey, it beats sleeping out in the open. At least I won't get drenched or windblown now. The island monument was placed right at the center of the cabin. Putting it inside was definitely the safest choice. I pressed my hands against the monument, and a new entry appeared in the building list. Workbench requires wood 20, stone 10, iron ingot 2, used to craft tools and equipment. Let's build it first. Confirm. A flash of white light, and a waist-high stone workbench materialized in the corner of the cabin. It came equipped with an anvil and slots, with faintly glowing runes etched along its edge. Pressing my hand on the workbench, a crafting interface popped up. Only one recipe was available: grill. Everything else was grayed out, marked with requires blueprint. Craft. The runes flared, and a warm golden light formed a pillar as illusory shapes of 5 iron ingots, 5 stones, 5 wood, and 1 flint rotated and fused. Within seconds, a grill appeared on the workbench. The iron frame was solidly welded, the stone made up the firebox, and a piece of flint was embedded in a side slot with an iron knob above it. Because it used flint as a material, it had a built-in ignition system. I turned the knob. Click, a spark ignited. It's got a built-in lighter. I moved it out to an open spot 3 steps from the door. Grilling meat indoors isn't ideal. Carbon monoxide poisoning is a real thing. Back inside, I crafted a campfire. Basic campfire requires stone 5, wood 5, thatch 5, flint 1. I selected a patch of ground to the left of the door and confirmed. A flash of white light later, a stone-lined fire pit appeared, filled with dry grass and sticks. Basic campfire fuel, wood 5, thatch 5, burn time, for 100 minutes. 1 unit of wood burns for 1 hour. 1 unit of thatch burns for 20 minutes. That's almost 7 hours of burn time. It's still early. Take your time. We can cook it in the evening. It'll last us through the night. I glanced around the camp. The wooden cabin sat in the center, the island monument inside. To the left of the cabin's door was a bonfire, to the right, a grill. Shabby as it might be, it was still leagues better than those drafty grass huts. Up on the cliffside to the north, Bingley was still fishing, counting down the timer patiently. My stomach growled right on cue. Since I landed here, I hadn't had a drop of water. It's all been sheer adrenaline keeping me going. Time to eat, I muttered. I pulled out 2 cuts of premium wolf meat, twisted the grill's dial, and watched as sparks flew to ignite the wood chips. Flames roared, and the enticing sizzle of melting fat filled the air. Grilling in progress. 200 hours remaining. Another timer. It's always timers. The iron rack could fit about 20 cuts of meat at once. Deep blue. Keep an eye on the fire. Let me know when it's done. I headed back inside and activated the island monument. Island monument, 666666. Owner, Xiao Chunin level. 0, A area. 10,000 square meters E resources. Thunderborcorn trees, small woodlet, small rock pile, patch of grass, inhabitants, Bingley. I tapped into trade. There were significantly more posts listed than earlier in the day. I searched for flint. Flint times 1 trade for 100 wood or 50 stone. Flint times 1 trade for 1,000 milliliters drinking water. Still expensive, but at least it wasn't as outrageous as exchanging flint for blueprints earlier. I browsed further. The price of basic resources was stable. There were hundreds of thousands of postings for raw meat, most being traded at dirt cheap 1:1 rates, which spoke volumes about supply levels. Some savvy individuals had started selling cooked meat, with prices varying between 10 to 20 units per piece, but they sold out almost instantly. Only a few absurd 50 units per cooked meat listings remained untouched. unrealistically overpriced. Anything priced beyond what most people can afford essentially becomes decorative. I rubbed my chin in thought. The market for grilled meat had serious potential. Fire sources were scarce. It wasn't likely people could easily get their hands on cooked meals. For those from a civilized world, adapting to eating raw meat wasn't going to be quick. For nearly 1 million folks stranded here, even if they had fire sources, how much could they grill at a time? Not everyone was as lucky as me, receiving a grill blueprint straight out of the gate. Switching over to the regional channel. 999,483/1 million. We'd lost over 100 more people. The channel chatter was still a cacophony, like a bustling marketplace, but now topics were more segmented. Many were discussing me, Qin Zheng, and Lu Ruyan, the woman who just secured third place. Her reward? A high-quality lighthouse. Damn it. I've got a B-grade talent, finished 5th, and all I got was a standard lighthouse. It only clears a 100-meter radius. Useless piece of junk. Looking for grilled meat. We'll trade 10 stone for 1 piece. Buying clean water at any price. Or cooked food. I'll even trade spiritual or for it. The screen was flooded with requests for cooked meat and clean drinking water. Right now, it wasn't building materials that people wanted most. It was necessities for survival like edible food and water. I tapped into the upgrade. Move the next tier wooden cabin to the top. Intermediate wooden cabin I requires. Wood 300, thatch 200, stone 50 expands area, adds a bedroom. It's a huge gap before I can even get there. I've got enough stone, but stone alone isn't going to get me a house. No planks, no progress. Judging by the daily resource refresh rate, 75 wood from the forest, about the same for thatch. Even if I cleared the entire area every day, it'd take 4 days to gather enough wood and a little over 2 days for the thatch. In 3 days, the protective shield disappears. Where am I going to find 4 days? Put upgrading on hold for now. Gathering resources is just too slow. An idea hit me, so I reopened the trade system. In my warehouse, I had 35 wood, 60 thatch, and 135 stone left. I went ahead and swept up trades off the board, grabbing those 1:1 deals trading wood and thatch for raw meat like there was no tomorrow. Spent 35 wood, gained 35 raw meat. Spent 60 thatch, gained 60 raw meat. In the blink of an eye, I emptied my wood and thatch stock and exchanged them for 95 units of raw meat. Adding these to the 30 units of wolf meat I already had in storage, I stuffed them all into my dimensional pouch and stepped out of the wooden cabin. The grill had 2 elite wolf meats sizzling on it with some space left. I took out another 18 pieces of raw meat to lay over it. 20 slabs of meat were crammed onto the grate, sizzling and releasing a mouth-watering aroma in no time. Watching meat cook is boring, though, and it made me miss having a phone to pass the time. Dark blue, this island token setup is too rigid. To check the chat or trades, I've got to run back to touch the stone marker. Nothing portable. After participating in future trial events, you can earn an Island Master's bracelet, unlocking the portable island token function. 20 minutes passed. Grilling complete. The initial 2 pieces of elite wolf meat were done, but the 18 pieces added later needed a few more minutes. Using 2 sharpened wooden sticks, I grabbed a piece, blew on it to cool it down, and took a big bite. The meat was firm and flavorful, just lacked some salt, making it a little bland. I raised my voice and called to the north. Ice Glass, come back and grab a bite. After a moment, Ice Glass came over, holding a plastic bag. Master, just caught this. The bag was labeled refined table salt, looking exactly like the salt you'd find in supermarkets before getting transported here. Salt? You fished this up on your first cast. She nodded. The rod's already back in the water. I'll reel it in again in about 40 minutes. Inspect. Refined table salt, common, 500G for seasoning or preservation. I chuckled. This fishing for supplies mechanic? Not bad at all. First catch, and we get a much-needed seasoning item. I tore open a corner of the salt pouch, sprinkled a bit over the grilled meat, and took another bite. The saltiness brought out the flavors, making the meat even more delicious. I sprinkled some on Ice Glass's portion too and handed it to her. Thanks for the hard work today. Eat up and regain some energy. She took a bite. Not bad at all. Looking over at the loaded grill, she asked, why so much? There's no way the two of us are finishing all this. For selling, I grinned. The entire area is short on cooked meat. With this grill, I've got fate on my side. If there's money to be made, might as well make it, I muttered to myself. Deep Blue flapped its wings anxiously beside me. Master, what about Deep Blue? What's Deep Blue supposed to eat? You're a pokeball of energy. Can you even digest meat? Spiritual food is still food. Deep Blue wants a reward. I picked up a tiny piece of meat and waved it teasingly in front of it. Take a sniff instead. That's unfair. I ignored it. This little guy was made of energy and didn't actually need to eat anyway. A few minutes later, the 18 pieces of plain roasted meat were done. I stored them all in my bag and laid another 20 pieces of raw meat over the grill. Keep an eye on the grill. I'm heading inside to list these for trade. Back in the shelter, I accessed the island monument and opened the trade interface. Pricing was no trivial matter. It was an art form. Raw meat traded at a 1-to-1 ratio for basic resources was practically giving it away. Supply of raw materials on the island was fixed each day, and sooner or later, raw meat's rational value would stabilize. Around 5 units of wood per piece would be fair. But today? Today was everyone's first day of survival in this world. Fire was a scarce commodity, and finding cooked food was a rare luxury. Few people could roast meat, but everyone wanted it. In this kind of seller's market, as long as the price wasn't outrageous, whatever was listed would be snatched up in an instant. If I didn't seize the chance to play a little underhanded, I'd be wasting a golden opportunity. Plain roasted meat times 18, 20 wood or 20 thatch per piece. Confirm to lista. Switching to the regional channel, I posted a message. Xiao Chun An, roasted meat is up for trade. Grab it while it lasts. As soon as the message went out, the channel's refresh rate skyrocketed. Damn. Player number 666666. Big Boss Xiao is here. First place on the leaderboard. Live in action. Roasted meat? Where? Let me check it out. Damn it. It's all gone. What kind of speed is this? I just opened the trade screen and it's sold out. Big Boss, can you put up more? I haven't had anything cooked all day. 20 wood per piece and it's still gone in seconds? You people have too much spare wood. What spare wood? I've been gagging on raw meat and almost threw up twice today. 20 wood for a hot meal is worth every splinter. Xiao Chun An, you're already at the top of the leaderboard. Can't you lend a hand to your fellow zone mates? Shut up. Resources don't just fall from the sky. Supply falling far short of demand. It meant the seller determined the price. That's the reality on this island. Scarcity was the real currency here. I wasn't the best woodcutter, but I was the only one with fire. Private messages started flooding my inbox like a relentless tide. Boss, I'm a university girl. Care to chat privately? Young man, Auntie hasn't eaten all day. Could you spare a piece of roasted meat for an elder? Weary all earthlings here. What's the harm in sharing a bit? Selling at such high prices, has your conscience been eaten by a dog? Flattery, begging, fake familiarity, and even attempts at guilt-tripping were all pouring in. Here it comes, all of it. We've crossed into a survival world, and you still expect to freeload? Want food? Trade resources for it. I casually muted the beggars and rude folks, closed my private messages. Reading too much of that stuff would mess with my appetite. Ding. All 18 units of your basic cooked meat have been sold. Earned. Wood times 140. Thatch times 220. Trading 18 pieces of cooked meat for 360 units of resources. This business works. But I didn't rush to upgrade anything. Instead, I reinvested all the earned resources into production and kept sniping those 1-to-1 raw meat trades. Expended. Wood times 140 gained. Raw meat times 140. Expended. Thatch times 220 gained. Raw meat times 220. Got 360 more raw meat. Combined with the 87 chunks I already had plus the 20 pieces currently cooking, the total reached 467 pieces of raw meat. I reopened the regional channel, but this time I didn't post anything. I just noticed there's a daily limit on messages. Regional channel messages, 9 out of 10 left. Each person gets only 10 messages per day. No sense wasting them. I'd rather just watch the chatter. After skimming for about 10 minutes, I picked up quite a bit of intel. Everyone's island is a 100 meter by 100 meter square with sheer cliffs on all 4 sides. Each has 3 mahogany chests, 1 black iron chest, and a special resource point guarded by an elite monster. But the resource point layout is completely random. Some islands are well balanced, while others are heavily skewed. Some players have 3 small groves and a mountain of wood, but no stone. Others are stuck with only thatch or rocks as starting resources. The special resources vary widely too. Spirit minerals, spirit fruits, spirit herbs, spirit springs. Someone even claimed they'd found glowing mushrooms on their island and instantly passed out after eating one. I couldn't help but laugh. This world didn't hand everyone the same starter pack. The resource disparities force people into trading, and the elite monsters guarding the resources bottleneck plenty of players' progress. Those who can kill an elite get first dibs on the special resources and black iron chests. Those who can't just have to watch from the sidelines. And that's how the gap widens. My Thunderfruit tree happens to be one of my advantages. Resource points refresh daily. Whoever claims them first gets a solid stream of stable income. Ding! Cooking complete. I collected the 20 cooked meat pieces and put another batch of 20 raw meat on the grill. The furnace can process 20 pieces at a time, and each batch takes 20 minutes. At best, that's 60 pieces per hour. The efficiency's still way too slow. Considering there are nearly 1 million players across the entire region, and probably fewer than 10,000 have even obtained a fire source, let alone the ability to build a grill, demand far outweighs supply. For the good of ensuring my fellow players can eat safe and reliable cooked meat, it's only fair that I make more, right? System. Host. You've made being a profiteer sound so noble. I headed back to my shelter and listed the freshly cooked 20 pieces in 2 separate batches for trade. Basic cooked meat times 10 trade for iron ingots times 2. Basic cooked meat times 10 trade for wood times 20, or a thatch x 20. To scale up the business, one furnace isn't enough, and the key material for building another one is iron ingots. Traded 10 portions for resources. Gain wood times 100, thatch times 100. No one has bid on the 10 portions of iron ingots. It's just sitting there quietly. But I'm not in a rush. Iron ingots are scarce right now, but there's a chance to get them from opening black iron chests. Plus, dismantling an empty black iron chest guarantees 10 ingots. Most people still lack a workbench, so even if they have iron ingots, they can't use them yet. If they get desperate enough from hunger, they'll trade them for meat eventually. Let it sit for now. If no one trades, I'll just dismantle my black iron chest. I take out the lighthouse model and 2 bottles of water. Unscrewing the untouched bottle, I take a gulp. The cold water suits my throat. I put 1 bottle back and carry the open one in hand as I step outside. By the furnace, the 3rd batch of raw meat is roasting. Bingley stands nearby, watching. I hand her the water. Drink some first. Keep an eye on the furnace and call me when it's done. I'm going to set up the lighthouse on the northern side. I stop roughly 10 meters from the cliff's edge, not too close. In case something leaps out of the sea, I want some buffer. Squatting down, I set the model in place. Place the lighthouse. Yes, purple light spreads from the base of the lighthouse, and a faint tremor resonates from beneath the grass. The base clamps into the rock layer beneath, and the metal tower starts to rise section by section, locking into place. Runes crawl from the bottom to the top as its form solidifies. In no time, a 30-meter-tall metal lighthouse stands on the northern side of the island. A purple gemstone at the top spins rapidly, emitting beams of light upward and outward. The purple rays pierce through the thick fog, pushing it back. The once 3-meter visibility of the sea now expands into an open, clear zone. Fog dispersal radius, 10,000 meters. Within illuminated range, island output plus 50%. Can detect approaching threats. I quickly head toward the edge of the cliff and look out. What I see leaves me stunned. From my island at the center, everything within a 10-kilometer radius is now clear as day. Hundreds of square-shaped islands, similar to mine, are scattered across the sea like pieces on a chessboard. The closest one is about 500 to 600 meters away, the farthest a mere black speck at the edge of vision, probably over 40 islands in total. So, we weren't drifting alone after all. The fog only made it look that way. This realization is crucial. When you can't see, every person is an island unto themselves. Once visibility is restored, however, those islands become potential targets or potential threats. Just as I'm scrutinizing my surroundings, something abnormal catches my eye. To the northeast of the island, Several kilometers away under the water, a massive shadow moves quickly. The refracted outline in the waves is distorted, but the size is staggering. My pupils contract. I instinctively take a step back. The shadow rises. The sea swells into a mound, like a small hill of water, and then splits apart. A dark gray, gigantic saw-like snout bursts through the surface, its jagged outline extending dozens of meters from end to end. A flat and enormous head surfaced behind the serrated snout. It was a shark. To be exact, a shark larger than the initial island itself. I cast Identify. A string of question marks popped up. Before I could examine further, the colossal shark vanished into the mist. Deep blue, what was that just now? Something bigger than an island. An island-eating shark, as the name suggests, preys on islands. It roams through the sea fog, ramming into and gnawing on unprotected islands. Its serrated snout can cut through rock layers, repeatedly striking the island's base to chisel it away piece by piece. To this shark, an initial island is no different than a cookie. It left as soon as the violet light hit it. Can the lighthouse fend it off? The lighthouse's light has a natural repelling effect on it. As long as you're within the violet glow, it typically won't come near. Driving away sea fog is just one of the lighthouse's basic functions. Its primary value is in repelling island-eating sharks. I let out a breath of relief. And what about islands without lighthouses? When the shield drops, are they just sitting ducks? It doesn't attack actively during the shielded period. Once the shield disappears, islands without lighthouses indeed face the risk of being attacked. However, its patrols are somewhat periodic. Not every island gets targeted. A stroke of good luck, and you might not encounter it for a long time. But bad luck? Well, the island gets shattered, and everyone on it perishes. Damn, this lighthouse is even more valuable than I thought. I tilted my head back, staring at the rotating violet gemstone atop the tower. 30 meters high, multiple violet beams of light swept in spirals, illuminating the water's surface and faintly outlining nearby islands in the distance. From afar, it was the brightest beacon in the sea. Can people from other islands see the light? Yes. Trial participants within the glow's coverage can see it. The farther they are, the dimmer it appears. The lighthouse disperses fog in a way that's shared amongst its range. If you can see nearby islands, those island dwellers can see you too. High rewards come with high risks. This tiny island now felt like someone waving a torch in the dark. In 3 days, the shield would be gone. Who among the hundreds of nearby islands wouldn't have their eyes on it? Then again, without this lighthouse, if the island-eating shark paid a visit 3 days later, there wouldn't even be a chance to be targeted by others. One step at a time. Staying alive comes first. My gaze shifted to the fishing rod at the edge of the cliff. The rod tip bent downward, fishing line taut and sway-free, its timer hitting 0. Grabbing hold of the rod, I gave it a hard pull. The line sliced through the water, hauling up a white treasure chest that splashed onto the ground before bursting into motes of light. Left behind was a small cloth pouch. Identify. Lettuce seeds, common 50 seeds, requires cultivated soil and ample water, matures in 1 day. I chuckled. Meat, salt, and now some greens. Life's starting to feel a bit more civilized. No matter where we Chinese people go, we can't abandon our mastery of farming. Now, water is the only thing missing. Once that's settled, the agriculture line can officially begin. Carefully packing away the seeds, I cast the line back into the sea. Fishing in progress. Timer, 1 hour. The rods are really interesting. Aside from fish, you can catch almost anything. I looked at Deep Blue. Can these be mass-produced? If I stick a few thousand rods along the shore and let them run on auto, wouldn't my resources skyrocket? Deep Blue gave me a look like I had completely lost it. No way. The beginner's fishing rod is a special item, indestructible, uncraftable, and only obtainable through the beginner's kit. While it can catch anything, if you're lucky enough, you might even reel in a living person. You can even catch living people? Theoretically, yes. That's ridiculous. I thought for a moment. If you can't make them, can you trade them? In the island world, everything can be traded. An idea flashed in my mind. What about system sprites? Can they be traded too? Deep Blue's entire orb-shaped body bristled. Its wings flapped so furiously it looked like it might explode. No, absolutely not. Sprites are bound to their hosts and cannot be transferred, traded, or gifted? Alright, alright, just joking. You're reacting like I stepped on your tail. Humph. It huffed indignantly and flew off to sulk in a corner. Back at the furnace, the third batch was ready. I collected 20 cooked pieces and laid out 20 more raw ones. Keep an eye on the furnace. I've got a few things to handle. Heading indoors, I went to the island monument to check on trades. The batch I'd listed for iron ingots had completely sold out. Acquired iron ingots times 20. As expected, hunger outweighs logic. Iron ingots that aren't immediately useful might as well be scrap metal right now. I divided the fresh batch of 20 cooked pieces into two groups. One for resources, the other for iron ingots. The resource trade batch sold. Acquired wood times 100, thatch times 100. Demand for cooked meat wasn't an issue. The bottleneck was production. Sure, others were selling cooked meat too, but most lacked a consistent fire source, let alone a proper batch processing furnace. A piece or two isn't enough to feed nearly 1 million people. I searched for flint in the trade listings. The available quantities had increased since a few hours ago. I selected the 3 lowest prices and purchased them. 3 successful trades. Acquired flint times 3. Adding the 1 flint already in my storage, I now had 4 pieces. I walked over to the workbench. Craft barbecue grills times 4. Consumes iron ingots times 20, stone times 20, wood times 20, flint times 4. Confirm. Runes lit up, and a warm yellow glow surrounded the workbench as holographic pieces came together and reassembled. Before long, 4 shiny new barbecue grills materialized in my cabin. This was a significant investment, but once the grills started operating, I'd recover the costs quickly. For those of us with limited means, the scariest part of doing business isn't spending money. It's spending money that doesn't yield results. I carried the 4 grills outside and lined them up in the open space in front of my cabin. Ice Crystal glanced at me. Are you setting up a workshop? That's about right. I loaded 20 pieces of raw meat into each grill, a total of 100 pieces for the 5 grills. One by one, I turned the knobs, and flames began roaring to life. Grilling, time remaining 200 hours. I returned inside and opened the regional channel, skimming through messages until a few caught my attention. Gone Yuta Lighthouse. Does anyone understand what's happening? The fog around my island just completely disappeared. There's this purple light spinning in the distance. What is that? I saw it too. The fog cleared up on my end. I can see at least 10 islands now. I didn't realize we were all so close to each other. I counted over 40 islands in my field of view. One of them has a really tall structure, and the purple light is coming from there. I asked around. Apparently, high-level lighthouses can disperse sea fog. Oh no, that means there's a big shot nearby. I'm at least several kilometers away from that tower. What kind of level could it be to have that much range? Is that tower owned by Boss Xiao or Boss Qin? According to their descriptions, Boss Qin's lighthouse shines blue and covers a kilometer radius. If it's purple, it's most likely Xiao Chuanan's. Looks like they guessed right. I wasn't planning to hide it anyway. With a towering 30-meter lighthouse, how could I even try? And sure enough, someone's already trying to stir the pot. Why are you panicking? So what if it's Xiao Chunan? He's just one person. How many people can he possibly fight? In 3 days, let's form a huge group, hundreds of islands teaming up. Let's see if he can stop that. Exactly. That lighthouse should belong to everyone. Why should one person monopolize such a huge fog-clearing range? Remember this plan. 3 days from now, when the protection period ends, we'll move in together. Are you all insane? That's the top-ranked player on the entire server. Someone who can kill elite monsters solo, and you think your little squad of newbies stands a chance. Don't fall for the hype. When the time comes, the ones yelling the loudest right now will be the first to flee. I kept a straight face as I noted down the loudest troublemakers' usernames in my trusty little notebook. I sure hope these folks don't end up crossing my path in the future. Then, glancing at the 14 purple thunder dolphin fruits stacked in my inventory, I had an idea. I sent out a message in the public chat. Xiao Chunan, the ultimate beginner's tool, perfect for handling any disobedience. Limited quantity. PM me with offers, blueprints preferred. Attaching the thunder dolphin fruits stat panel. Wait, what? Is this like a hand grenade in a fantasy world? No way. It's from Boss Xiao himself. Why would he need to lie? Of course it's real. 3 squeezes, and it explodes. Those people shouting about forming a team to storm his place. Are you seeing this? Dudes holding a stash of grenades. Haha, weren't they all yelling to group up earlier? Why are they so quiet now? LMAO. Hundreds of people storming together. Except now it's one person stepping up to get splattered at a time. What else do you call that besides a death wish? The loudest agitators went completely silent after that. I watched the chat with a smirk tugging at the corner of my mouth. That's more like it. You see, being reasonable is important. But if reason fails, there's always physics. Of course, the show of force was just a means to an end. My true goal was trade. Opening my inbox, I found unread messages piling up into the thousands. Skimming a few at random. Boss Xiao, sell me one fruit. I'll trade 100 units of wood for it. Big bro Xiao, could you give me one for protection? I'm so scared. We're all on the same server. Come on, hook me up with one. One day, I'll owe you a favor. A favor? I'm barely able to afford a meal, and you're handing out empty promises. Trading 100 wood for one thunderpig fruit? I could recoup that by grilling 5 pieces of meat. Exchanging wood for fruit is like selling antiques at yard sale prices. I blacklist freeloaders and continue filtering through offers. No pictures? Ignored. No price and just small talk? Ignored. Randomly calling me bro? Ignored. What I need are tangible goods, not sweet nothings over the internet. After scrolling through over 20 listings, finally, one with a preview image catches my eye. I have a blueprint for an iron hoe, trading for one thunderpig fruit. Take it or leave it. I clicked on it. Iron hoe blueprint common unlocks iron hoe at the workbench, used for tilling soil to improve farming efficiency. Perfect timing. I already have thunderpig fruit seeds and some lettuce seeds I fished out earlier, and I've been stressing over not having tools to till the land. Deal. Open the trade. One fruit in exchange for a blueprint. Done. The next 10 or so offers started spiking my blood pressure. Wooden bowl blueprint, 2 thunderpig fruits. You need bowls for eating, right? Without a bowl, are you just going to cup soup in your hands? 2 fruits for 1 bowl. I'd be better off carving one out of a coconut shell. Next, refined iron spear blueprint, 5 thunderpig fruits, non-negotiable. Without weapons, how are you going to defend yourself? White quality. Its attack power is just marginally better than a lumber axe. I've got a frost shard. Why would I need your worthless spear? Swiped away. Simplified arrow tower blueprint, a defensive beast. 6 fruits, a steal for its value. Simplified arrow tower requires 200 wood, 100 stone, 20 iron ingots, fires 1 arrow every 10 seconds automatically. Your arrow tower shoots 1 arrow per minute. My frost shard shoots 3 ice spikes per second. You want to compare? Swiped away. Wooden bed blueprint, 1 fruit. Give me a straight answer. Deal or no deal. Simplified wooden bed unlocks at workbench, provides more comfortable sleep. My eyes lit up. Deep blue dangled its tiny legs while sitting on a grave marker. Beds are crucial. Quality sleep restores more stamina. No kidding. Chopping trees and mining during the day, sleeping on the ground at night? My back's gonna give out eventually. The guy had a fair price. 1 fruit. No BS. I like dealing with straight shooters like him. Deal. Open the trade. Scrolling further down. Toilet blueprint. 1 fruit, okay? I'm a girl. I won't need it, but maybe you do. Check it out. Toilet converts waste into fertilizer for farming use. This is a must-have. Converting waste into fertilizer? This closes the loop on the farming system. Hoe for tilling, seeds for planting, toilet for fertilizer. Just missing a water source. Deal. Open the trade. That was it for the blueprints. Out of all of them, only these 3 were reasonable enough in price. The rest were either overly expensive or downright trash. I added the iron hoe, wooden bed, toilet, all captured near the island monument inscription. Unlocked. Iron hoe, simple wooden bed, toilet. I still have 11 thunderpig fruits left. Hoarding them without use just means dead stock. The essence of trade is value exchange, but value is defined by people. So I shifted my tactics, not focusing on blueprints anymore, but instead targeting those poor souls who can't even leave their protective shields. These types of people are eerily predictable. First, they cry about their bad luck, then they beg for fruit, and finally, they swear loyalty with exaggerated oaths. I pick someone whose words sound somewhat rational and reply. Fruit is available. Trade me something for it. What? I seriously have nothing. Could you loan me one? I swear I'll chop down 200 pieces of wood and pay you back. No loans. 300 wood and 100 stones. I swear. Swearing doesn't count as currency. The chat went silent for a beat. What else can I trade? My warehouse only has the beginner's kit stuff. That's exactly the line I was waiting for. Dimensional bag, fishing rod, or skill book. Choose one. One fruit for one item. This time, the other side didn't respond immediately. Most people who've survived this long aren't complete fools. While beginner kit items might look ordinary now, they turn out to be crucial later on. But if you're stuck behind a shield with nowhere to go, the best tools won't help you get past your front door. Fine, I used the skill book already. I'll trade the fishing rod. Second fishing rod secured. Time to look for the next target. I'm a nurse. I can do first aid. That'll be super useful later, right? Could you spare me one for self-defense? Dimensional bag or fishing rod, pick one. But without the bag, how do I carry anything? You're stuck in a shield right now. What do you even need to carry? Survive today, then worry about tomorrow. Fine, I'll trade the fishing rod. Got my third rod. Moving on. There are 3 mutated dogs in front of my door. I'm too scared to step outside. I need your help. Dimensional bag, fishing rod, or any unused skill books. Trade me one of those. Okay, fishing rod it is. Fishing rod number 4. All right, next one. I have an unused identification skill book. Can I trade it for a fruit? Why haven't you learned it yet? My innate ability is D-level item appraisal. The identification skill doesn't add much value for me. Deep blue. What's the use of extra skill books? They can be taught to followers. Bingley currently only knows ice-based combat skills. If she learns identification, the master won't need to handle every little thing personally. Teaching Bingley identification would save me a lot of hassle during exploration. All right, I'll trade. Open the exchange. Identification skill acquired. Hey bro, we're both from Huaxia. I'm all about loyalty, so help me out this time. You scratch my back, and I'll return the favor in the future. We're supposed to look out for each other, right? Another one trying to bond over familiarity. My fingers paused. Fine, trade me something for it. Trade? I can't even leave my door. I've got no resources at all. You must still have your beginner kit. Dimensional bag. To see tomorrow is the most important thing. It's a classic case of short-term survival over imagined long-term benefits. Now that they're trapped, they don't really have the luxury to think about what they might gain someday. I glanced at the items I'd earned and felt a wave of satisfaction. The trades I'd orchestrated were heartless, maybe, but efficient. They're not exactly wrong for making those choices. I continued, leaning back. If I were in their shoes, stuck with rabid hyenas outside my door, I'd probably throw away a fishing rod for a ticket to stay alive another day too. But hey, that's just how the game's set up, isn't it? Deep Blue hummed in agreement. Its voice neutral but analytical. True, but that's where you're different. You think ahead. You can play the long game while taking risks and exploiting opportunities they can't afford to consider. I nodded, satisfied. That's exactly why I'll come out on top. I reviewed my haul one more time. 9 fishing rods, 3-dimensional pouches, 1 deconstruction skill book, and 1 appraisal skill book. A solid trade-off, considering the 11 Thunderboar's explosive fruits I'd used. Especially those last 3-dimensional pouches. They were all bonus donations from players who tried to guilt trip or manipulate me. Their loss. If you pull stunts like that, you'd better be prepared to pay the price. I couldn't help but smirk. Trading wasn't just about goods. It was about power. The power of knowing their desperation and my leverage. And wielding that leverage with precision brought its own thrill. With one last glance at the loaded oven racks behind me, I turned my attention back to the ongoing barter ecosystem I'd built. Resources in, resources out. The economy churned under my careful guidance. Today, I'd eat well and gear up for tomorrow. And tomorrow, I'd just use today's gains to dominate the next round. If we don't push forward, there will be no tomorrow. Trading tomorrow's lottery ticket for today's survival? That's a deal worth taking. I stared at the row of new tools and equipment in the warehouse, but didn't let my excitement cloud my judgment. Deep Blue. Are there any limitations on fishing rods? How many times can each be used daily? And what's the max per person? Each rod can be used 3 times a day. There's no limit to how many you can have. You could line the entire shoreline with them if you wanted. But honestly, how many people would be willing to sell these things? Most of them probably don't even realize their true value yet. I stayed silent, understanding the reality of survival. It's easy to make comments when you aren't the one struggling. Between starving now and worrying about the future, any rational person picks surviving first. I pulled out 2 skill books and walked over to Bingley. Here, these are for you. You're strong in combat, but fighting alone won't cut it. From now on, gathering and appraising will be on you. Makes things easier. With a single tap of her fingertips, the 2 books dissolved into streams of light and sunk into her brow. Your follower Bingley has learned. Deconstruction, appraisal. Good. A competent boss knows how to maximize the value of their employees, I remarked. Next, I pulled out 3-dimensional pouches and handed one to Bingley. Here, use this. Store anything you gather straight into it. She clipped it onto her waist. I kept the other 2 for myself, adding to the ones I already had. 3 in total per person now. Can the space in these pouches or the warehouse be expanded? The warehouse can be upgraded using space crystals. For dimensional pouches, you'll need a fusion forge to enhance their grade. Higher grade equals larger space. And how can I get my hands on this fusion forge? It's unlocked through blueprints as your shelter reaches specific upgrade stages. Blueprints obtained through upgrades are as good as mine. I tapped the island monument and opened the trade records. 80 grilled meat sold. Received, stone times 110, wood times 740, thatch times 640. 20 grilled meat sold. Received, iron ingots times 40. Woohoo! Forget small talk. Nothing beats resources hitting your account. Trading 100 pieces of grilled meat yielded nearly 1,500 units of materials and 40 iron ingots in return. Current resources, wood times 740, thatch times 740, stone times 205, iron ingots times 63. I walked over to the workbench. The previously limited list containing only a grill now showed 3 new items. Simple wooden bed, wood times 20, thatch times 20. Toilet, stone times 20, clay times 5. Iron pickaxe, iron ingot times 1, wood times 1, beast bone times 1. Clay? Where do I get that? Don't tell me I have to fish it out from the ocean. Certain islands will refresh with clay pits. Treasure chests might also have a chance of dropping clay. Looks like trading is my only option for now. Without clay, I couldn't make the toilet, but I decided I wouldn't compromise on the bed. I selected the wooden bed, and with a shimmer of white light, a 2-meter-long wooden plank bed materialized. 4 short legs supported the frame, and the top was layered with tightly pressed, dried grass for padding. It was a bit narrow, so I made another one and pushed them side by side into the range of the island monument. Lean against the wall. At midnight, I wanted to check the trading channel. Turning over, I reached out and felt the stone workbench. Perfect. Time to craft an iron hoe. Iron hoe crafted successfully. Iron blade, wooden handle, a bone clasp securing it. The craftsmanship wasn't perfect, but it felt good in the hand. I tapped twice more, lined up 3 hoes on the edge of the station, using up the last of the wolf bones. 1 for myself, 1 for Bingley, and the extra 1. Let's list it for trade. Iron hoes were nearly impossible for most to craft at this stage, but the demand for farming tools was undeniable. Agriculture's in the blood of every Chinese. The channels were already buzzing with people asking how to start cultivating their land. Iron hoe times 1, trade for clay times 5, or iron ingot times 10. After listing 1, I stashed the other 2 in my bag. Farming will wait for later. There's something more important for now. I headed toward the northern coastline. An ancient lighthouse loomed in the distance, its violet beams swirling around the top, illuminating 10,000 meters of sea like a beacon of hope. Standing near the edge of the cliff, I took out 9 fishing rods. Adding the one I already had set up, that made 10. Spaced 2 meters apart, I planted each rod firmly into the ground, all facing the ocean. One by one, I cast the empty lines into the water. Fishing in progress. Countdown 1 hour. Times 10. 10 timers hovered neatly along the cliffside. It was a scene to behold. I took a few steps back to admire my handiwork. Each rod gets 3 uses a day. 10 rods, that's 30 attempts. Others get 3 pulls a day, I get 30. 10 times the draw chances, 10 times the possibilities. Even if the fail rate is 50%, I'll still reel in 15 items a day. This is what you call industrial fishing. In numbers, Chance gives way to certainty. A single rod relies on luck. 10 rods rely on probability. With 100 rods, you're looking at a guaranteed outcome. Most things that appear to be fate, upon closer inspection, are just someone stacking numbers to a level you couldn't even dream of. The setting sun turned the horizon into shades of orange. The salty sea breeze lingered in the air. I glanced back at the wooden cabin. Bingley stood by the flickering firelight, half her face bathed in warm orange glow. The materials to upgrade the cabin to mid-level had already been gathered, but I wasn't rushing. The house was good enough for now. Turning resources into productivity. That's the only way for the underdog to rise. For the next few hours, my routine became incredibly systematic. Back and forth trips between the cabin and the cliff, refilling raw meat, collecting grilled meat, listing items for trade, casting lines, and reeling them in. Bingley busied herself by the 5 furnaces, precisely regulating the flames. Before nightfall, I used up all the attempts on the rods. Daily fishing attempts, 0/3. The fail rate was terrifyingly high. Nearly half the time, I pulled up nothing but air and a few drops of water. But with 10 times the attempts, the haul was still substantial. The day's catch included 3 bundles of hemp rope, 3 bottles of potable water, a bag of salt, 10 units of glass, 60 units of wood, 2 loaves of bread, a bundle of dried wormwood, and an apple. Most importantly, there was a blueprint. Blueprint for fishing rattan cage. Common, I requires 1 rope. 5 vines place in the water for automatic fish catching. Check daily. Finally, something practical. No vines on the vine island. Another resource I'll have to trade for. I headed back to the house. Bingley had already taken the cooked meat off the fire and was now putting fresh cuts on to roast. It's getting dark. Finish this batch and we'll call it a day, I said, handing her an apple. Here, try it. Caught it while fishing. She took a small bite, paused, and remarked, "It's sweet." Of course, it's an apple. What did you expect, spicy? I laughed and went inside to activate the island's marketplace. A flood of notifications scrolled past. The roasted meat business hadn't slowed down, with all 5 grills running at full capacity. Within hours, I'd sold another 1,500 units. The numbers in my warehouse ticked upward alarmingly. Raw meat 10,534, wood 5,000, thatch 5,000, stone 3,000, iron ingots 260. I felt no joy, just opened the trading menu immediately. More players had learned how to make fire or unlocked the ability to produce it, and the roasted meat market was flooded. Price wars ensued. What started as a 120 exchange rate had plummeted to 117, with some undercutting all the way to 115. Let them undercut each other into oblivion, I muttered. I had anticipated this and switched over to the raw meat market. Wholesale buyers were snapping up supplies en masse, driving the price from the original 1:1 to 1:3. Meat prices are finally climbing again. I knew the roasted meat business wouldn't last. Market saturation was inevitable. The key to maximizing profit was stockpiling raw meat before prices soared too absurdly high. Every earning from cooked meat was immediately turned into raw meat, while I kept a small stash of stone and iron ingots as backup reserves. I spent some time scrolling through the regional chat. Anyone selling fishing rods? I'll trade roasted meat for them. Whatever you do, don't sell your fishing rod. I just caught a bottle of Spirit spring water with mine. It restores mana. You only get 3 uses a day. Sell it, and it's gone forever. People trading their rods for food are out of their minds. Trading a single meal for a lifetime of meals? Who can't do that math? Damn, I sold my fishing rod this afternoon. Anyone got extras? I'll pay 200 wood for one. The discussion spiraled faster than I expected. Now that fishing rod value was openly debated, fewer people would be willing to part with theirs. The market always rewards those who act first. I switched to the trade hall, where only 2 of my listings remained. One was a metal hoe in exchange for clay, which no one had touched. The other was my final gambit. 70 roasted meats, trade for fishing rod, dimensional bag, or any skill book. So far, I'd only completed 3 trades with this offer, and all had been for dimensional bags. Now that the fishing rod's value was widely known, no one was trading them for food anymore. Dimensional bags, which only increased carrying capacity, weren't nearly as essential in the face of widespread hunger. My inbox was lighting up again with messages from the players who regretted trading me earlier. Big Boss Xiao, I messed up, please. It's time to sell the fishing rod. How about trading it back with 200 wood? Please, I'm begging you. Bro, don't push it too far. Leave a way out for yourself so we meet on better terms in the future. Return my spatial bag and fishing rod, and I'll give you 50 resources as a gesture of goodwill. Not replying? Don't be ungrateful. As soon as the 3-day protection period is up, do you really want to burn this bridge completely? From pleading to threats, all within 5 minutes. These kinds of people still talk about meeting again later as if that will happen. I stared blankly at 2 usernames. Blocked. Once something's in my hands, there's no way I'm giving it up. Deals are all about mutual agreement. Back when they were trapped by wild creatures, a single thunderberry was life-saving. Now that the danger is gone, and they feel like they've grown stronger, they want to claim I was heartless? Well, they might as well have been bitten to death by the wild dogs back then. I slapped the blueprint for a vined fish trap onto the island monument's interface. Unlocked. Vined fish trap. I searched for vine, and, unsurprisingly, it was a blank result, same as with clay. Looks like resources like this only spawn on specific islands. Nothing I can do about that for now. Moving on. I listed a fresh batch of 100 grilled meat slabs, all available for beginner tools, terms unchanged. Whoever's interested can take the bait. After exiting the interface, I let out a long breath. Another busy day finally wrapped up. The 5 grills in my base had gone cold, but the bonfire outside the door still crackled, holding off the chill of the night. Next to it, Bingley was seated by the fire pit, poking the flames with a sharpened stick. The warm light from the fire danced across her pale face, illuminating her profile. Head inside. It's getting chilly out here. She stood up and followed me back in. As I pushed open the door, darkness greeted us. Only dim flickers of firelight from the gaps in the door and window frames spilled into the house. I groped my way to the island monument, pulling out 3 standard wolf pelts and 1 elite wolf pelt, handing them to her. Lay these out on the bed. Use the bigger elite pelt as a blanket. The grass bedding is rough. It'll feel noticeably better with a layer of fur on top. She spread out the 3 regular wolf pelts, covering the makeshift mattress with the fur sides facing up. The elite wolf pelt, being larger, was folded in half and set aside to serve as a lightweight blanket. Not ready to sleep just yet, I went back to the island monument to scroll through the regional channel. Checking it one last time before bed had become something of a nightly ritual for me. Back when I used to deliver food, I'd scroll through short videos before I slept. Now, I just do the same thing, but with survival channels instead. The core behavior hasn't changed. 998, 741/1, 000,000. Another 1,000 people gone in just one day. The vibe at night was entirely different from the daytime. By day, the channel was filled with shouting, trading, and bragging. But at night, pleas for help and complaints took over. How cold does it get at night? My wooden shack's got gaps on all 4 sides. I can't stop shivering. I'm worse off. 3 elite giant lizards have been slamming into my protective shield all day long. I can't leave my zone, and I haven't gathered a single piece of wood. Anyone got food? I'm starving to death here. I'll take anything. I scrolled through with an expressionless face. Begging for help, wailing, despair. This was the most honest version of this world, displayed through the nighttime survival channels. The people who yelled earlier about forming groups to kill dragons or claiming they'd unify the region were all silent now. Who knows, maybe they were also shivering in some drafty shack. Scrolling further down, things are a bit different here. I've upgraded to a mid-tier wooden cabin. It has a bedroom now. Finally, no more sleeping on the floor, sob sob. Don't regret it, at least you're well fed. A guy here went all day without eating, said he was feeling dizzy, and then he just stopped moving. Died from starving for one day. Who knows? Anyway, that's one less person around. I turned off the channel without a second thought. The idea of lending a hand didn't even cross my mind. Resources may seem abundant, but with nearly 1 million mouths to feed in the zone, emptying my whole warehouse would be a drop in the ocean. It wouldn't save anyone and would only drag me down with them. My years delivering food taught me one thing. Kindness is a luxury, something that the poor can't afford. In a world where no one knows if they'll be alive tomorrow, Any act of unreciprocated kindness is just cruelty to oneself. I withdrew my hand and turned to look at the bed. Bingley had already laid out the wolf pelt, smoothing out the wrinkles. The glow from the dying campfire sneaked in through the gaps in the window, casting a warm outline on the side of her face. Her icy blue hair flowed down her waist, swaying gently with her movements. I leaned against the island monument and looked at her for a moment. Before this cross-dimensional trip, I was just a food delivery guy, riding an electric bike around the city every day. My most intense social interaction was arguing with restaurant staff to rush orders. Women? In 23 years, I hadn't even held a girl's hand. It wasn't that I didn't want to, it was that I couldn't afford to. A 6-square-meter partition room, a monthly salary that barely covered rent and basic survival, leaving just a couple $100 behind. How was I supposed to date? With penalty fines for late deliveries? Now things were different. In this screwed-up place, I might get swallowed whole by an island shark one day. Hell, falling asleep tonight doesn't guarantee I'll wake up tomorrow. Life is short. Bingley. Yeah. She straightened up and turned her head to look at me. I patted the bed. If you're done laying it out, come up and rest. Tomorrow's going to be busy. She walked to the edge of the bed, sat down, and removed the dimensional pouch from her waist, placing it by the pillow. Her movements were natural, fluid. I lay down as well. The wolfskin was leagues better than a grass mat, soft on the surface, with a faint, earthy, beast-like smell that wasn't exactly unpleasant. I turned to my side. She was lying on her back, just an arm's length away, her long hair spread across the wolf pelt. Are you cold? I asked. No. Then pull the blanket over. I reached for the elite wolf pelt and spread it out, covering both of us. The thick fur trapped our body heat quickly. In the dark, our breaths intertwined. Staring at the barely visible ceiling, my thoughts churned in circles before I finally rolled over to face her. Bingley, would you reject me? My voice was quiet. There was a brief pause. No, she replied, flat and composed, without the slightest hesitation. Absolute loyalty. Those words on her stats screen took on a new, deeper meaning in this moment. I didn't say anything else. I extended my hand. Details omitted. No need to elaborate. At some point, the campfire outside had burned out. The cabin. The world was completely dark except for the faint purple light from the lighthouse. It swept through the gaps in the window every so often, tracing a moving glow across the walls. I lay on my back, my chest still rising and falling. Beside me, Bingley slept soundly, her breathing slow and steady. 23 years. At least those years hadn't been lived in vain. I reached over and tugged the elite wolf pelt closer to her, tucking it snugly around her before closing my eyes again. My final thought wasn't about tomorrow's plans, or the trial 3 days from now, or even the colossal shark larger than the island itself. It was something far simpler. We need a bigger bed. Island Survival, Volume 2. When the first light of day crept through the wooden door, I was already awake. I glanced to the side. Bingley lay on her side, her icy blue hair spilling over the wolf pelt, which wrapped her tightly, leaving just half her face visible. I stared at the wooden patterns on the ceiling, my lips curving slightly. 23 years. At least they hadn't been wasted. Getting out of bed quietly, I stretched my shoulders. My back was a little sore, and my legs felt weak. Quite a price to pay. A cascade of prompts echoed in my mind. Day 2 of Island Survival. All resource points have been refreshed. The Epic Lighthouse is active. Island resource production plus 50%. Beginner protection period remaining 48 hours. Weather forecast. In 12 hours, the CN 888 region will experience moderate to heavy rain. Please prepare ahead of time. For notifications, each more critical than the last. Resources were refreshed. I'd have another day to gather a fresh batch. The protection period still granted me a 2-day buffer. But the fourth notification. Rain. I pushed the door open, and the salty morning air hit me. Grayish-white clouds hovered on the horizon, thicker than yesterday. The purple glow of the lighthouse remained striking against the early light. A small, floating orb popped into view, its tiny bean-like eyes darting up and down, scanning me. Did Master sleep well last night? Its tone had a faint teasing lilt. Pretty well. Deep Blue thinks so too. It floated to my shoulder and lowered its voice mischievously. After all, Deep Blue was there the entire time. I froze mid-step. You don't have a sleep mode? The system sprite is online 24/7. No shutdown ever. My ears grew hot. I grabbed the floating orb and stuffed it into my pocket. Stay in there. MMPH. Master, you're acting guilty. Deep Blue just wanted to say, Bingley's waist is really. I gave my pocket a firm pat. Say another word, and I'll tie you to a fishing line as bait. Peace at last. I took a gulp of the crisp morning air, letting it chase away the lingering heat of embarrassment. Footsteps sounded behind me, and Bingley emerged. Her long hair was loosely tied behind her head, softening her usual regal demeanor. The island is really quiet, she remarked. Following her gaze, I looked out at the lush greenery of the small forest nearby. Scallions sprouted again, the wild grass returned to its original height, and the piles of stones restored themselves. The thunder pig fruit trees were once again laden with purple fruits. Yet, across the entire island, aside from the sound of wind and waves, there was no other activity. Monsters don't respawn. From my pocket, Dark Blue poked out half his head. Monsters are not part of renewable resources. The initial and elite beasts on the island. Once you kill them, they're gone for good. Then where will food come from in the future? Just by buying raw meat. You can fish for food. Also, the system will release beasts during specific events, but there will be no automatic respawn for creatures in daily gameplay. Events? What kind of events? That information is temporarily undisclosed. You'll find out when the time comes. My mind was working rapidly. Monsters not respawning. This means that the raw meat supply across the entire region would only decrease starting today, with no new sources coming in. Yesterday, millions of players hunted the initial and elite beasts, producing a massive amount of raw meat, evidenced by the tens of thousands of listings on the trading post. But from today onward, aside from unreliable fishing or events, there'd be no new influx of meat. Supply is about to plummet, while demand remains constant. Over 1 million people need to eat every single day. Meat prices are going to skyrocket. Yesterday, when raw meat was dirt cheap at 1:1, I went on a buying spree. At the time, I thought I was making a good deal, but now it looks like I've made way more than I ever expected. Bingley, go ahead and harvest from all 3 resource points. I have some things to take care of. Got it. She took the axe and pickaxe from me and headed toward the forest on the east side. I accessed the island tablet, pulling up the trade records first. Sold. Iron hoe ×1. Earned. Iron ingot ×10. Sold. Cooked meat ×170. Earned. Dimensional pouches ×12. Fishing rods ×2. Dismantling skill ×2. Appraisal skill ×1. Everything I put up for sale last night was sold. Ignoring those notifications for now, I searched for raw meat. All the 1:3 and 1:4 listings were gone, and the cheapest listing had jumped to 1:5, with quantities visibly decreasing by the second. Switching over to the cooked meat market, the price had surged back from 1:15 last night to 1:20, with some outrageous listings going as high as 1:25. People are catching on fast. I switched to the regional chat. 996 741/1 000 Another 1,000 or so players were gone overnight. WTF. The rabbits on the island didn't respawn. I killed them all yesterday, and now they're gone for good? The wild boars are gone too. The resource nodes are back, but no animals. It's over. Yesterday, I traded all my raw meat for materials at 1:1. I'm the biggest idiot in this whole game. Buying raw meat. Offering 1:8. I'll take whatever you've got. Forget it. Anyone who sells meat now is an idiot. This stuff is basically hard currency now. Monsters won't respawn, so meat will only get rarer. The chat was nothing but wails of regret. A perfect scene of newbie players collectively slapping their foreheads in despair. I closed the chat with a blank expression. Good thing I was quick. Yesterday, I managed to buy all the 1:1 listings. More than 10,000 units of raw meat had quintupled in price today, but I wasn't in a rush to sell. The price still hadn't peaked. Yesterday, while everyone was panic selling raw meat, I was buying. Today, as everyone scrambled to snatch it up, I was waiting. The first person to take action earns the margin. The one ahead just by a step profits from everyone else's panic. Information asymmetry was never about luck. It's about who understands What's coming next the quickest? I tap to upgrade. Intermediate wooden cabin. Requires 300 wood, 200 thatch, 50 stone. Upgrade. The island monument lit up, encasing the entire cabin in radiant light. A gentle force guided me outside as the foundation sank down, stones stacked higher and thicker, walls expanded outward, and the wooden planks darkened, with cracks meticulously sealed by some glue-like substance. The thatch rooftop was doubled in thickness and covered with something resembling an oilcloth. Upgraded to intermediate wooden cabin. Unlocked. Fusion furnace. Protective dome expanded to a 6-meter radius. I stepped back inside, now with double the space, divided into 2 areas, an outer living room with a monument in the center, and an inner private bedroom roughly 15 square meters in size. Now this feels like a proper place to live. I placed my hand on the island monument. A new line popped up in the building menu. Fusion furnace. Requires 50 stone, 20 iron ingots, 1 glass. Allows merging of low-quality items of the same type, with a chance to improve quality. Build. With a flash of white light, a waist-high stone furnace emerged beside the workbench. Its interior was pitch black, with a few runes suspended near the opening. I placed my palm against the warm surface of the furnace, and a new interface appeared. 3 input slots and a confirmation button. I pulled out 3 empty white dimensional pouches, which I had traded for grilled meat last night, and placed them inside. Blueprint. Dimensional pouch times 3 energy pouch, green, times 1. Success rate, 100%. Fuse. The runes began spinning rapidly as the 3 pouches were absorbed into the furnace in shimmering white light. A low humming noise followed, then faded after a few moments. Fusion successful. A pouch with a faint green glow emerged, its material upgraded from burlap to cotton. Energy pouch, a rare, capacity, 30 slots, lightweight reduction effect, vacuum preservation. 10 slots turned into 30, plus it keeps food fresh. No more worrying about raw ingredients spoiling after just a few hours. That was a solid win. While the island monument storage was convenient, it couldn't be carried around. White dimensional pouches only reduced weight, but food would still start to spoil. The green energy pouch perfectly filled that gap. Deep Blue, my little companion, perched by the furnace opening. Master, keep going. Of course. There were still 15 left in the storage. 3 combined into 1 meant I could make 5 more. I quickly got to work, turning 18 white pouches into 6 green ones. A neat row of glowing green pouches now lined up in front of me. Can green ones be upgraded further? Yes. 3 items of the same quality can attempt an upgrade to the next tier. The higher the quality, the lower the success rate. Deep Blue small. He grabbed 3 nano bag, green, and tossed them into the fusion furnace. Scheme, nano bag, green, times 3 void storage bag, blue, times 1 success rate, 90%. Note, on failure, 1 original item will be returned, and the other 2 will disappear. 90%. 9 out of 10. But what if it's the 1? Losing means 2 green bags gone. That's 60 slots wasted. Anyone who's played mobile games knows. It's always at moments like these things go awry. If you don't even dare to click at 90%, why bother trying to survive? Fusion. The rune accelerator suddenly sped up. 3 green lights were drawn in, the hum growing heavier compared to when it dealt with whites. Runes extended from the base to the very top. Deep Blue clung to the top of the furnace. Turn out good. Turn out good. The hum ceased abruptly. Fusion successful. A blue, glowing bag trimmed with silvery threads floated up, complete with a small, delicate beast bone charm dangling from it. Void storage bag, rare capacity, 90 slots, features, weight nullification, true vacuum preservation, time freeze. Time freeze. I held my breath for a moment. Those 2 words. Their weight far surpassed 90 inventory slots. The island's monument warehouse could preserve items only because time stood still inside. And now, here in my hand, was a small bag boasting that same core functionality, entirely portable. Rare blue item. Boss, you hit the jackpot. Still got 3 green ones left. Let's go again. I stuffed the remaining 3 into the furnace. Back-to-back 90% chance. Calculated out, the odds were 81%. Rounded for optimism. Pretty much guaranteed. Fusion successful. The second void storage bag materialized. Whoa, 2 blue void bags. Boss, your luck is off the charts. I bet there aren't even 10 blue items in the whole server. The 2 blue bags sat on the table side by side, and I couldn't suppress the grin on my lips. A portable 180-slot storage capacity, both bags with time-freezing abilities. One for me to wear, one for Bingley to use. One of these outclasses 3 portable warehouses. We'll never have to worry about running out of space during trips again. I activated the island's monument and navigated to the upgrade menu. Advanced wooden hut requirements. Wood 1,000, thatch 1,000, stone 500, 3 rooms, and 1 living area. Wood 4,700, thatch 4,800, stone 2,900, more than enough. Upgrade. Blinding white light engulfed the intermediate wooden hut. The foundation dug deeper, stone stacked to form a half-meter raised base. Walls remodeled into insulated double layers filled with thatch. The flat roof tilted into an A-frame design, now sloped to let rainwater slide off. Upgraded to advanced wooden hut. Unlocked. Plantation. Protective dome expanded to an 8-meter radius. A nearly 80-square-meter wooden house with 3 rooms stood tall at the center of the island. The living room tripled in size, with the monument at its center. The workbench and fusion furnace sat against the left wall, while the right wall featured a doorway leading to 2 bedrooms. Wooden planks now lined the floor, and the windows transformed from tiny palm-sized holes into half-meter sliding windows, complete with functional panels. Now that's what I call an upgrade. House. I moved the foldable bed into the left bedroom, laid down the wolf pelt, and left the right room empty for later plans. Back to the living room to check the next upgrade. Basic stone house requires wood 2,000, stone 2,000, lime 100, iron ingots 100, glass 100. Unlocks independent kitchen and bathroom. How do I get lime? Limestone is a mineral found on specific islands. Your island doesn't have it. Fish for it, or gather from other islands later. Traveling to other islands will have to wait until the protection period ends. By then, others can come to my island and cause trouble too. Forget it for now. Switched to buildings, and at the top of the list was the plantation. Plantation requires wood 100, stone 50, 1 iron hoe, creates a 5 by 10 planting area with basic irrigation, requires a water source. Farming. It's something etched into Chinese DNA. While others in survival crossovers think of weapons, walls, and forming factions, a Chinese person's first instinct is, what crops can I grow on this land? Build it. Location. I selected the open area west of the wooden house, near the thunderfruit tree. Confirmed. A white light spread. Grass peeled away, revealing rich brown soil. Half-meter-high wooden fencing rose, enclosing a 5 by 10 area. Inside, the soil was tilled and divided into 51-meter square plots with shallow grooves at the edges, leading to a stone water tank in one corner. Plantation 50 plots, fertile soil, irrigation. Lacking water, reservoir. 0/500 L. Crops wilt and die if water shortage exceeds 24 hours. Fill the tank or wait for rain. I looked at the waiting for rain notice, my lips twitching slightly. The system forecasted moderate to heavy rainfall in 12 hours, just in time. No rush to plant anything yet. I'll wait until it's close to raining to save on water. I stepped outside. Morning light blanketed the entire island, and the shadow of the house's gabled roof lay sharply on the ground. Rhythmic hammering came from the north. Iceglass was busy over by the stone pile. I didn't disturb her. Instead, I headed towards the plantation on the west side and squatted down, tested the soil with the hoe. The soil was loose, dark, and indeed fertile. Beyond the plantation to the west, the thunderfruit tree came into view. The branches I had picked clean yesterday were now fully laden again, with even more fruits than before. The branches were weighed down, the fruits clustered together. The 50% production boost from the lighthouse was clearly visible here. I went to the western cliff edge, took out 12 fishing rods, placed them a meter apart from each other, and cast the lines into the sea. Fishing 1 hour, times 12. Back at the fruit tree, I began picking one fruit after another. Yesterday, I got 14. Today, thanks to the production boost, 21. 7 more, just as promised. A clear, tangible 50% increase. 21 grenades. Time to keep exchanging beginner items and see if I can craft a yellow-grade spatial pouch today. I've got all 5 stoves running, with flames leaping high. Today's fate draw hasn't been used yet. Would you like to draw a card? I was crouched down adding firewood when I looked up. Fate draw. Almost forgot. An SSS level talent allows for 1 free card draw per day. Yesterday's first pull scored me an ice glass, and since then it's been non-stop work. I hadn't even thought about it. Can I draw it out here? Or do I have to go back to touch the island steel? Fate Draw is a talent ability and doesn't require the island steel. You can use it anytime, anywhere. Well then, what are we waiting for? Let's draw. A card pool interface appeared out of thin air. No newbie bonus this time. Just a single, lonely card back suspended there, its reverse side displaying a vast, swirling starry sky. I tapped on the card back. It flipped, shooting out a burst of blue light that coalesced into a solid object as pitch black as night. A handgun. It had a sleek, boxy design with sharp, angular lines. Its matte black composite material looked imposing yet refined. I picked it up, its surface cool to the touch and its weight substantial. This was nothing like the models from games I've played before. Glock G17 rare, long-range firearm, magazine capacity. 17 rounds, no energy required. Purely physical damage. Highly precise within 50 meters. Ammunition must be crafted at a workstation or obtained through special means. I examined it from every angle, instantly enamored with it. There's no greater thrill for a man than the romance of a gun. Fast on the draw beyond 10 paces, and both swift and accurate within. My thumb pressed on the magazine release. The mag slid into my palm, its yellow-tinted 9mm rounds tightly packed inside. Insert. Chamber around. Engage the safety. All in one seamless motion. I tucked the handgun into the back of my waistband, the metal's cold surface against my skin reassuring. I headed to the workstation to search for 9mm handgun ammo. Requires the corresponding blueprint to unlock. Expected. Without access to the blueprint, these 17 rounds were a one-time treasure. 20 minutes later, all 5 stoves were humming together. I gathered 100 pieces of cooked meat and replaced them with 100 pieces of raw meat. I stepped inside and accessed the island steel to check trades. Raw meat was now listed at 1 piece for 7 units of thatch, while cooked meat had stabilized at a 1:20 ratio. More people capable of starting fires meant more people selling cooked food, but the upstream meat supply had bottlenecked. Higher upstream prices, stable downstream rates, and middlemen's margins squeezed thin. Good thing my stockpile is deep enough. The worst thing in trade is running out of inventory. I've got over 10,000 pieces of raw meat with absurdly low costs. Whether prices rise or fall, I'll profit regardless. Switch to the regional channel. When's the rain starting today? Don't tell me I'm gonna get drenched out here. Rain's great. Finally some water to drink. I'm about to die of thirst just trading for water. Why not dig a hole and harvest the rainwater? What am I supposed to dig with? I don't even have an iron hoe. Buying iron hoes at high prices. Who knew you needed a hoe to build a farming plot? Even digging a water catchment pit takes a hoe. I've been hacking away with a mine pick for hours. My hands are raw. Rain's coming, but I still don't have a container to collect water. That's like having food hand-delivered to your mouth by the heavens and not even opening it. Because of a rainstorm that hadn't yet come, iron hoes became an overnight hot commodity, used for digging pits to store water or building plantations. No one could do without them. I laughed. Perfect timing. I just happened to have blueprints for these and could mass-produce them. In my mind, I could already see a thriving field of fresh green onions, read, opportunities for profit. I divided 100 pieces of grilled meat into 2 listings. Grilled meat times 50. Exchange for 12 units of stone or 2 iron ingots. Grilled meat times 50. Exchange for 3 beast bones. With a stockpile of wood and thatch I wouldn't use up anytime soon, I focused on acquiring stone and iron ingots for upgrades, while beast bones directly matched the materials needed for iron hoes. Next, I listed some thunder pork fruit for trade. Thunder pork fruit times 18. Exchange for a fishing rod, a dimensional pouch, or a skill book. Then, I checked my private messages, only to find thousands of unread requests crammed together. Requests for discounts, for credit, for freebies. Even someone who spilled half their life story hoping to wrangle a freebie. Writing a sob story won't get you far. A trade request might. Select all, mark as read delete. I switched to the regional channel and typed out a new announcement. 100 units of grilled meat are now available. A must-have beginner tool to deal with door-blocking beasts. Limited stock. Looking to trade for blueprint, wooden barrel or blueprint, handgun bullets. PS Thunder pork fruit stats available. Where there's demand, there's pricing power. Where there's scarcity, there's leverage. Every step I've taken these past few days, stockpiling meat, monopolizing grills, holding onto blueprints, has boiled down to the same strategy. Always be the one others rely on. As soon as I posted, the regional chat exploded. What? Handgun bullet blueprints? He's got a gun. Holy crap, firearms. Meanwhile, I'm still chopping rabbits with an axe. Ever hear of mutual aid? Why hoard the fruit? Give some to the people trying to fend off wild beasts. Here we go again. Virtue signalers logging on. Dude's selling, not robbing. Can't afford it? Move along. Profiting off fellow survivors, huh? Bet he wasn't a good person before crossing over either. Boycott. Don't buy from him. You boycott all you want. I'm snagging some meat first. I just traded a dimensional pouch for a thunder pork fruit. Took out 3 wild dogs already. Call him names all you want. This stuff works. Insults, pleas, criticisms, they poured in all at once. But the harsher the criticism, the stronger the demand. Let's be real. If the items weren't valuable, nobody would even bother. They call me a profiteering scumbag, but they're still lining up to trade. Expressionless, I watched as it all unfolded. They're all so eager to occupy the moral high ground, yet it's already day 2, and we're still playing this game. I'm no saint. Back in my old life, working myself into the ground delivering food just to make ends meet. Where were these so-called good people who'd swoop in with a few $1,000,000 to save the day? Now they want handouts? Not happening. I exited the channel and reopened my private messages, already swamped with new ones again. Hundreds of messages. Most of them were questions about exchanging basic resources for roasted meat or fruits. All ignored. But one stood out. I've learned to make barrels myself. How about I trade 10 barrels I made for 1 thunder dolphin fruit? Barrels would be perfect for collecting rainwater. If I can't acquire the blueprint, trading for finished products isn't entirely out of the question. But I didn't reply immediately. There's still some time before the rains come, and there's still a chance to get the blueprint. Trading 10 barrels for 1 fruit isn't a bad deal. However, relying on others for the finished product pales in comparison to having the means to produce it myself. There's no rush. Better wait to see how things play out. After scrolling through hundreds of messages, I found no sign of the barrel blueprint or even the highly sought-after bullet blueprint. What I did see, though, was a rising demand for the thunder dolphin fruit. One person even sent a photo of their bloodied arm with the caption, "Give me 1 fruit and I'll be your dog." Dogs aren't worth much. Swipe. Without stock or a decent offer, talking is just a waste of time. Grilling complete. I collected 100 cooked pieces and replenished the grill with another 100. Then, I went indoors to check my trading logs. Thunder dolphin fruit times 18, sold for dimensional bag times 17, appraisal skill times 1. Roasted meat times 50, sold for stone times 600. Roasted meat times 50, sold for beast bones times 150. Good news. Everything sold out. Bad news. Not a single chunk of roasted meat was exchanged for iron ingots. Everyone guards their iron tightly. Who would trade it for a piece of meat unless they're desperate and on the brink of starvation? Thunder dolphin fruits, however, flew off the virtual shelves. All 18 were swapped for dimensional bags. With 150 units of beast bones now in hand, I could finally set up the iron hoe production line. I uploaded a fresh batch of roasted meat to the trading board. Roasted meat times 100. Trade for 2 iron ingots or 3 beast bones. I walked over to the workbench and crafted 30 iron hoes. The pricing strategy was simple. Scarcity drives value. I set the cost of 1 hoe to iron hoe times 30. Trade for either 10 iron ingots, 10 vines, 10 clay, or 10 glass. The logic was straightforward. 10 ingots is the equivalent of dismantling 1 black iron chest. Vines, clay, and glass were all precious commodities not naturally found on the island. I then posted in the chat, "Iron hoes. Lord Zhao's hoes are finally up for trade. 10 iron ingots per hoe. Are you robbing us? Bought 1. My plantation's been stuck for half a day. What's 10 ingots? I'll just break into a black iron chest. Boycott Xiao Chu Nan. Hoard all the resources and force us into a corner. Huh. Shut it. The rain's coming soon. I need to dig trenches to collect water. Crap. Only 12 hoes left now. Before long. Iron hoe times 30. Completely sold out. Gained. Iron ingots times 240. Clay times 20. Glass times 30. Vines times 10. Less than 10 minutes, and they were gone. I exhaled deeply. Now that is what you call necessity. The total production cost for 30 hoes? 30 iron ingots, 30 wood, and 30 beast bones. The return? Several times that. An iron hoe cost me just 1 ingot to produce. 1 piece of wood and 1 beast bone can sell for at least 10 iron ingots. Way more profitable than grilled meat. If there's a demand, it's best to sell early. Once others unlock the blueprint too, the profit margin won't be as good. I walked to the workstation and maxed out production. Plenty of iron ingots, enough wood, 120 beast bones, enough to craft 120 items. Craft them all. The rune glowed, crafting at an average of roughly 10 seconds per item. If I didn't take this opportunity, the heavens themselves might scold me for wasting resources. The door opened, and Bingley walked in, holding a green glowing card. You're back. Yeah, I've finished collecting from all 3 resource points for today. She handed me a dimensional bag along with the card. Appraisal. Lucky fusion card, superior, when used as a supplementary material during high-quality item fusion, increases success rate by 10%. My eyes lit up. Nice item. Where'd you get it? Fished it out of a green chest. I noticed the fishing rod by the riverside was ready, so I collected it. 12 casts, 6 empty, 6 chests. Everything's in the bag. I peeked inside. An axe, a pickaxe, 112 of each, wood, thatch, and stone, 3 hemp ropes, 2 bottles of milk, 1 bundle of wormwood, 50 tomato seeds, and 10 copper ingots. Tomato seeds, milk, and copper ingots were new. Not bad at all. I transferred the items into my empty storage bag and took out another blue storage bag to hand to her. Here for you. You'll only gather more in the future, and the white bag's too small. This one has 90 slots. Store whatever you want. She fastened it to her side. Way better than the old one. Of course, it's equal to 9 white bags. Cooking complete. I transferred 3,000 pieces of cooked meat into her storage bag. Take care of the furnace. Keep selling today. Replace every batch that finishes. I don't want it stopping. She left, and the workstation's steady hum filled the now quiet room. The iron tools were still being produced. I walked to the fusion furnace and retrieved all the white dimensional bags, 18 in total, now including the one Bingley just returned. 18 white bags to make 6 green ones, then 2 blue. If my luck fails me today, I swear I'll quit gambling. You said the same thing last time, Master. Shut it. Adults only care about returns. 3 at a time in the furnace, 6 rounds later, and 6 green bags lined up in front of me. Then 3 green per round, and 2 rounds later, 2 blue dimensional bags emerged. I looked at the 2 newly crafted blue bags, then at the one tied to my waist. With 3 blues in total now, I could aim for the next tier. I was just about to untie the one at my waist when Deep Blue warned. Transfer the resources inside to the warehouse first. If the fusion fails, there's a 1/3 chance the items inside will disappear. My hand trembled. It's that risky? The fusion furnace only processes the container, not the contents inside. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I almost threw my entire savings into the furnace. I hurried to the island monument and emptied 3 storage bags, piling up things that couldn't fit into the warehouse directly onto the floor. In an instant, my living room floor was covered with a mess of small items. I turned the bags inside out, shook them to confirm they were empty, and then tossed the 3 blue bags into the fusion furnace. Operation: empty storage bag, blue, times 3 spatial bag, orange, times 1 success rate, 80%. 80% isn't bad, but if it fails, 18 dimension bags are as good as gone. I glanced at the lucky fusion card in my hand. How does this thing work? Stick it on. I pressed it onto the furnace. The card dissolved in a green glow, merging into the machine. Lucky fusion card successfully applied. Current success rate, 90%. 90% still has a chance of failing. Guess it's up to the heavens whether I get rich or not. I confirmed the fusion. The furnace began glowing intensely, sucking in the 3 blue bags. My palms started to sweat. The low, continuous hum from the machine lasted much longer than with blue fusions, at least 3 times as long. Suddenly, the humming stopped. Fusion successful. A glowing orange fabric bag floated out, adorned with intricate patterns and a dark gold clasp at the opening. It worked. Spatial bag, perfect capacity, 270 slots, features, weight nullification, vacuum preservation, time suspension, spatial retrieval, allows collection of items within a 3-meter radius. Spatial retrieval? Collect items within 3 meters just through thought. I grinned. That's awesome. I won't even have to use my hands to pick things up anymore. Wow! The first perfect grade storage item in the entire game. Your personal storage capacity is now leagues ahead of everyone else's. I immediately strapped it to my waist and tested it out by sweeping all the clutter on the floor into the bag in one go. Just a single thought was enough to collect everything within a 3-meter range. It was incredibly convenient. Storage space, 8/270 slots. This is too good. With this much space, I can literally clean out someone's entire island next time I visit. Iron hoe times 120 crafted successfully. 120 hoes were neatly stacked by the workbench, forming what looked like a mini arsenal. I put them up for trade. Iron hoe times 120 trading for iron ingot times 10, or vines times 10, or clay times 10, or glass times 10. I casually checked my grilled meat sale records. Grilled meat times 100 sold. Received. Beast bones times 267. Iron ingots times 12. The return on iron ingots was pitiful, just 12 ingots for 100 pieces of grilled meat. Most players seem hesitant to trade iron ingots for food. Beast bones, on the other hand, an item without any immediate use, traded like hotcakes. Works for me. I'll just use them to make more hoes. I switched to the global chat. Buying vines for a high price. Buying clay too. I fished a pet summon card today. It's green and can summon a random E-grade pet. Wait, what? You can get pets in this game. Who cares if they're useful or not? Having a living creature as a companion beats talking to myself all day. People were even fishing up pet summon cards. The loot table for fishing was way more varied than I imagined. I switched to private messages. Chats flooded with requests, trading shovels, seeking thunderfruit, asking for credit. No bullet schematics, no container schematics available. Makes sense. Bullets are already scarce, and schematics? Even rarer than hen's teeth. If anyone managed to get one, they'd hoard it for personal use. Selling them would be aiding the enemy. Same goes for container schematics. Containers are in high demand. Anyone with a schematic would learn it themselves and churn out containers for profit, 10 times what they'd make selling the schematic outright. It'd be foolish to sell the blueprint for quick resources. No one that short-sighted would. Didn't manage to trade for what I wanted, but it wasn't disappointing because I found something interesting instead. Mr. Chunan, can this output-enhancing spring water be exchanged for your thunderfruit? Output-enhancing spring water rare boosts yield of spiritual plants by 10%. I straightened up. This might seem trivial to others, but for me, it hit the bullseye. Deep blue, does this spring waters boost conflict with the lighthouse's bonus? No conflict. They stack. Lighthouse has the highest priority. The spring is an independent buff source. Based on a daily yield of 21 thunderfruits, using the spring water would result in 2 additional fruits per day. 2 extra fruits a day. Once those 5 seeds grow into trees, scaling the same way, it'd mean a significant boost. Where'd this water come from? How much do you have? There's a special resource node on my island, a small spring. It produces 1,400 milliliters daily. Consistent daily production. This has the potential for a long-term partnership. It's decent. What's the trade like? 100 milliliters for 1 thunderfruit. Is that okay? I nearly laughed out loud. She was trying to drive a hard bargain. No deal. A 10% yield increase isn't that critical for me. It's not worth the effort of watering for just 1 extra fruit a day. The other side fell silent for a while. Then what's your price? You name it. If it's reasonable, I can supply regularly. The words supply regularly were music to my ears. One-off trades weren't my thing. Long-term suppliers are where the real value lies. 3 thunderfruits for your entire daily output. 1,400 milliliters for just 3? That's way too low. How about 5? 3 at most. Otherwise, I'd rather not bother watering. The fruits will grow just fine without it. Another pause. How about I compromise? 3 thunderfruits, but for 1,200 milliliters. I'll save 200 milliliters for emergencies. Deal. Reasonable. If she had spiritual crops on her island as well, it made sense to keep some for personal use. Deal. Open the trade. I placed my last 3 thunderfruits into the trade window, and she offered a small clay pot containing 1,200 milliliters of spring water. Transaction complete. She then sent a friend request. I accepted. Establishing connections with a reliable supplier is always a good idea. Did you make this clay pot yourself? Yeah, I have the schematic, but I'm short on clay, so production is limited. Want it? I'll give you 2. Sure, I'll also give you 2 iron hose in a bit. As long as we're doing long-term trades, don't starve yourself. Don't worry, I can survive better than you think. She sent me 2 empty clay jars, which I accepted, perfect for holding the spirit spring water and making future trades more convenient. I walked over to the workbench. I had 267 beast bones, plenty of iron ingots, and sufficient wood, so the maximum production was 267 hoes. Craft. The roaring began again. I casually grabbed 2 hoes, still warm from crafting, and sent them off to Sun Manga via the island steel. Gift sent successfully. Received. I'll make sure you have an unlimited supply of spirit spring water in the future. I didn't respond and exited. Crafting 267 hoes at 10 seconds per hoe would still take over 40 minutes at the fastest. There was no need to oversee the workbench. Once they're done, they'll stack there on their own. The real value here wasn't just the 1,200 milliliters of spirit spring water this time. It was in those 4 words, unlimited supply in the future. Business people focus on immediate gains. Strategists play for the self-renewing stream that keeps pouring endlessly. The sun had barely risen. After working for over an hour, it was still just past 8. The gray-white clouds on the horizon had thickened even more since I got up. The sea breeze carried a sticky sort of humidity. By the furnace, Bingley was arranging raw meat on the iron rack. I rummaged through my spatial pouch and pulled out 2 loaves of bread and 2 cartons of milk, the classic Tetra Pak kind you'd find on Blue Star. The bread was from yesterday's fishing, and the milk was brought back by Bingley during her last casting session. A perfect breakfast spread. No point in letting them take up inventory space. Busy all morning? Hungry? Here, eat something first, I said. Bingley took them and glanced at the packaging with mild curiosity. How do you drink this? Like this. I tore open the bread and bit into it, using the straw to pierce the carton's foil top and take a big sip. She mimicked my actions. Her icy blue eyes lit up faintly. The rich, creamy taste of milk was clearly new to her. Together, we enjoyed our industrially produced modern breakfast in the sea breeze. After finishing, I walked towards the plantation on the west side of the island. The newly acquired spirit spring water would come in handy. I retrieved one of the small clay jars and popped it open. A sweet and refreshing aroma wafted out immediately. Deep blue. How much should I water each time? Pour the whole thing. 100 milliliters per unit daily. Any more than that won't stack. It'll just go to waste. Got it. So 1,200 milliliters will last for 12 days. I poured the spirit spring water carefully around the tree roots. The soil glowed faintly green for a moment before the light dissipated. Thunderfruit tree has been watered. Tomorrow's yield plus 10%. With 21 trees, a 10% boost means at least 23 fruits tomorrow. And then there are the 5 extra seeds. Just thinking about it is exhilarating. I made my way to the cliffs on the west side of the island, where a dozen fishing rods had all hit 0 on their timers. Round 2, complete. I reeled them in one by one. Out of 12 rods, 7 had caught something. 30 wood, 10 glass, 10 cloth, 30 stone, a can of cola, 2 oranges, and 1 glowing green card. The cards I casually tossed into my bag earlier caught my attention again. They resembled the Lucky Fusion cards, palm-sized square cards with an abstract design on the front, bull horns, a horse's face, and a human body. Appraise. Bull horse summon card, finds summons 1 bull horse worker. Requires no salary, only 2 meals a day and a simple shelter to perform long-term basic labor. I stared at the last line. Is this description serious? Why do I feel personally attacked? No salary, just food and lodging, working tirelessly without questioning the future. Thinking back to my days as a food delivery worker, braving rain and wind every day, doing the hardest and dirtiest jobs, and often getting docked pay for being late. Back then, I was the ultimate laborer, but hey, at least I had commission-based earnings. The creature summoned by this card didn't even get a base salary, just 2 meals a day and no insurance to boot. Talk about employers' dream benefits. Usage instructions. Pinch the card and recite the incantation. I held the card and recited as instructed. The design of the bull and horse on the card lit up as green light seeped out. The card dissolved into a sphere of light, floated off my hand, and landed 2 meters away. The light grew, stretched, and formed the outline of a humanoid figure. When the glow faded, a living creature stood before me. To be specific, a creature with a bull's head, a horse's snout, and a human body. The upper half of its face was bovine, with 2 short horns sticking up, while the lower half was equine, with a long mouth, large nostrils, and a row of yellow, flat teeth. Its body was human-shaped, with wide shoulders, thick arms, and muscles like someone who'd been doing hard labor for decades. It wore rough, short clothing, a grass belt, and straw sandals. It looked down at its own hands before turning to face me. "Boss, what's the task?" I stayed silent for a moment. "Well, all right, it really is a bull horse." I always thought bull horse was just a meme, a term workers used online to mock themselves. Never imagined it would be a literal bull-headed, horse-faced creature. Hard-working, no complaints, and only needs meals to stay fed. "Do you have a name?" "I'd like the boss to give me one." I looked at its indescribable face and suppressed the wave of ridiculous names that came to mind. "Bull 1. It puffed out its chest. "Bull 1. Ready for the boss orders." "Bull 1. Bull horse worker. Potential. Strength 10. Constitution 10. Agility 3. Mentality 1. Specialties. Gathering, carrying, farming, logging, mining, fishing, and construction. Not suitable for combat. Note: please treat your bull horse worker kindly. Not for combat. No problem, as long as it works. I have Bing Li and the gun for fighting. If the bull horse went to the battlefield, it'd make me feel like the real monster. Deep Blue, can it use the tools on the island? And does a simple hut count as adequate shelter? It can handle all basic tools without additional training. A hut that keeps out the wind and rain is sufficient. Got it. Let's start with meals, then build the shelter. I turned to Bull 1. From today onward, your duties are logging, stone cutting, grass harvesting, and farming. The corners of Niu Yi's mouth stretched wide, showing off a set of neatly aligned yellow teeth. "Boss, don't worry. There's plenty of food and work for everyone." I led Niu Yi toward the wooden cabin. Next to the stove, Bing Li crouched, flipping pieces of meat. The moment she heard footsteps, she looked up. Her gaze passed over me to land on the tall, rough-featured Niu Yi. Her grip tightened on the wooden stick as she stood. "What a strange-looking guy. Where'd he come from?" she asked. "Just fished him up." "Technically, I fished out a card and summoned him," I replied. Niu Yi, being sharp-eyed, grinned and greeted her. "Hello, boss lady. The name's Niu Yi, just joined up. Please take good care of me." Bing Li glanced at me, her eyebrows quirking slightly. I neither confirmed nor denied his claim. "All right, enough idle chat. Bing Li, how's the grilled meat going?" She pulled out a pile. 300 pieces. I took 2 and tossed them to Niu Yi. "Eat up. Consider this your welcome meal." Niu Yi wasted no time, biting in with an unapologetically messy vigor. "Boss, this is delicious." "Slow down. No one's taking it from you," I said. Returning to the cabin, the workstation kept humming away. Iron hose popped out one after another. I activated the island marker and checked the trade logs. Quite a few prompts appeared, but the numbers didn't completely add up. Iron hose remaining, 67. Out of 120 hose, only 53 had sold. The earnings showed 410 iron ingots, 50 glass, 30 clay, and 40 vines. Not bad, but still way slower than the previous batch's sellout speed. Something isn't right. I searched for listings of iron hose. Iron hoe trade for 9 iron ingots. Iron hoe trade for 8 clay. Damn, someone's undercutting me, I muttered. At least 3 players seemed to have gotten hold of the blueprint. Switching tactics, I searched for digging tools. Shovel, standard trade for 8 iron ingots or 8 clay efficient for digging soil, and sand, faster than bare hands. I felt a twinge of frustration. They've already started making shovels, huh? For basic tasks like digging rain collection pits, shovels beat hose hands down. There's no point in fighting that. At this rate, the iron hose main selling point, its use for building plantation gardens, was losing relevance. Not everyone was in a rush to start farming. Most just wanted to dig a pit for water before it rained again. The market had shifted. If I kept holding firm at a price of 10 iron ingots, sales would only continue to drop. I switched to the channel. Shovel, only 8 iron ingots each. Hurry while supplies last. Iron hose on clearance. Just 9 iron ingots, cheaper than Xiaochu Nan's. Tested and confirmed. Shovels dig pits faster than hose do. The card drop rate is nuts today. I fished out a militiaman summon card, green quality, and they can fight. I got a maid card. Fellow survivors, I officially declare I am no longer single. Seems like there are all kinds of summoning cards. Pet, worker, maid, soldier, enhancement, even merchant cards according to some. If you pull a human unit card, don't sell it lightly. Later on, labor will be in crazy high demand. Looks like I wasn't the only one lucky today. The fishing system seemed to be handing out cards en masse, although most of them were lower-tier white cards. The value of fishing rods has gone up again. Iron hose are listed at 10, and competitors lowered theirs to 9, basically begging to sit unsold on the shelves. I took mine down and relisted it. Iron hoe times 67, trade for 8 iron ingots, 8 vines, 8 clay, or 8 glass. 8 iron ingots, same as the price of a shovel. If it's a price where they want, it's a price where they'll get. Iron hoes have an essential use for plantations, something shovels can't replace. At the same price, anyone building a plantation has no reason to pick a shovel over a hoe. I also threw 298 cooked meats up for trading while I was at it. Cooked meat times 298, trade for 2 iron ingots or 3 bones. I opened the build menu. My first cow can't sleep under the open sky, and the shack's 4 sides are practically sieves for the wind, plus it's going to rain tonight. Building a grass hut is as good as building nothing. Just go straight for a basic wooden cabin. There's plenty of wood and straw. On the southern part of the island, there's about 20 meters of open land. I placed a grass hut there and immediately began upgrading it. Simple grass hut upgraded to basic wooden cabin. I switched my iron hoe for a shovel and stepped outside. Cow 1 stood near the furnace, eyes locked on the sizzling, oil-dripping cooked meat, drool practically hitting the ground. Stop staring and get to work. I tossed him the iron shovel and a hoe. Head to the eastern, southern, and northern parts of the island and dig large water pits in low-lying spots. They need to be done before the rain hits tonight. No problem, boss. Consider it done. With tools slung over his shoulder, he strode off toward the east coast. Bingley lifted her head, confusion glinting in her icy blue eyes. Not digging any pits on the west side? I was just about to explain when Shenlong butted in. Why dig pits when you could just build more plantations? Plantations come with built-in water storage tanks. Each one holds 500 liters. 10 of them would give you 5,000 liters, cleaner and with more capacity than dirt pits. Plantations can be built repeatedly, of course, as long as you have materials and open space. Build however many you want. But I'd recommend planning your development first. Otherwise, if you run out of land, you'll have to start dismantling things. Bingley tilted her head slightly. Development? What kind of difference does it make? All the difference. If you take the war route, you'll need space for walls, arrow towers, and barracks. If you go the farming route, it's all plantations and ranches. The island's only so big, and every block you use is a block you won't get back. I already had my decision made. Fighting and killing's pretty boring. With Bingley and firearms, I've got self-defense covered just fine. Farming first. Food gives security, and security gives options. Walls and arrow towers can wait. Starving warlords are nothing to worry about. Right now, there's 1 million people out there desperate for food and water. Whoever can provide stable sources of grain and meat will call the shots like an emperor. With Bingley and her gun, we have all the muscle we need for now. Back inside, I activated the island monument and entered the build menu. The shelter is in the center, and its upgrades will only take more space over time. Plantations can't be built too close. They'll need to be pushed outward from the shelter. Using the shelter as the access point, the The plantation layout includes 9 plots, all planned on the west side. They are 20 meters away from the center, 5 meters from the coast, with 2 meters of walkway in the middle. 5 plots on each side, with each plot measuring 5 by 10. If expansion is needed, another row can easily be added outward without affecting the farmland, even if buildings are added later. Construct plantation. I tapped 9 times. Resources consumed: wood times 900, stone times 450, iron hoe times 9. Outside, 9 bursts of white light shot into the sky. Grass peeled away, fences disappeared, and neat farmland plots were outlined. Plantation times 9 construction complete. Total: 10 plots, 500 units, water storage, 5,000 L, 5,000 liters. One moderate to heavy rain tonight, and the water problem is basically solved. The workbench buzzed with a notification. Iron hoe times 267 crafted. The ground was piled high with tools, stacked like an armory. I did some counting. 2 for sun manga, trade 1 for a shovel, 1 for nyo e, 9 for building plantations, leaving 254. I put them all up for trade. Iron hoe times 254, tradable for 8 iron ingots, 8 vines, 8 clay, or 8 glass. I kept the workbench busy as well, processing all the beast bones I earned from selling roasted meat, producing as many items as possible. I headed out toward the new western plantations. 10 neatly arranged plots, quite a spectacular sight. In one of the fenced plots stood a thunder pig fruit tree. Thankfully, the system avoids existing plants when preparing soil, so the tree roots remained undisturbed. Good thing. If the tree had been uprooted, not only would today's spirit spring have gone to waste, but who knows how long it'd take to regrow. I tilled 5 nearby empty plots next to the thunder pig fruit tree. The soil was loose, and the hoe worked quickly. After finishing the pits, I took out 5 seeds, 1 for each hole, covered them with soil, tamped down, and poured spirit spring water over each. The soil surface glowed faintly green. The 5 seeds used about 500 milliliters, leaving 600 milliliters in the jug. So they'll bear fruit by tomorrow? No. Green spirit plants require a 48-hour growth cycle. They start bearing fruit 48 hours after sowing. My face fell. So did the 500 milliliters of spirit spring water just go to waste? The seeds haven't even sprouted. What's the point of boosting production when there's nothing to produce yet? Should have just used bottled water. Not entirely wasted. It might increase the initial fruit yield. I rubbed my forehead. I hope you're right. Otherwise, this is a total loss. I always feel impatient farming. 48 hours to bear fruit is nothing compared to the instant gratification of pulling cards or opening loot boxes. But most things that are truly reliable are slow. A tree, a spring, a plot of land. You don't see the payoffs today, but give them time, and they'll reward you. Others might chase quick gains now, but I'm betting on the long game. To make managing the plots easier, I named all 10 of them. Soon enough, I'll be planting even more crops, and it'll be a hassle if I can't keep track of what's growing where. Starting with the numbered plots, Thunder Pig Fruit Tree and the 5 seeds is plot 1, and the others will be numbered 2 through 10. Naming isn't enough. I need to mark them. I dug out some charcoal from the extinguished fire pit, then whittled small palm-sized wooden plaques. Using the charcoal, I scribbled the uneven letters Plantation 1 on the first one. Following the same pattern, I made 10 in total and staked them into the ground at the entrance of each plot. But won't the charcoal markings wash away with a little rain? If it washes away, I'll write them again. Not a big deal. Nobody ever died from inconvenience, right? Once the 10 markers were set, I headed to the western cliff. The third round of fishing was already over. I reeled them in one by one. There were a few empty catches, but not without decent loot. 30 stones, 2 units of drinking water, 10 copper ingots, 50 wheat seeds, 10 vines, and 10 linen cloths. The 9th line I reeled and had a glowing green chest attached to it. Blueprint: paved stone path, fine quality, lays down a pathway that slightly increases movement speed and prevents mud patches in the rain. Perfect timing. The whole island is just mud right now, and when it rains, it's a swamp. By the 12th line, I noticed a difference in how it felt as I reeled it up. Heavy. The water broke as the treasure chest surfaced, emanating a faint blue glow that was several grades higher than white or green. My pupils narrowed. Blue quality. The lid flipped open, blue light breaking into sparkling particles. Inside the chest lay a single card, face up. It had an illustration of a four-leaf clover with tiny stars nestled in between its leaves. Lucky Guarantee card, rare, used to guarantee that your next fishing, card draw, summoning, or any probability-based ability yields at least blue quality or higher. One-time consumable. My grip on the card tightened. Guaranteed blue or better. The value of this card alone surpasses all the resources I've gathered today combined, because it sets the lower limit. My next roll of destiny is guaranteed to be at least blue. If I'm lucky, I could hit orange, purple, or even gold. Fishing attempts remaining today, 0/3. Deep blue. What would happen if I tried fusing the fishing rods? I'm not sure. Theoretically, 3 white rods should fuse into 1 green rod. But since it's a special tool, the results could vary. Fusion might increase daily attempts, raise the odds of high-quality chests, or unlock new functions. On the other hand, it could also just combine the 3 into 1 without any upgrades, which would be a total loss for you. 12 rods, 36 daily attempts. This is the most stable source of supplies I have. Gambling on an uncertain upgrade is risky. If it fails, it's like cutting off my own lifeline. Let's hold off for now. When I've got more rods to spare, I'll test the waters. For now, sticking to industrial-scale fishing is the safest play. Back at the cabin, I added the blueprints for the paved stone path to the island monument. Unlocked, stone paving. A quick glance at the trading board. Another batch of iron hose had sold, and roasted meat was being snatched up even faster. Stone path. Each section requires 20 stone, 2 times. 2 meters. Improve accessibility and reduce muddy terrain. I set the starting point at the cabin door and the endpoint directly towards the western cliff. With a width of 2 meters, the path neatly fits in the middle walkway of the plantation. Lay down 23 sections. Consume stone times 460. Construct. The stone count dropped from 2622 to 2162. A white glow pierced through walls and landed on the ground. The turf was compacted and gravel materialized from thin air, forming a smooth, gray path. I stepped outside and saw a newly built gravel road stretching straight to the western cliff, perfectly fitting within the walkway. I stepped on it twice, solid and level, far better than muddy ground. Truly a top-tier green-quality building. Returning to the cabin, 2,192 stones remained. Let's do one for the east, south, and north too. Using the cabin as the center, I planned 3 more paths. Lay down 69 sections. Consume stone times 1380. Construct. 3 beams of white light shot outward. Gravel road times 69 completed. 4 gray paths extended in a cross pattern from the cabin, reaching the cliffs at each end, dividing the island into 4 zones. The west was the plantation, the east was a small forest, the north had stone mines and a lighthouse, and the south had grassland and Nyoyi's cabin. Now, this is starting to look like proper territory. How much have you roasted this time? Bingley handed over a large stack. 500 portions. I stored everything into my mystical pouch and returned to the cabin to check the trades. Iron hoe times 67 sold. Iron hoe times 254 sold. Roasted meat times 298 sold. 321 hoes were exchanged for 2064 iron ingots and a pile of rare materials. A good deal. I listed the 500 portions of roasted meat in batches, just as the workstation's hum stopped. Iron hoe times 300 completed. Searching for iron hoe, I saw prices drop universally to 8 iron ingots, with some listings even going as low as 7. So competitive. Fine, let's go all out. Breaking into a market monopoly requires absolute dominance. With standard tool blueprints being common drops, price wars are inevitable. For a quick payout, I played even more ruthlessly. Iron hoe times 300. Exchange for 6 iron ingots, 6 vine, 6 clay, or 6 glass. If it's a price war, I'll see it through. Let's see who runs out first. Thinking of the fishing basket blueprint I got yesterday, I remember setting it aside due to a lack of vines. Now that I'd exchanged a large batch of vines, it's time to put them to use. Fishing basket, common eye requires. Rope times 1, vine times 5. Made 6 of them. 6 cylindrical fishing baskets appeared on the edge of the platform. They were half a meter tall, tapered at one end, enabling fish and shrimp to enter but not exit. As passive fishing tools, once tossed into the water, they only need to be checked daily, a small but promising source of extra income. I walked along the northern gravel road towards the cliff. Neo-E was still on the eastern shore digging pits, the sound of compacting soil echoing in the distance as he worked diligently. At the cliffside, I picked a gentle slope and placed the fishing baskets every 3 to 4 meters. At the end of each basket, the rope, fixed in the crevice, holding tight to make sure the waves wouldn't sweep me away. The fishing bamboo traps have been placed, and they can be checked daily. Done. Let's see what we harvest tomorrow. The sky was gradually dimming as dark, heavy clouds amassed overhead. The sea breeze grew stronger, whipping my clothes relentlessly. Boss, the pits are all dug. Neo-E came running back from the southern side, carrying tools and covered in mud, but his face beamed with a naive grin. 2 pits in every direction, east, south, and north, big and deep ones. Well done. This big guy didn't mess around when it came to working. He had tirelessly dug 2 large pits in each of the 3 directions in just one day. Combined with the 10 water reservoirs in the plantation area to the west, tonight's rain, no matter how heavy, would be completely under control for storage. I pulled out 2 pieces of roasted meat and handed them to him. Eat up, then go rest in your cabin. The rain's coming soon. Grinning sheepishly, Neo-E took the roasted meat and headed toward the wooden huts on the southern side. I looked up at the sky. The layers of gray and black storm clouds pressed down like a pot lid. The purple beacon light from the lighthouse pierced through the bottom of the clouds, creating an eerie glow. The rain would soon come. Over by the stoves, Bingley was just finishing packing the last few pieces of roasted meat into storage jars. 5 stoves had been running nonstop for most of the day, and despite the heat, she'd managed to roast a total of 2,500 pieces of meat. This wind feels off. Don't start another fire. Let's move inside. She extinguished the fires and carefully packed everything, then followed me into the cabin. The workbench stood silent. We had used up all 483 pieces of beast bones, and the production line had automatically shut off. I brought up the day's trade summary. 783 hoes sold out entirely, 300 at an average price of 6 iron ingots each, and the latter 483 discounted to 5 each for a quick sale. Total earnings were 3,440 iron ingots for 110 vines, 311 clay blocks, and 294 pieces of glass. Meanwhile, 2,700 pieces of roasted meat were traded for 22,000 wood, 20,000 thatch, 10,000 stone, and 33 bundles of rope, the latter being an ultra-rare item obtainable only through fishing. Total assets now stood at wood, 23,482, thatch, 23,802, stone, 10,812, iron ingots, 5,265, raw meat, 6,934 pieces remaining. I switched to the market to check the real-time listings for hoes. The screen was flooded with panic sales, hoes going for as low as 3 iron ingots apiece. Some desperate sellers even threw in 10 wood as an incentive. Price wars were worse than I anticipated. Prices had plummeted from 8 to 5, and now the resellers had driven it down to 3. With the rainstorm approaching, those who hadn't built plantations or dug pits were scrambling for survival, causing hoe demand to tank dramatically. This business has hit its peak, I muttered. You're either early eating the meat or late drinking the soup. At this point, anyone diving in would be licking leftovers from the pot. Luckily, I moved fast enough to reap the prime profits in the first wave. Even the discounted sales later on didn't hurt me. Given the cost breakdown, there was no way to lose money on this batch. But I wasn't letting my guard down. The market shifted too quickly. What's lucrative today could be worthless tomorrow. Hoes made money today, but tomorrow they could just be scrap metal. True, sustainable survival would come down to the essentials: food, water, land, and strength. These 4 things, not a single one can be missing. There are 296 pieces of roasted meat left. I've set aside 96. The demand is no longer for basic resources. Roasted meat times 96. Trade for any type of animal hide times 1. No idea how long this rain will last, or if the temperature will drop sharply after the rain. The protection period has a day and a half left. Every preparation could mean life or death. Stocking up on some animal hides can't hurt. I switched the channel and skimmed through a few messages. Rain's coming, and I haven't even dug my water pit yet. Anyone got any extra clay pots or wooden buckets? 20 wood for one. Urgent. Can rainwater be drunk directly? The elf says rainwater has to be boiled or purified. Drinking it, as is, could make you sick. I stretched my stiff neck. Outside, the wind was howling louder and louder, and the wooden walls creaked under pressure. Islay stood in the bedroom doorway, her long hair carrying a faint smoky scent. She had been grilling all day. Anyone would be exhausted. "You worked hard today," I said, pulling out a can of cola and handing it over. She examined it, flipping it back and forth a couple of times. "How do you open this?" "Pull this tab." I helped her pop it open, and the hiss of carbonation filled the otherwise quiet room. She leaned in to sniff before cautiously taking a small sip. The bubbles danced on her tongue, sweetness and fizz hitting her all at once. She frowned slightly, then went for a second sip. "It's a strange flavor, but not bad," she said. Leaning against the wall, I watched her drink in small, measured sips and couldn't resist saying, "It's even better chilled." She glanced at me. The next moment, her hand, still gripping the can, was suddenly cloaked in a thin layer of frost. The frost spread along her fingertips, enveloping the can entirely. After a few seconds, the frost dissipated, leaving a fine layer of condensation beading on the can's surface. She took another swig, eyes lighting up. The bubbles felt sharper, the sweetness purer, and the burst of fizz raced down her throat. "This tastes great," she said, her tone carrying an unmistakable hint of delight, so different from her usual cold demeanor. "As long as you like it, I'll fish out more for you in the future." She gulped down another mouthful and handed me the can. "Have a sip." I took it and drank. Ice-cold cola. Honestly, in this godforsaken world without even running water, having an ice-cold soda felt like a moment of pure triumph. Boom. A blinding white bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, lighting up the whole island as if it were daytime. Moments later, fat raindrops began pounding down with unforgiving force. At first, they were sparse, but soon they combined into a curtain of water, dense and unrelenting. The world now consisted only of the pouring rain and the roar of the waves. What's interesting is, just 2 days ago, a rainstorm like this would have been deadly. A leaky shack, missed chances at gathering water, and a fever overnight. But now, I stood in a rainproof house, watching 10 water tanks turn this rainfall into supplies. The same storm hitting a prepared person and an unprepared one has vastly different outcomes. Luck is never fair, but preparation can be. I put the Coke, set the glass of ice water back on the table, walked to the window, and pushed it open. Cold rain immediately splattered in. Closing the window, he shut out the wind and rain. Tapping on the island marker, he opened the regional channel, which was already in chaos. "It's raining." My wooden shack's roof caved in. "Help." My shack collapsed, and the thatch was blown away. I don't even have a shack. I'm hiding under a shield, and the water's up to my ankles. Does anyone have a fire starter? I'm soaked to the bone and freezing to death. If I stay in this rain all night, I'll get a fever for sure. No medicine equals game over. Screams, pleas for help, despair, and breakdowns. This relentless downpour was like a merciless sieve, filtering out anyone who lacked even the most basic shelter. I stared at the chaos, expressionless, sensing a new business opportunity. Building a basic wooden shack required 10 wood and 10 thatch. Upgrading to an entry-level wooden hut required 100 wood, 100 thatch, and 20 stone. Altogether, 110 wood, 110 thatch, and 20 stone. These resources were a drop in the bucket for me, but for those out there waiting to die in the rain, it was a lifeline. I switched to the trading hall. Resource bundle, 110 wood plus 110 thatch plus 20 stone plus 1 roasted meat. Exchange for 1 fishing rod or 1-dimensional pouch or 1 skill book. 200 bundles available. An upgrade kit and an emergency piece of roasted meat, traded for beginner gear with massive potential. A steal for me. To those struggling in the storm, a shot at survival in exchange for their future. After posting the listing, I dropped 2 messages in the channel. Attention to all who haven't upgraded to wooden huts yet. This rain isn't stopping anytime soon. Spend a night soaking in it, and you're done for. Someone immediately replied, "It's Big Boss Xiao." My body temp's already dropping. Once the atmosphere was set, I slowly typed my second message. I'm a soft-hearted guy, can't stand seeing my fellow players suffer. I've packaged all the upgrade resources and put them up for trade to help everyone through this crisis. Limited stock, first come, first served. And with that, the channel overflowed with gratitude. Big Boss Xiao is really looking out for us. A true hero from Huaxia. I'm touched. Good people still exist. Bless you, Boss Xiao. The gratitude lasted only a moment. Once people saw the trade terms, the tone shifted drastically. WTF. This is highway robbery. Over 200 resources for a beginner item. This is just straight-up exploitation. Taking advantage of people isn't supposed to be this blatant. You say you can't bear to see us suffer, but you're squeezing us the hardest. No way I'll trade. I'd rather freeze to death than give up my fishing rod. He's offering you a way to live, and you're complaining? Don't trade if you don't want to. If it's too pricey, go ahead and stay in the ring. No one's forcing you to. The screen filled with curses and boycotts, attempts to use morality to coerce me into lowering the price. Even some threats about after the trial ended. Post-joint crusade. I stared at the screen. Trading freely, taking what you need. 110 units of wood might be worthless on a regular day, but on a stormy night, they're equal to a lifeline. Trading your only beginner's tools for a chance of survival? Fair deal. Resource pack times 1 sold. Obtained fishing rod times 1. Resource pack times 1 sold. Obtained dimensional bag times 1. The notifications popped up at a steady rhythm. The insults in the channel continued, but the trading in the marketplace never stopped. Haters gonna hate, buyers gonna buy. In under 5 minutes, all 200 were sold out. Between life and old tools, any normal person knows how to choose. All 200 resource packs sold. Obtained dimensional bag times 128, fishing rod times 66, appraisal skill times 3, dismantling skill times 3. For this batch, I spent 22,000 wood, 22,000 thatch, for 1,000 stone, and 200 pieces of roasted meat to exchange for 200 rare and non-renewable tools. After tonight, I likely wouldn't find such premium fresh harvests again. Anyone surviving tomorrow would either have strong capability or enough savings to fortify themselves. Nobody would trade a fishing rod for a pile of wood scraps anymore. Switching to private messages, things were blowing up. Got any more, boss? Quick, restock. Please put more resource packs up. My brother's still out in the rain. Most of the messages were desperate players begging for more. Out of the nearly 1 million players in the whole region, even if just 1% lacked proper shelters, that's still nearly 10,000 people. My measly 200 packs weren't even a drop in the bucket. Some savvier players with extra supplies started catching on and copied the trend, posting upgraded versions of resource packs to capitalize on rookies' tools. Construction starter pack. Trade with a fishing rod or dimensional bag. Damn, what a bunch of greedy profiteers. Take it or leave it. Making money like this beats robbing people any day. Nothing stings like comparison. I used to think Xiao Chunin was ruthless, but compared to you guys, they're like a benevolent saint. Yet for all the bellyaching and complaints, people still bought the goods anyway. Those who wasted their time cursing me out and missed out on my resource packs with roasted meat were now kicking themselves, forced to settle for downgraded versions without the meat, and grumbling as they did. Among the merchants hawking their goods, I even spotted a familiar name, Melvin. That's the same guy who, just yesterday, traded dimensional bags and fishing rods for thunderfruit, threatened me afterward with "always leave yourself some leeway," and got himself blocked by me. Somehow, this guy lucked into unlocking the blueprint for an iron hoe and has been hard at work since morning as one of the sellers competing with me on prices. Now he's the first to copy my idea and churn out meatless resource packs, all while spewing his usual self-righteous nonsense. Sneaky and morally bankrupt, yet as cutthroat as anyone when it came down to it. I clicked my tongue, closed the channel, and checked my inventory. Tallying up what was left, I decided to list another batch, 13 packs with roasted meat included. They were snatched up within seconds before I even left the interface. Empty. Resource packs times 13 all sold out. Gained dimensional pouches times 10, fishing rods times 3. Tisk, quite the frenzy. People, all about principles on the surface, but it's all business at heart. Just now, they were boycotting and trash-talking, and in the blink of an eye, they're fighting over them. All right, stop with the salty sarcasm. 213 resource packs traded for 138 dimensional pouches, 69 fishing rods, and 6 skill books. That wraps up today's harvest. I walked toward the fusion furnace. Time to get to real business. 138 white pouches, fused 3 at a time, making 46 green pouches. Feed the furnace, confirm, collect. It's no different from running a production line. The 100% success rate of white is so dull. 46 times, no surprises. Second round, 3 greens to 1 blue, 90% rate. Theoretically, 46 greens should yield 15 blues. One batch after another, and by the time I got to the 15th, they were all successes. Good luck, or maybe 90% does mean 100% today. No failures, and 15 blue pouches were spread out on the ground. Decent luck tonight. Theoretically, 15 blues could fuse into 5 oranges. Adding the one I've got on hand, that's 6 oranges, which could potentially be pushed into 2 purples. Purple storage gear, legendary tier. Just thinking about it gets me hyped. But that's just wishful thinking. An 80% success rate still means there's a 20% chance of losing everything. 1 failure and 2 blue pouches go poof, which equals 18 white bags burned to ashes. Bingley grilled meat all day in the wind and fire, and I had to endure being called a heartless profiteer to collect these. Losing them would make me cry blood. I didn't dare go further. I'm no gambler, even though my hands are itching. Leave it for now. I'll wait until I've saved enough lucky fusion cards to push the success rate up to 90% before trying again. I can gamble with my life, but not with my assets. Deep blue floated over. Master, 81 white fishing rods. It'd be a waste not to fuse them. With that smooth talk of yours, it'd be a waste if you didn't take up a side hustle. I'm serious. Upgrading white rods to green is 100% risk-free. 81 rods, giving me 243 casts a day, is my most reliable income source. Fusing them carries way more risk than upgrading pouches. Upgraded pouches have the same function, just more slots, whereas the fishing rod upgrade is unpredictable. What if 3 rods become 1 but still only get 3 casts a day? That'd be a huge loss. But relying on quantity alone will only work for so long. Someone will eventually pull off a higher quality rod and reel and better rewards, and by then, this quantity advantage won't hold up. If I want to stay ahead of the game, I can't play it too safe. Let's do it. I grabbed 3 rods and tossed them into the fusion furnace. Fusion initiated. A faintly glowing green rod emerged. I cast an identification spell. Fine-grade fishing rod, find 3 casts /day, fish across realms, where everything is catchable. Slightly increases success rate and chance of green treasure boxes. Breath, and after careful consideration, decided to hold off for now. Here's my attempt at translating the text with appropriate expressions and phrasing in American English style. Probability, an extremely slim chance of obtaining an orange treasure chest, the ultimate prize. You still only get 3 attempts per day. Combining 3 white level rods results in 1 green rod. This reduces the daily total attempts from 9 down to 3. From a quantity perspective, it's an insane loss. This doesn't feel right, deep blue. The value per attempt isn't a loss, though. The improvement in success rate means the chances of getting nothing have dropped. White rods now have around a 50% success rate, while green rods may boast 60 to 70% success. Sure, you're sacrificing quantity, but you're trading it for quality. White chests mostly contain basic resources. Green chests guarantee rare materials, cards, or blueprints. Those 2 green cards and the cobblestone road blueprint from today prove it. And don't forget the ceiling. White rods can only ever fish for blue chests, and the odds are abysmal. The lucky guarantee card you got today with a white rod? That's pure statistical luck. But green rods? They can pull in orange chests. Just 1 orange chest might be worth more than 100 white ones combined. My frown eased. Even 10 white chests couldn't match the value of today's cobblestone road blueprint. Trading 9 low-quality, high-risk pulls for 3 mid-quality, high-reward ones, plus the chance to hit the jackpot with an orange prize? Total win in my book. All doubts vanished. I couldn't rely on brute force tactics forever. Early on, quantity helps you snowball progress, but to stay ahead, I needed to transition to quality. While everyone else was still fishing up wood and rocks with white rods, I'd be snagging blueprints and cards. You sure have a silver tongue, Deep Blue. It's a waste you're not working in sales. Deep Blue made no indication of being offended. Fine, you win. Let's keep merging. I dumped all 78 white rods out of my bag and started combining them in batches. It was 100% success, albeit mind-numbing. Iceland finished her soda and started flipping the empty can over and over, seemingly puzzling over how it managed to hold liquid. She didn't crack the mystery, but eventually walked up to me. Are you combining all your rods into green ones? Yup. White rods are becoming obsolete. But then you'll have fewer rods, right? Around 80 rods shrinking down to just 20-something. What a difference. Fewer, sure, but the quality makes up for it. I stretched my neck. Let me ask you this. Who's more impressive? One person who can punch a bear to death, or 10 people who can't even catch a chicken? She thought for a moment. The one who can punch a bear to death. Exactly. Green rods are a better fit for this stage. The master no longer lacks basic resources, but badly needs blueprints, cards, and rare materials. Even after fishing forever with white rods, you wouldn't get more than a handful of viable blueprints. You sure know how to talk, I muttered. With a series of flashes, 26 green rods piled up on the ground, including my original one, that made 27 in total. Should I keep going and combine these into blue rods? My impulsive side was already itching. I could theoretically merge the 27 greens into 9 blue rods. The deliberation lasted only a few seconds. I fought back the inner gambler, though, and took a deep breath to steady myself. Does this match your expectations for an American-style phrasing and flow? Tone-wise, grab 3 rods and give it a shot. Let's risk it. Plan: high-quality rod, green, times 3 rare rod, blue, times 1, success rate 90%. Fuse. The furnace trembled violently, far more than before. Green lights swirled and compressed, condensing into a blinding point. Bingley stood up straight. The buzzing stopped abruptly. A trace of deep blue light emerged. A fishing rod, entirely crystalline blue, as if sculpted from water and glowing softly, floated up. It worked. Inspecting it now. Rare grade fishing rod, E-rare. Usable 3 times daily, boosts success rates, significantly increases green chest probability, slightly increases blue chest probability, tiny chance of purple chest, capped. Purple chest. Just reading those 2 words made my heart skip. As long as my luck holds out, I might even graze the threshold of epic level items someday. Still, there were 24 green rods left on the ground. 8 more attempts could potentially yield 9 blue rods. But a 90% success rate isn't 100%. Failing means 3 greens and 9 whites wasted. Forget it. I'm not fusing anymore. Dropping from 243 daily uses to 81 was already painful. Pushing further would leave me with only 9 blue rods, reducing it to 27 daily attempts. If the blue rods don't deliver as well as expected, it'd be a total bust. This rod looks stunning, Bingley remarked, brushing her fingers against it. Doesn't matter how it looks. What matters is whether it delivers. I carefully stored the blue rod and tucked away the remaining 24 green rods into a bag. Not going to keep fusing? You could still make 8 more blues. Let's test it tomorrow first. See how the loot rates compare between the blue and green rods. Then I'll decide if it's worth pursuing. If it's disappointing, I'll just stick with greens and play it safe. Cautious but not timid. Willing to gamble but not go all in. Life's better when you keep yourself an out, after all. I tapped the trading board on the island monument to check transactions. All roasted meat times 83 has been sold. Beast hide times 83 acquired. 83 sheets of beast hide added to the warehouse, enough to cover several beds. I skimmed the public chat channel. The rain hadn't stopped. This rain's endless. I'm already sick. Anyone got meds to spare? Who's gonna sell you meds? Just accept it. Your time's up. You were told to trade for better survival kits and upgrade your shelter. You all had to hoard your stuff instead. Idiots. I closed the channel and stepped into the bedroom. Bingley was already lying on the bed. Her long hair spilled across the wolf pelt. Candlelight softened her pale complexion, painting it with a warm glow. I shrugged off my coat and slipped into bed, wrapping my arms around her waist from behind. Her skin felt silky, faintly cool to the touch. The protection period ends tomorrow afternoon. Yeah, I know. She turned over to face me, her icy blue eyes almost luminescent in the dim light. Are you scared? She stared at me for a while before leaning in to kiss me. What do you think? I chuckled softly and pulled her tightly into my arms. As long as we're together. The long night is perfect for keeping warm. Outside, the rain poured relentlessly, the thunderous sound of waves crashing against the cliffs drowning out all noise within the house. It's unclear how much time had passed, but the rain eventually lessened. In the darkness, Bingley rested her head on my shoulder, breathing evenly. I stared at the pitch-black ceiling, and a sudden thought crossed my mind. Over the past 2 days, I had harvested hundreds, if not thousands, of life-saving resources from others. Not out of kindness, but because they had no other choice. Yet when tomorrow comes and the protection period ends, it'll be my turn to face the man-eating sharks and the hundreds of islanders eyeing my lighthouse. How many options will I have then? The fortune I've made from standing atop others' despair. One day, I'll have to repay it in my own despair. I just hope by then, I've built enough for myself to have choices, too. Island Chronicles, Day 3 of Survival. I was stirred awake by a sensation of itching. Resting in the crook of my shoulder was a head with icy blue hair brushing lightly against my collarbone, cool to the touch. Bingley was still asleep, breathing soft and measured, one hand resting on my chest. The chaos of last night had taken its toll. This Frost Queen was as relentless in bed as on the battlefield, her stamina borderline unreasonable. In the end, I was the one to give in first. My waist even ached a little. Enough overthinking. The more I dwell on it, the less I'll get done today. The system notification chimed just in time. Day 3. Resource points have been refreshed. Epic Lighthouse active. Production plus 50%. Remaining protection period, 24 hours. Weather forecast. In 12 hours, Zone CN 888 will experience snow and frost. Please prepare in advance. The desire to lounge around quickly dissipated. Snow? After yesterday's torrential rain, snow today? This broken game throws a new extreme weather condition at players every day, as if it's terrified we'd get too comfortable. I slowly slid my right arm out from beneath her head, my fingertips numb as though ants had spent all night chewing on them. The movement stirred her. Her eyelashes fluttered, and after a moment of refocusing, she managed to see me. "Good morning," she mumbled, her voice soft and slightly nasal. "Good morning? The sun's already halfway up the sky. Get up, we've got work to do." I opened the window. The rain had stopped, though thick gray clouds still churned across the sky. The ground remained wet. All in all, my little island stood sturdy. No leaks in the house, no collapsed paths, and the rain tanks likely gathered a decent amount of water. I walked over to the island monument and opened the channel. Survivors remaining, 942, 698/1, 000,000. Before falling asleep last night, there had been just over 970,000. Overnight, more than 30,000 were gone. 30,000 lives, lost to a single storm, and that's during the protection period. No monster attacks, no player skirmishes. They were eliminated purely by the downpour, freezing to death without shelter, drowning when makeshift shelters were swept away, or succumbing to fever without medicine after barely surviving the deluge. This game's elimination system is downright sickening. There's no need for skilled foes when Mother Nature alone is brutal enough. A normal rainstorm is enough, no natural disasters are needed. And in 12 hours, frost and snow are coming. Survived, but now I've got a fever. Anyone have fever reducers? It's only the 3rd day, and almost 60,000 people are already dead. Can a basic wooden hut hold up? Barely. It's just a thin layer of wood. If it snows, you'll freeze to death. An intermediate hut might hold up. It's got double-layered walls and thatched insulation, but you'll need fuel and food too. If it really snows tonight, anyone without a heat source or proper insulation will freeze into an ice sculpture. Panic spread like wildfire. Last night's rain served as the first major filter, and the surviving ones considered themselves lucky. But the system followed it up with frost and snow warnings, leaving no time to breathe or adjust. Iceglass stepped out after dressing up. "What's the situation?" "Snow's coming tonight. We need to prep for the cold in advance." She pushed open the door. Sitting near the edge of the dome, Neo-E grinned foolishly with his ox-like face. Good morning, boss. Morning, ma'am. What are you doing here so early? Waiting for today's tasks. I can't sit still, itching to work. I chuckled. Your crummy little hut didn't collapse last night, did it? Just a little water seeped in at the corners, but it's no big deal. Thanks to the wooden bed you gave me, boss, I slept like a log. Do a proper job today, and I'll upgrade you to an intermediate wooden hut tonight. His eyes shimmered with excitement. I pulled out a small green spatial bag and tossed it to him. A storage pouch, 30 slots in total. Just dump all the gathered resources inside. Then I handed him a hatchet and a pickaxe. Here are your tools. This morning, I need you to completely clear out resources from the eastern forest, southern thatch field, and northern stone piles. Once you're done, come back for breakfast. On it. I won't let you down. He hoisted the tools over his shoulder and bolted toward the eastern shore. Meanwhile, Ice Glass set up 5 stoves and started feeding firewood into them. For breakfast, grill 2 elite-grade steaks. Bulk roast the rest as usual. I followed the gravel path on the west side toward the plantation. The air after the rain felt damp and refreshing, and the path was dry and non-slippery underfoot. 10 plantations were lined up neatly, and all the water tanks were brimming. The water surface was just a finger width away from overflowing. I scooped out a few broken leaves knocked down by the rain, cupped a bit of water, and sniffed it. No fishy smell, no mud, clear as crystal. Once boiled, it could serve as fresh drinking water. Yesterday, people on the channels were desperately trying to trade for wooden barrels and clay jars. They'd be drooling at the sight of this massive reserve. 5,000 liters of fresh water had temporarily relieved the island's biggest pressure point. I stepped into plantation number 4. The 50 heads of lettuce I planted last night had all sprouted, each about half a palm tall. In just a few more hours, they'd be ready for harvest. Over at number 3, the wheat was starting to poke out of the ground like little green needles. The rain hadn't hurt it. If anything, it seemed to have boosted its growth. When I reached plantation number 2, I stopped in my tracks. The tomato seedlings had grown up to my calves. Their thin stems were flopping over, several of them sprawling towards the ground, tangling together into a mess of vines. Growing pretty fast. I murmured to myself, propping one limb up. It was too flimsy, falling limp no matter how I adjusted it. Without a proper trellis, the whole patch of land was overrun with fruit growing so close to the ground that harvesting was nearly impossible. Let's have the cattle bring over a few dozen poles later to prop them up. All 3 orchards were thriving, and the satisfaction of the farmer reached its peak. Deep blue, will tonight's frost affect the seedlings? Quite a bit. The tender shoots are very poor at resisting cold weather. If exposed to frost, there's a high likelihood they'll freeze and die. Don't bother planting new seeds today, it's just a waste. But don't worry about the ones planted last night. Ordinary crops have a 24-hour harvest cycle, so they'll be ready for harvest right before tonight's frost. Just make sure to harvest before the temperature drops. Once we've harvested this batch, will they refresh daily like resource points? No, they won't. Ordinary crops are single-use. Once they're harvested, the plants wither. To plant again, you'll need new seeds. In this world, all spiritual plants and crops cannot naturally produce seeds. Only the seeds generated by the main system can be used for replanting. I paused for a moment. Single use, no seeds saved. Every single seed was a consumable resource. Use one and you'll have one less. So you're saying seeds are going to be a hard currency? Yes, they're non-renewable. I stepped through the wet soil to orchard number 1. The oldest thunderborcorn fruit tree had spread its branches, bearing deep purple fruits all over. The 5 seeds I planted yesterday afternoon had also sprouted, pushing up half a meter of tender saplings. I plucked all the fruits from the tree, 23 in total, 2 more than yesterday. The yield-boosting spiritual spring was indeed effective. The 5 new ones I planted, are they also single-use? No, thunderborcorn fruit trees are spiritual plants, capable of bearing fruit repeatedly. Except for a very few cases, most extraordinary spiritual plants work as independent resource points with fixed refresh rates. Now that's a decent setup. Seeds might be single-use, but not spiritual fruit trees. That was enough for me. 6 thunderborcorn fruit trees were essentially a continuous source of resources. Considering the lighthouse and the spiritual spring, The grenade output alone would be enough to open a weapons shop in the future. I took out the container of the spiritual spring and poured 100 milliliters around the base of each tree, using up the remaining 600 milliliters perfectly. I should replenish stock with sun manga. Last night's heavy rain, no telling if it filled up her spring. I walked to the edge of the western cliff. Today's weather was perfect for fishing. 24 green rods and 1 blue rod lay spread out before me. Just as I was about to cast a line, deep blue perched at the tip of one of the rods, blinking mischievously at me. "Master, you haven't used that guaranteed luck card yet. Want to use it on this blue rod?" I hesitated. The blue rod already had a decent chance of fishing up a blue chest, with an upper limit of purple. Using a guaranteed luck card to bet on a chance between at least blue and at most purple felt like a waste. Can I draw from the fake gotcha today? Still on cooldown, 43 minutes left. I'll save the luck card for the fake gotcha. Fishing rods at most could bring in purple chests. The fake gotcha was different, its upper limit unknown. What if luck decided to show off? Here's the translation following American expressions. Another mythic level servant like Bingley? This level of incredible luck, who could handle it? I cast the fishing lines. One placed every meter, with 25 rods lined along the cliff. A synchronized countdown starts. Returning to the cabin, the smell of roasted meat fills the air as the first batch of 100 pieces comes off the grill. Those 2 pieces of elite wolf meat have a faint glow and are noticeably firmer. Sprinkle a little salt on the elite ones. I sprinkled a layer of salt and handed a piece to Bingley. Time to eat. The 2 of us stood by the door, eating roasted meat and drinking water, finishing a quick breakfast. The remaining 98 regular pieces were packed into a bag, and Bingley continued adding more meat to the grill. I checked the island's monument and contacted Sun Manga. "Hey, that rain last night didn't mess up your spring, right?" "Nope, I fortified it earlier with stones and clay, plus set up a cover to block the rain. Production's stable. Today's batch is already collected. This girl's smart. She knows how to protect her core resources. Definitely someone worth collaborating with long-term." The usual trade rules? I placed 3 Thunder Pig fruits and a piece of roasted meat. An extra piece as a goodwill gesture since she knows how to play her cards right. On her end, she offered a jar containing 1,200 milliliters of spirit spring water, along with 2 additional empty jars. "Deal done. You're awesome. Let me know if you've got more good stuff to trade." The spirit spring water's enough to irrigate for the next 2 days, and the Thunder Pig fruit's production is stable. Switching to private messages, hundreds of new ones flooded in. Most of them were requests to buy roasted meat or Thunder Pig fruits, but still no sign of the bullet schematics I was looking for. Marked everything as red and deleted the lot of them. Peace and quiet. On to transactions. Last night's resource hustle almost wiped the stash. Just 7 wood and 320 thatch remaining. I put up 97 pieces of roasted meat. Roasted meat x 97. Trade for 20 wood or 20 thatch. No Thunder Pig fruit for sale today. Protection period ends tomorrow, and who knows what survival trial entails. Could be a monster invasion, natural disaster, or even player versus player combat. Thunder Pig fruits are an area of effect weapon and a last resort lifeline. Selling them now for resources, but finding myself underprepared when the trial hits? That'd be a bad move. Being prepared for trouble is key to survival. Switching to the regional channel. What'll happen when the newbie protection period ends? The system mentioned a survival trial, but didn't give specifics. I'm guessing a monster horde. That's how it goes in stories. What if it's a player battle royale instead? An elf hinted the temperature might drop below freezing. If your shelter isn't sealed, you'll get frostbite in a single night. That scumbag Xiao Chunin tricked me into trading my beast skins for his roasted meat last night. With how much that Xiao Chunin has been raking in these last couple of days, can't someone give him a good beating? I stared at those last 2 messages with a strange expression. How did casually scrolling through chat somehow turn into gossip about me? My island's next to Xiao Chunin's. Anyone up for teaming up? I caught a top-tier small wooden boat yesterday, so when the protection timer runs out tomorrow, let's head over and deal with him together. We'll split the purple tower and equally share the thunderfish fruit. Count me in. He's right next door, and I've been on edge these past 2 days. Might as well strike first. Add me. That shady guy scammed me last night, taking my fishing rod in exchange for a junk resource pack. I've been dreaming of hitting him ever since. His lighthouse's purple glow kept me awake all night. Let me in on this. With a boat, it's all set. Once the protection's off, we strike. The same loudmouths from yesterday's channel chatter are back at it, now even with a boat in tow. Expressionless, I looked at their names, Ma De Biao, Lu Tiejuan, and highlighted them again in my mind. Tomorrow, the protection period ends. While their eyes are on my lighthouse and thunderfish fruit, I'm watching to see who dares step onto my island first. I watched as one would-be ally after another boldly declared their intent in the open. A vein throbbed on my forehead. Are these people suicidal? They're just openly plotting right in front of me. In the region channel of all places, hello, 90,000 plus players can see this. Then, someone named Lin Xiaoyu piped up to bring them back to reality. Are you all insane? Don't you know Big Boss Xiao has thunderfish fruit? He could wipe you all with just one blast. Finally, someone with common sense. But alas, voices of reason rarely last long in chaos like this. Sure enough, someone named Zhang Meng countered with a screenshot. So what if he has it? You think he's the only one with extraordinary fruits? Take this for example, turtle shield fruit. Crush it to trigger a temporary shield. Next up, Zhou Dazhuang chimed in with another pick. Wind arrow fruit. Crush it to summon wind-powered arrows that target your enemies. I stared at their images in silence. This world has descended into absurdity beyond what I can comprehend. I thought the thunderfish fruit was already over the top. Turns out there's no shortage of even more bizarre things. The channel exploded with activity. With shields and attack power, defeating Xiao Chunong is a sure thing. Count me in. I've got healing springs to restore health. There's so many of us. How many thunderfish fruits does he even have to throw at us? Ma De Biao then dropped another bombshell. I made a group chat. So far, 14 confirmed participants, 3 with special fruits, 6 with combat talents. Once the protection timer's up, I'll sail the boat over and pick everyone up for a coordinated assault. 14 against 1, guaranteed win. I was utterly speechless. Typing calmly, I sent out my message. You're plotting this so openly? Not even trying to keep it discreet. Do you really think I, Xiao Lu, am made of clay? Ma De Biao instantly shot back. What's with the bravado? With this many people, you think we need to hide? We're blatantly telling you because there's nothing you can do about it. Then, Ma Wenkai joined in. Haha, Xiao Chunong. Looks like your time's up. Karma really came for you after you ripped me off for 2 starter gear items. My island's got poison. Mist fruit. Crush it to release poisonous fog, dealing sustained damage for 30 seconds. Giving Ma De Biao 5 for free, just asking you guys to finish the fight, take a picture, and send it my way so I can enjoy the scene. The chat channel erupted in cheer. Brother Ma is so generous. Turtle shield for tanking, poison fog to block positioning, wind arrows for long-range kills. Who could withstand this combo? Serves them right, trying to gain from others' misfortune. Livestream the battle against Xiao Chu Nan tomorrow. I'll grab a front row seat. Amidst the flood of condemnation, my eyes gleamed with coldness. What's wrong with these people? Randomly targeting me like I've committed some heinous crime. All I did was clinch the server's #1 rank and score an epic lighthouse. I may have priced my items a bit high, but what about those who jumped on the bandwagon selling resource bundles last night? They were even greedier than I was. Why single me out? All right, fine. You want to mess with me, huh? I'll play along. I chuckled coldly, then typed a response. Remember every word you're saying today. Every single one. I'm keeping track. Tomorrow, be sure to show up. Don't disappoint me. Otherwise, I'll hunt each one of you down. And trust me, that'll get messy. The mockery only intensified. Oh, look, the greedy merchant is mad now. Xiao Chunan, tomorrow I'll personally set foot on your island. Be sensible and hand over your island's core monument voluntarily. I might just let you live. I didn't reply further. Turning to Azure, my AI assistant, I commanded, record everyone who made hostile remarks just now. Don't miss a single one. Recorded, 47 individuals made targeted comments, with 14 explicitly stating they would participate. Let's hope none of them fall into my hands. Opening the door, I stepped out into the night. The sea breeze slipped through my collar, chilly and biting. Ridiculous. It's not like I went out of my way to provoke anyone. Mawen voluntarily traded the fruit with me. It was a fair deal. Backtracking after the trade? What is this? A farmer's market where you return vegetables for being overpriced. And those neighboring islands whose residents are now threatening me? My lighthouse cleared the mist within miles and scared off the island eaters. They've benefited for free from it, yet instead of gratitude, they talk about ganging up on me? A pack of ungrateful opportunists. Guess developing too well is also considered a crime. What's bothering you? A cool voice came from beside me. Iceland. A bunch of brainless ingrates threatening to gang up on us. She walked over and clasped my hand. Then let's kill them. The chill from her palm quenched half the fire raging in my chest. Getting angry over senseless people? Not worth my time. I'm heading north for a bit, I said. I had set up 6 vine traps there yesterday. Checking on them might help me relax. Passing by a rainwater collection pit dug by one of my helpers, Nioi, I noticed both pits had filled up completely after last night's rain. The walls looked sturdy enough, though the water inside was muddy. Judging by its size, 2 meters by 2 meters and a meter deep, each pit could store at least 4,000 liters of water. With 6 pits, that's 24,000 liters in total. Add 10 plantations with 5,000 liters of fresh water. No worries about running out of fresh water for now. I walked to the edge of the cliff. The 6 ropes were still securely wedged in the rock crevices, their color darkened after soaking overnight. Grabbing the first rope, I gave it a tug. It felt heavy. Jackpot. I pulled up a vine basket, revealing 3 small silver fish about the length of a hand flapping inside. I inspected them. Silver needlefish, common, tender meat. Yield, 2 servings of fish meat per fish. Just common-grade fish, but better than nothing. At least it's not an empty net. The second basket was even heavier. Pouring it out, there were 3 fish again, one of which was larger and emerald green, its scales emitting a faint green glow. Emerald base, excellent, extraordinary spirit fish. Consuming after cooking slightly increases constitution by 1 point, maximum of 3 per individual. My eyebrows shot up. Permanent stat boosts? If these can be mass-produced, their value would far surpass ordinary grilled meat, which feels mundane after a while. These spirit fish that enhance attributes provide actual combat power boosts. If I put them up in the trading hall, they'd definitely get snatched up. I sped up and finished retrieving the remaining 4 baskets. The harvest, a total of 11 silver needlefish, for emerald base, 1 rock armor crab, and a bundle of seaweed. The yield wasn't massive, but it came at 0 cost, just soaking them in the water and letting them passively collect. And this was just 6 baskets. If I scaled up to 60 or 600. All right, calm down now. Don't get carried away. After securing the baskets again, I straightened up and habitually looked out into the distance and froze. Rubbing my eyes, I took another look. I wasn't seeing things. The nearest island was closer than it was the day before. When I had set up the lighthouse 2 days back, it was over 500 meters out. Now, it was less than 300 meters, and I could vaguely see a faint golden shield encasing its edges. Looking around, all the visible islands seemed different. Each was larger and had shifted positions compared to before, their directions varying without rhyme or reason. The islands were moving. Deep blue. Are these islands moving? Yup. Player islands aren't fixed. They're all floating on the ocean currents and drift slowly. Basic islands lack propulsion and move around 100 meters a day, completely uncontrollable in direction. So eventually, we'll collide with each other? That's the point. Island collisions are a core gameplay mechanic. When 2 islands collide, the victor takes over all the territory and resource points of the loser, instantly doubling the size of their island. So the real way this world works is like big fish eating little fish? Pretty much. Upon collision, the stone monuments on each island enter a confrontation mode. The losing island's monument shatters, and its territory is absorbed by the victor. Island size doesn't grow out of thin air. The amount it grows depends on the defeated island's size. The strong get stronger, and the weak are wiped out. Survive long enough and swallow enough, and you might just piece together a massive super island. Mainland players all have a shot, huh? Like raising poisonous insects, where only one survives in the end. More or less. Every island owner is a potential competitor. Don't trust anyone lightly. I let out a snort. Don't worry, I'm naturally paranoid. I don't even trust the guy next door. Walking back along the gravel path, my mind raced to process the information. The rules here were brutal. A million square islands, randomly drifting 100 meters each day. Once the protection phase ends, it's kill or be killed. The group that threatened to gang up on me might not all be crazy. Under these rules, teaming up and ganging up on the weak is the optimal strategy. Trying to hold on to an island alone will eventually get you swallowed by alliances, unless you're strong enough to crush everyone single-handedly. If they conquer my island, they'll instantly get my purple tower, thunder swine fruit tree, and everything I've stockpiled over the past 2 days. Epic level buildings, pretty much irresistible to anyone. But then again, being tempted only gets you so far. You still need the guts and strength. I made my way under the lighthouse, and the deep blue light flickered twice. Fate draw cooldown is up. Want to draw a card? Let's go. Use the guaranteed card first. The blue card shattered in my hand, dissolving into starlight that merged into my skin. A guaranteed luck card has been activated. It's bound to your next probability-based event. Fate draw. A set of 9 shimmering cards appeared, forming an arc in midair. Guaranteed bonus detected. Minimum draw quality, rare or higher. 2 cards dimmed and turned to ash, leaving 7. My guaranteed pull was blue or better. If luck hit orange, even better, but no point being greedy. I tapped the one in the middle, and the other 6 shattered like glass. The selected card solidified and began to turn over slowly. A burst of purple light exploded outward, shooting into the sky and overpowering even the purple glow of the lighthouse. Purple. Epic tier. My pupils contracted before I relaxed. Jackpot. Not only was my guaranteed card not wasted, it over-delivered. When the light faded, a palm-sized black octagonal stone disc hovered in the air. Its surface was etched with dense, labyrinthine runes glowing faintly purple, and 8 rotating purple crystals adorned its edges. Appraisal skill. Far away, so close, epic, teleportation platform, once placed. Input an island ID to establish an inter-island teleport channel. Maintains connection for 60 minutes, usable once per day. Description, so distant, yet within reach. Inter-island teleportation. Well damn. I stared at it, double and triple checking just to be sure. This is what it feels like to hit the jackpot in ancient China. Winning big like Emperor Qin Shi Huang eating Sichuan peppercorns. Good thing I didn't impulsively waste my guaranteed card on something like a fishing rod. Even if I caught an epic chest by a miracle, the contents would still be up to chance. But fate draw? It handed me a guaranteed epic building outright. With this, while everyone else is still in the equivalent of the Stone Age, it'd be like I unlocked cheat codes. I can teleport directly to someone's island if I feel like taking them down, smash and grab, and bounce out before they even figure out what I look like. Completely clueless. Just thinking about Ma de Biao and his gang bouncing around in the channel like clowns. What? 14 people teaming up to raid my base? No need to go through all that trouble. I'll personally pay them a little visit tomorrow. Deep blue. How do I check someone's island number? Each island stele is engraved with a unique number. You can find others' numbers through trade records, friend lists, or their profiles in the regional channel. Got it. As I fiddled with the formation disc, the more I looked at it, the more perfect it seemed, like it was made for tomorrow's fight. It may only be purple grade, but it fits my current situation like a glove. This thing must be placed on the ground to work. Where should it go? West side has the plantation, and there's a lighthouse to the north. I decided on the east side. Take the shortcut and cut straight across the grass. The grass is slippery from the rain, but it's half the distance compared to taking the gravel path. The little forest on the east side had already been cleared out completely, leaving behind nothing but neatly smoothed tree stumps. Bull 1 was just standing up from the last stump, axe slung over his shoulder, sweat dripping from his forehead, his big old bovine face radiating the satisfaction of hitting his daily KPIs. Boss, what brings you here? Just handle your work. Don't mind me. All done here. Cut down 22 trees, gathered all the wood, thatch, and stone. I waved him off mid-sentence and walked straight through the field of stumps. He paused for a moment, then eagerly trailed behind me. I picked a flat patch of grass next to the gravel road on the east side, squatted down, and set the octagonal formation disc on the ground. Place. As soon as I let go, the stone disc lit up with a sudden burst of purple glow. It sank into the earth, and light rippled outward, forming a 3-meter diameter arcane octagonal formation on the ground. 8 purple crystals hovered at each vertex, rotating slowly. At the center was a black stone slab etched with complex and mystical patterns, where the purple light flowed seamlessly. Sky's edge, teleportation platform placement complete. The second epic tier structure in the whole area. Bull 1 stared at it for a while, gulping visibly. "Boss, what the heck is that thing?" "Stand back and just watch." I pressed my hand against the stone face. How to use. Stand in the center of the formation platform, input the target island number, and activate the teleportation channel. Duration, 60 minutes per activation. Usage limit, 1/day. Two-way transport available. Both sides can pass through during the active period. Deep blue. Can only I use this channel? Or can anyone step on it to teleport? Ownership belongs to you. Only authorized individuals can use it. Unauthorized people stepping on it would just be standing on a rock. Good. Saves me the trouble of someone using it against me. I fought the urge to take Bing Li across the portal and start slaughtering people on the spot. The protection period still had 1 day left. Even if I killed them, the golden shield covering their island wouldn't disappear. I wouldn't be able to get in, break their island steel, or take their core. It'd be a wasted trip, not to mention exposing the fact that I've got teleportation capabilities. That'd just alerting the enemy too soon. A gentleman's revenge is never rushed, and a single day won't make it late. Back in front of the wooden hut, Nioi pulled resources out of his storage pouch and split them into 3 small piles. "Boss, today's work is all done. Each type, 110 units. I stored everything into my Chinquan storage bag, leaving just 10 units of wood for him. Have breakfast, and then head to plantation number 2. Split the wood into poles and set up trellises for the tomato seedlings." Got it. Bingley placed 300 pieces of freshly cooked meat onto the stone countertop. I grabbed 3 pieces and a bottle of water, tossing them over to Nioi. "Ration the water." Nioi's horse-shaped face practically twitched with happiness. "Thanks, boss. And thanks to the lady boss for her hard work, too." Bing Li, as always, ignored him completely. This ice queen of the glacial realm acknowledges no one but me. I touched the island tablet to check trades. Cooked meat times 97 sold. Earned. Wood times 940. Thatch times 1000. A moment later, my previously emptied storage was replenished. I uploaded another 297 pieces of cooked meat for trade. Cooked meat times 297. Trade for wood times 20 or thatch times 20 each. With a frost warning in effect, warmth was priority number 1. The demand for wood and thatch could only climb from here. I searched the market for limestone. As usual, no results. Limestone was a critical resource for upgrading to a basic stone house, but right now most people were stuck in advanced wooden huts. Limestone in the market came only from fishing loot, and the yield was so low that anything listed got snatched up instantly. For anyone dreaming of that stone house upgrade, fishing was the only hope. Switching to the public chat channel, nearly every message revolved around surviving the frost. Anyone selling quilts or thick animal hides. I can trade iron ingots. Paying top prices for limestone. Offering iron ingots or blueprints. Desperately need campfire blueprints. Help. As expected, the raid declaration from Ma Debiao's group had long been buried beneath a flood of trade messages. A mere team of a few dozen people. They didn't even make a ripple in the ocean of hundreds of thousands of players. I opened up my blacklist and began checking the ID numbers individually. Ma Debiao, CN 888-666673. Zhang Meng, CN 888-666652. Zhou Dazhuang, CN 888-666684. Lu Taizhu, CN 888-666691. All IDs started with 666, and the numbers were fairly close together, likely assigned based on arrival order. Close ID numbers probably meant they were geographically close, too. Then, there was Ma Wenkai, CN 888-958-769. His ID was way off. He was a world away from me, enough to feel like 108,000 miles. But when far away is just one step in a blink, distance becomes meaningless. I spent a few minutes carefully copying down all 47 IDs of the raiders that Deep Blue had recorded. Not one was left out. Once the protection period ended tomorrow, I'd be calling roll for every single one. Deep Blue, these island ID numbers, are they basically like player character IDs in a game? Indeed, island tablet IDs are unique and exclusive. If a person dies, so does their tablet. If the tablet is destroyed, the person perishes as well. You could call it there. The ID is correct. The person is gone, the monument shattered. My eyes shifted slightly. So if I now take Bingley to rush over there, and if the enemy happens to be outside the protective shield, I can just take them out. Wishful thinking. Even if you kill the person, the protective shield will still be there. You won't be able to enter the monument zone or retrieve the core, making the trip a waste. All right then. So much for exploiting that loophole. By the way, can this ID be hidden? Isn't this basically like having your social security number tattooed on your forehead? I managed to draw a building with precise teleportation based on the number today. Who knows if other people could have similar things? I mean, what if someone gets something like an intercontinental missile-type long-range item that can target based on numbers? This exposed ID would be like painting a bullseye on my back. It can be hidden in the monument settings. However, Deep Blue thinks there's no need for you to worry, Master, because your code is already a known secret across the entire server. I was stunned for a moment before realization hit me. Damn it. Back when I got the first ever expedition reward in the entire server, it was announced 3 times to everyone, clearly displaying my player code, 666666. This system is just too cruel. If I had known it would be this troublesome, I wouldn't have wanted it in the first place. Even if it hadn't been announced, your unique number combination was bound to mark you as a priority target from the start. I went silent. That was true. Putting myself in someone else's shoes. If it wasn't for Mada Biao and his group stirring trouble, my first instinct after getting a teleportation array would probably have been to aim for those players with special codes, like easy-to-remember sequential or repetitive digits. They just naturally scream, lucky targets that need to be snuffed out early. It's simply human nature. Though hiding it might feel like a futile effort to deceive myself, I still decisively chose to hide it. It's not the theft itself that scares me. It's the constant attention thieves give to their marks. Settings updated. Your number is now hidden from other players. I felt slightly relieved. Ever since learning about items like Sky's Edge that could strike over vast distances, I've genuinely feared the thought of being unexpectedly nuked out of the blue. I walked over to the workbench and maxed out the production of the fishing baskets, crafting 33 units, consuming 33 hemp ropes and 165 vines. With 6 baskets soaking overnight netting us 4 jade perch, such a passive zero-cost income is practically criminal to not scale up. The 33 baskets were quickly crafted, and I stuffed them all into my bag. Heading to the northern cliff, I tossed all 33 baskets one by one into the ocean, securing the hemp ropes into rock crevices. Adding the 6 from before, there are now 39 baskets hanging below the water in this area. Even if each basket catches just 1 fish, that's several dozen portions of meat secured. Passing by plantation number 2, Nyo was busy at work. He had tied up most of the tomato vines, and they were now standing upright on poles, looking far better than the chaotic mess they had been earlier in the morning. That big guy sure works fast, figuring out how to handle things neatly once he's given a direction. Then to the western cliff. I had. The countdown hit 0. Reel it in. I reeled them in one by one. 3 bottles of mineral water, 10 copper ingots, an empty rod, and a green crate. The green crate contained a gem the size of an egg, glimmering emerald green. XP gem, rare, used to gain 100 XP instantly. Wait, this world has items that directly add experience points. Of course, XP gems are condensed items and are not bound to the user. Should I give it to Bingley? Keep it for yourself, Master. Bingley gains XP by defeating monsters. She doesn't need this little bit. You can't just hide behind her all the time as a mascot, can you? That stung. They had a point, though. I can't spend my life hiding behind women and acting like deadweight. Relying on external tools is fine, but true power comes from your own abilities. It's key to survival. I put it away and kept fishing. A luck fusion card, save it for later, 50 watermelon seeds, and another green crate containing 50 lime powder. Lime powder. I paused for a moment. No wonder the drop rate was so low. It turns out this rare material only comes from green crates. I went back to reeling. 30 wood, an empty rod, 10 glass panels. On the 12th line, another green crate. Beast hide coat blueprint rare. Wearing this significantly enhances warmth and protects against the cold. I let out a smirk. Tonight's frost and snow will have the whole area scrambling for warm materials. This blueprint couldn't have come at a better time. Next, 10 vines, another luck fusion card, an empty rod, 3 ropes, and 1 soda. Lucky Bingley will enjoy this. Then, on the 18th rod, a green crate containing a small pouch. Pouring it out, 10 emerald green beans glowed faintly inside. Pea shooter seeds, a rare, extraordinary spirit plant, defense type. Once fully grown, it automatically attacks hostile targets entering your territory with a pea every 3 seconds, dealing 15 fixed damage per shot. Range, 20 meters, sunlight dependent, unable to attack in cloudy or rainy weather. Are you kidding me? This is straight out of Plants vs. Zombies. Images of rows of pea shooters firing shiny green peas on a lawn instantly popped into my head. Whoever designed this had some imagination. I continued. 2 loaves of bread, an empty rod, 10 more glass panels, and 50 cotton. Cotton. Now with the beast hide coat blueprint and cotton in hand, I'd definitely be able to make a fortune tonight. I reeled in all 24 green rods and moved to the last rare blue rod. When I started pulling, the fishing line went taut, much tighter than any of the previous rods. A rare blue crate surfaced. A rare catch from the very first cast. I opened it. Fireplace blueprint rare, build inside a shelter to provide continuous heat and reduce body temperature loss during cold weather significantly. It can also be used for cooking. From 25 casts, 7 empty rods, 10 white tier, 7 green tier, and 1 blue tier. A total success rate of over 70%. Empty rod rate was less than 30%. Green tier or better accounted for over 40%. The quality of loot is noticeably better than white tier by leaps and bounds. Honestly, it's not as big of a difference as I thought. I started counting on my fingers a couple of days ago with 81. A single round with a white pole guarantees at least 40 treasure chests, 5 to 7 of which are green at the very least, and if luck strikes, maybe even a blue one. If that's how it breaks down, I'm taking a loss here. You can't calculate it like that. Doesn't 1 blue chest feel way more valuable than 20 white ones? Can your 81 white poles consistently land blue chests? No matter how many white chests you open, basic materials can't even be exchanged for a single blueprint of a blue fireplace. And remember, this is just the first round. Over time, the accumulated value of green and blue chests will only grow exponentially. The ceiling for white poles is blue chests, whereas for blue poles, it's purple chests. And if one day you happen to stumble upon one, the little bit you think you're losing now won't even amount to a penny of the value you'd gain then. All right, you make a good point. You're getting better at this, kid. One day, you'll end up in sales for sure. Thanks for the kind words. Casting my line again, the second round begins. Heading back to the cabin, I slap 2 blueprints onto the island monument. Unlocked. Fur coat. Fireplace. Bringing up the stats for the fireplace. Fireplace requires 500 stone, 100 clay, 50 iron ingots, 1 flint prerequisite. Shelter upgraded to at least a basic stone house. Basic stone house, huh? Makes sense. They wouldn't want fireplaces as a fire hazard in a wooden house. I checked the basic stone house requirements. Basic stone house requires advanced wooden house, 2,000 wood, 2,000 stone, 100 quicklime stone walls, adds a dedicated kitchen and bathroom, unlocks a life water tower. Still 50 quicklime short. There's still 2 fishing rounds left for today, and green chests each round have a chance to drop quicklime. If luck is on my side, I can gather enough before nightfall. Once I have enough, I'll upgrade to the stone house, then build the fireplace. With the fireplace up, tonight's frost and snow won't affect me at all. Heading to the workbench, I find the fur coat blueprint. Fur coat requires 1 fur, 1 linen, 5 cotton. I've got ample resources, 83 fur, 20 linen, 50 cotton. Cotton's the bottleneck here, so I can make a maximum of 10 coats. I max it out and confirm. 10 thick, Durable fur coats pile up on the edge of the table. Deep brown on the outside, lined with fur inside, stuffed with cotton in the middle, and wrapped in windproof linen on the exterior. Mass-produced on the workbench assembly line, they can't compare to handcrafted quality, but they're functional and reliably warm, practical over aesthetic value. I try one on. The sleeve cuffs are decently tailored, though the waist is a little loose. Still, it more than does the job of blocking the wind. The interesting thing is this. While the coat I'm holding now is just another one of 10 mass-produced items to me, in the eyes of desperate players scrambling for any warm gear, this coat is a literal lifesaver. The value isn't in the item itself, it's in who got a production line going first. While others are still stressing to cobble together a single coat, I'm already strategizing how to sell these 10 items for the highest price. Being ahead is never about being the fastest at the finish. It's about starting when others haven't even realized the race began. I stash all 10 coats into my storage pouch and check the island monument. 297 roasted meats sold, gained with times. 3060, thatch times 2880. The numbers look great, and the inventory is fully stocked in one go. Go ahead and list it for sale. Animal skin jacket times 10, trade for 50 cotton or 30 linen. Does the boss only take raw materials? Not hard currency like lime. Lime is a key material for upgrading stone houses. Nobody's stupid enough to trade it unless they have a mine at home. Plus, cotton is rare in supply. To mass-produce these jackets, you have to trade goods for raw materials, pooling scattered resources from households. Got it. Trade finished products for raw materials and keep the cycle going. Smart. Switch to the chat channel. Ever since the frost warning, the entire channel hasn't stopped buzzing about warmth. Xiao Chunin restocking again. Animal skin jackets? 3 out of 10 just got snapped up in seconds. Feels super warm, it's lined with fur inside. Is Xiao Chunin the secret love child of the devs? First day, grilled meat. Second day, hose. Third day, jackets. Seems like the weather forecast is tailor-made for him. Who cares whose kid he is? It's keeping us alive. Last one just sold. Out of stock. Animal skin jacket times 10 sold. Gained 300 cotton, 120 linen. Sold out in under 3 minutes. With 300 cotton and 120 linen, I can whip up 60 more jackets. Make them, sell them, collect raw materials, and snowball from there. Pure profit. Head over to the workbench. Craft animal skin jacket times 60, consuming 60 animal skin, 60 linen, 300 cotton. Confirm. While waiting, I pulled out the experience gem. Use. The gem shattered into green light and absorbed into the back of my hand, spreading warmth throughout me. Plus 100 EXP, level up. Current level, LV.2, granted 4 free attribute points. For points, I rub my eyes. Hey Deep Blue, Ice Class players with S-level potential get 10 points per level. So why am I, with triple S potential, only getting 4 points? You're mixing up two concepts, Master. Potential and talent are two different things. Talent determines what you're capable of. Your fake card draw ability is from your talent. Potential determines how much power your body can handle. Attribute points per level depend on your potential rank, not your talent grade. So basically, I've got maxed out talent but a noob level body. Deep Blue hesitated, then gestured with a small gap. To be polite, let's just say you've got a god tier cheat, but wrapped in a starter level newbie shell. Thanks so much for being polite. I brought up my personal stats screen. Xiao Chunin potential, F, normal grade, LV.2, constitution, 10, strength, 8, agility, 9, intelligence, 10, luck, 10, luck is non-assignable. Attribute points available. For talent, fate. Gotcha draw, unique SSS, skills, identification, disassembled. The glaring words F-tier potential sat boldly at the top. So heaven opened a window for me, only to seal the door shut. No need to feel down. All survivors start with F-tier potential. It's the standard for everyone. Through fishing, destiny draws, event rewards, or special treasure chests, you have the chance to obtain potential upgrade cards and change your fate. Everyone's at F-tier. Yes, F-tier across the board, no exceptions. I felt a little better. If we're all in the same soup, then it's not just me being unlucky. I quickly picked up on something else. Potential can be improved later, but what about talents? Can those be changed too? Absolutely. Not only can it be improved, but with some high-tier items, you'll even have a chance to awaken a second talent. However, those items are even rarer than potential upgrade cards. Got it. Everyone starts on the same playing field, but there's a clear shot at catching up or even surpassing them. A second talent. I muttered. If someone could wield two talents at once, that'd be insane. I made a mental note to keep that in mind. Deep Blue. Explain what each of these 5 attributes stands for. I want to plan my skill points accordingly. Constitution determines health and defense, perfect for tanks. Strength impacts physical attack and carrying capacity, great for melee fighters. Agility affects movement speed, reflexes, and evasion. Spirit influences mana limits and recovery, a must for casters. And as for luck, Deep Blue hesitated for a moment, then smirked. Luck is special. It can't be manually distributed or conventionally improved. Its initial value is randomly assigned, ranging from 0 to 10, with most people ending up between 0 and 3. So my 10 points, what level is that at? Max value from the get-go. Out of 1,000,000 trial survivors, only a few could max out their luck. Think about it. Hitting the only SSS tier talent on your first newbie spin? Not normal. Being the first to upgrade a shelter and unlock an epic lighthouse. Winning by just 10 seconds? Not a coincidence. Using a blue guaranteed card on the destiny draw and landing a purple epic structure? Also luck working behind the scenes. Born with max luck. I rubbed my nose. Now it makes sense. Back on Earth, I was just your average delivery guy, a nobody who couldn't win more than $5 on the lottery in 23 years. Now I'm suddenly on a roll as soon as I transmigrate. I guess my life's luck pool got hoarded and spent all at once here. Luck influences all probability-based events. Gotcha, loot drops, chest rewards, fusion success chances, you name it. Where others might draw white tier items as their baseline, your expected outcome is naturally leagues above. All right, stop buttering me up. I might start to float off the ground. I joked, glancing back at the 4 unallocated stat points. So, where should I distribute these? Depends on the path you want to take. With Bingley as your primary fighter, you don't really need to stack strength. Spirit could work if you want to specialize in becoming a caster, but you currently lack. Psychic skills can be wasteful if you overinvest. If you want to play it safe, put points into Constitution. Having more health never hurts. You've got maxed out stats in both Constitution and Willpower at 10, putting you ahead of most people already. I'd suggest prioritizing Constitution or Willpower. Balanced development is fine, but being a jack of all trades may leave you lacking when it matters most. I gave it some thought. I have a Glock in hand, 17 rounds of solid ranged firepower. In combat, Bingley handles the front line. What I need most is the ability to survive. The longer I live, the more I can take advantage of long-term strategies like luck-drawn rewards, resource gathering, and the grilled meat production chain. Once I'm dead, none of it will matter. All points into Constitution. Constitution, 10-14. I flexed my wrists, feeling tighter muscles and steadier breaths. The boost wasn't huge, but noticeable. At least I'll be able to take more hits now. That's what we call a stable investment. You need to survive to keep contributing. The workstation chimed. 60 fur coats completed. The pile was as tall as a small hill. I swept them all into a bag and set them up for trade. Fur coat x 60. Trade for 50 cotton or 30 linen cloth each. The first batch of 10 sold out in 3 minutes, so the remaining 60 wouldn't last long either. Frost warnings are the best sales accelerator. Bingley, how many grilled meats are ready? 300 pieces, exactly 3 full batches. Perfect. Hand them over. They're all going up for trade. Grilled meat x 300. Trade for 1 fur or 1 linen cloth each. This time, I focused on gathering materials for tailoring. The bigger the snowball grows, the faster the production and turnover. I pulled Bingley along and took out the 4 emerald bass I fished up earlier this morning. Grill these for lunch. Be generous with the salt. Good food deserves to taste good. None of that bland fitness meal nonsense. Bingley didn't get the last part, but didn't press further. She grabbed the fish and headed back to the fire pit. I went to the western cliffs to check the second haul of the day. 8 empty poles, 8 white boxes, 7 green boxes, and 2 blue ones. Nice, a jackpot haul. White boxes, 2 salt, 50 corn seeds, 3 twines, 2 breads, 10 linen cloths, 2 apples, 2 milk bottles, 2 toilet paper rolls. Green boxes, 2 lucky fusion cards, 1 forest resource card, 1 strength fruit, 1 livestock summon card, 1 ceramic bowl blueprint, 50 cotton. Blue boxes, 1 compound bow, 1 lucky fusion card, blue. Let's examine the blue card first. Lucky fusion card, blue, rare plus 20% success rate when fusing. Can they stack? Yes, you can use up to 3 per attempt, but any surplus won't apply. I tucked the card away safely. 2 rounds of fishing, and I got 4 greens and 1 blue. That's a pretty high success rate. Well, that's because your luck stat is maxed out. For anyone else, getting even 1 green in 10 rounds would be a miracle. Next, let's move on to a card with a simple green tree sketch on it. Miniature Grove Resource Card, excellent quality once placed. It generates a small grove on the island, refreshing 15 resource trees daily. Wait, you can even fish out resource points? All of heaven and earth can be fished. Resource point cards are rare, but they're indeed in the reward pool. What about limestone mines? Are there limestone resource cards? Yes, limestone mines are rare resource points, and you need at least a blue chest for a chance to get one. I carefully tucked the grove card away, deciding later where to place it. Next up was a deep red fruit, about the size of a goose egg. Mite fruit, excellent quality, permanently increases strength by 1 point upon consumption, maximum of 3 points per person. Same type of deal as the emerald base, a permanent stat boost. Without hesitation, I took a bite. Its flesh was as hard as gnawing on a raw radish, bitter and astringent. Grimacing, I forced it down, feeling a wave of heat radiate from my stomach. Strength, 8-9. My grip strength improved slightly, just slightly. The last item was a rugged-looking crossbow. Compound crossbow, rare ranged weapon, loads 5 bolts, capable of rapid firing, effective range of 50 meters, moderate armor penetration. Comes with 5 iron bolts. Additional bolts need to be crafted. A blue-tier weapon? Doesn't seem as handy as the Glock. Different story entirely. The Glock fires 17 rounds, and then it's just a glorified stick. With this crossbow, you can retrieve the bolts and reuse them, basically infinite ammo. Plus, the crossbow is silent, perfect for stealth attacks. Fire a Glock, and the whole area within a few hundred meters will know you're there. Good point. The Glock packs a punch, but without solving the ammo issue, it's a one-and-done weapon. Bolts can be reused, giving the crossbow longevity. Let's keep it as a backup. Glock is my ace. Crossbow for regular use. My ranged combat power was sorted. Now I just needed blueprints for crafting bolts. I organized the rest of the odds and ends, my hand pausing over 2 packs of toilet paper. White plastic wrap, decorated with small blue flowers, identical to the ones from Earth supermarkets that sold for $3.50 a pack. Finally got these. Didn't the master use leaves before? That's pretty eco-friendly. My face darkened. Mention that again, and you're spending a day soaking in the bamboo cage. The deep blue wings on my companion quivered before they wisely changed the topic. How about the second cattle horse summoning card? Should we use it now? It might help get more done before the protection period ends tomorrow. We'll deal with that later. After casting my 3rd rod, I made my way back along the gravel path. Passing plantation number 2, I saw Ox 1 had finished tying up all 50 tomato plants. Sharpened wooden stakes pierced the soil, and the stems were secured with straw bands, propping each plant up straight and tall. Boss, finish the trellises. Take a look. How's it? The craftsmanship was rough, but it did the job. Each plant held upright, evenly spaced out. Good enough. I reached into my pocket. The summoning card of cattle and horses. Familiar with this, huh? Bull 1 leaned in, his eyes wide. Oh, that's one of my clan's cards. Boss, are you thinking of summoning another? Can you handle everything on your own? To be honest, it's getting a bit overwhelming. Exactly. I broke the card in half. A surge of green light burst forth, and a figure emerged, identical to Bull 1, but shorter by half a head, with shorter horns and a much duller expression. Its stats were nearly identical to Bull 1's. You will be called Bull 2. The new Minotaur slowly focused on my face. Boss, nice to meet you. Bull 1 had already jumped over, throwing an arm around Bull 2's shoulder, his loud voice nearly blasting my eardrums. Brother, You're finally here. From now on, we're working together for the boss. I couldn't be bothered with their reunion and left a simple instruction before walking off. Bull 1, show Bull 2 around. Will do. Back at the wooden cabin, Bingley was flipping fish over the fire. 4 gold-encrusted jade bases were roasting to perfection, sprinkled with salt, with oil dripping onto the coals, sizzling away. The aroma was heavenly, better than any roasted meat by a mile. Almost done, she said. I sat down and pulled out a cold can of soda. Here's one for you. Her fingers emitted a frosty chill, instantly coating the can in droplets of condensation. She popped the tab and handed it back to me. You first. Taking a large gulp, the fizz popped on my tongue, and the icy coldness hit my stomach directly. Refreshing. I mentally ran through the accounts of the past couple of days. An F-grade body paired with maxed-out luck. Unlike others who'd only pull white-tier items from loot boxes, I naturally had a higher baseline. I used to think luck was some mystical concept, like random blessings from above. But this system laid it out in concrete terms with numerical values. Being chosen by fate was just probability placing a few extra bets in your favor. It's nothing to gloat about. I summoned when needed, hoarded supplies when necessary. Sure, luck helps you win more rounds of the game, but how far you make it always depends on where you place your chips after each win. The 4 roasted jade bases came off the fire, their crispy golden skin gleaming as the salt melded into the juicy meat. The aroma was intoxicating, far surpassing ordinary grilled meat. We sat by the fire, a pair of fish each. I took a big bite, tender and juicy. The fresh flavor lingered in my throat long after I swallowed. Consumed roasted jade base. Permanent constitution, +1. Times 2. Current constitution, 1416. Jade base bonus remaining, 1. 2 fish bumped my constitution straight from 14 to 16. Who knew eating fish could make you stronger? Across the fire, Bingley's notifications chimed twice as well. She wiped her mouth and said, "Not bad. It added 2 points to my constitution too." I tossed out an appraisal spell. Bingley, potential. S, mythical, LV. 3 constitution, 12 strength. 10 agility, 10 dexterity, 30 spirit. Talent, celestial ice body. Magic, 7 of 36 spells awakened. Skills, appraisal, deconstruction. Status, follower, absolute loyalty. You've been placing all the upgrade stat points into spirit. Yeah, the higher the psychic energy, the stronger and longer lasting the skills. Are you finished eating? Done. I used the forest resource card and placed it next to the original forest in the eastern region for easier lumbering by cattle and horses. A green glow sunk into the ground, and the surface trembled as 15 trees, each as thick as a thigh, sprouted out from the soil. New common small forest added. Refreshes 15 trees daily. Due to ancient lighthouse, plus 50% bonus. Actual refresh rate is 22 trees daily. So, between the 2 forest patches, 44 trees refresh every day, producing 220 units of wood daily. Cow 1 and Cow 2 wandered over from the northern side, chatting as they walked. That's the water storage pit over there. I dug it myself. Then there's the ancient lighthouse, the purple one. It's the first epic tier structure in our zone. Totally badass. Cow 2 responded with generic ahas and ohs. I tossed each of them 2 pieces of roasted meat. Once you're done eating, go chop down the new forest. Hey bro, let's eat up. It's your first day, I've got your back. Back at the cabin, I slapped a ceramic bowl blueprint onto the island monument. Unlocked, ceramic bowl. Went to the workbench. The crossbow bolt section was still grayed out as expected. It needs a blueprint. I opened up the ceramic bowl tab. Ceramic bowl. 1 set equals 10 pieces clay times 1, straw times 1, wood times 1. Green grade quality and costs this little to craft. It's an everyday item. Low cost is reasonable. I crafted 10 sets, 100 bowls, to confirm. Next, I checked trading on the monument. Sold 47 fur cotton coats and received times 1150 cotton, times 720 linen. Sold 37 roasts and received times 11 beast pelts, times 26 linen. I checked the market. Raw meat was now trading at 1 piece for 10 units of materials, while roasted meat went for 1 piece for 25 units. It's not that food isn't selling. This batch earned you beast pelts and linen, essential winter supplies. The frost season is coming. Nobody would trade life-saving goods for just a bit of food. Basic resources can already buy roast meat on the market. Why trade away winter gear? True. I'll leave it up. Whatever sells is a bonus anyway. Switching to the general channel, my screen was flooded with requests to buy winter survival gear. Scrolling along, one post with a blueprint caught my attention. Cold-proof quilt blueprint. Too expensive for me to craft in bulk. Any pro out there trading winter gear for this? This blueprint is impossible to mass produce. There isn't enough cotton in the entire zone for even a few dozen. Buyers would be limited, and the price of finished products would skyrocket by 3 to 5-fold minimum, only affordable to the richest few. I opened the screenshot. Cold-proof quilt blueprint. Cotton times 50, linen times 30. The cost is over 10 times that of a fur coat. All the cotton and linen in the zone combined would barely be enough to craft a handful of these. You could count them on your fingers. Finished quilts would sell for astronomical prices, and there wouldn't be more than a handful of people who could afford one. Not suitable for mass production, but holding it feels worth it. The other party's avatar seemed to be a young female player in her early 20s. I sent her a message. Blueprint for a beast hide cotton coat. Interested? Not enough. The value of the blanket blueprint far exceeds 1 cotton coat. You big shot. A cotton coat and 3 roasted meats. 1 cotton coat plus 10 roasted meats plus 1 thermal blanket. This woman had quite the appetite. If I had a blanket, I wouldn't be trading for the blueprint, would I? You could give me the coat and the roasted meats first, then give me the blanket once you've made it. I'm not in a rush. Aren't you afraid I'll just take the blueprint and block you? Hee hee, you're a well-known player in the region. You wouldn't stoop so low over a mere blanket, would you? If you did, I could only blame myself for judging someone poorly. I stared at that hee-hee for quite a while, completely speechless. Clever flattery. If I took the blueprint and didn't give her the blanket, my reputation would take a hit. Her words were soft and gentle, making rejecting her seem petty. Fine. I'll give you the coat and roasted meats first, and when the blanket is done, I'll send it over. The deal was sealed, the blueprint now mine. I quickly added it to my island monument. Blueprint unlocked. Thermal blanket. The workstation chimed. The ceramic bowls were ready. 100 plain white bowls with blue patterns, neatly stacked, all slid into my bag. Craft thermal blankets times 20, confirmed. While waiting, I listed the 100 bowls to trade for clay. The 20 blankets were soon finished, soft and well stuffed with cotton, weighing heavily in hand. I kept 4 for myself and listed the remaining 16. Thermal blankets times 16, DM for offers. Looking for blueprints or stat-enhancing items. As a gesture, I gifted 1 blanket to Chen Yutong. Business is all about give and take. No need to pinch every penny. Sometimes sharing a little profit now means people will come back later. She wasn't dull, so leaving some goodwill could come in handy down the line. Got the blanket. You're so reliable, big shot. If I find anything good in the future, I'll come to you first. Anytime. I headed to West Cliff for the 3rd round of fishing. 10 empty rods, 8 white tier crates, 6 green tier crates, 1 blue tier crate. Interestingly, the only blue tier crate came from a green rod, while the sole blue rod produced just a white crate. Luck, sometimes it simply doesn't follow logic. White crates, 2 water, 30 stone, 50 tomato seeds, chocolate, 10 iron ingots, MSG, mosquito repellent, windproof lighter. Green crates, lucky fusion card, 50 lime, blueprint for a sickle, blueprint for a frying pan, a crystal imbued with spectral energy, a fireball spell scroll. Blue crate, lucky guaranteed card, blue. I flipped the blue guaranteed card in my hand. Not bad luck, another chance to get something tomorrow. Yesterday, I spent a destiny draw ticket and hit a purple level teleportation circle. Today I gain another card, so tomorrow, as soon as the cooldown is over. Just 1 more to hit the guarantee. 50 lime from earlier combined with the 50 in the stash, exactly 100. The final piece to complete the stone house puzzle's last step. Grasping the deep blue crystal in my hand, about fist-sized, with flowing patterns and little light dots swimming inside of it. Energized crystal, fine quality, contains pure spirit energy. Provides energy to power buildings or devices requiring a power source. What can it power? Think of it like a battery. Many advanced tools and buildings in this world require spirit energy to operate. Energized crystals are a universal fuel. While you may not need it now, it'll be highly valuable later. You'd better store it for now. Stockpile it. No problem. Plenty of inventory slots available. Next, I look at the two blueprints. Scythe Blueprint significantly increases crop harvesting efficiency. Iron Pot Blueprint unlocks stir-frying and stewing recipes, providing better flavors compared to simple roasts. Perfect timing. I'll need the scythe for tonight's harvest. As for the iron pot, even better. I've missed the taste of stir-fried dishes from back home. Finally, there's that fire emblazoned scroll. Fireball Scroll, fine quality, active skill, learn to master E-grade spell, Fireball, which condenses spirit power into a fireball for throwing. Explodes on impact, dealing damage. Costs 10 spirit energy per cast. Damage scales with mental stat. 3 days into this journey, and I finally land a combat skill. Deep Blue. Fireball damage is tied to mental stats. Naturally, the higher the mental stat, the stronger the fireball. Also, it increases your spirit energy pool, meaning more frequent casts. But based on your current mental stat, a single cast would probably hit about as hard as a well-aimed slap. You're telling me my fireball is less effective than a smack to the face? I wouldn't go that far. It's ranged, after all. Might lack bite, but it's certainly irksome. And, how do I replenish spirit energy? 1 point of mental grants 10 spirit energy. Energy replenishes naturally after being used. The recovery rate is also tied to mental stats. Right now, with your mental stat at 10, you have a max capacity of 100 spirit energy and regenerate 10 points per hour. If you completely drain your reserve, it'll take 10 hours to fully recharge, slower than a phone plugged into a cheap charger. Wow, you really have a knack for comfort, huh? Grumbling aside, I didn't hesitate. Learned. The scroll disintegrated into green light, merging directly into the back of my hand. Skill acquired. Fireball, E-grade. Extending my right hand, I channeled my spirit energy. A fireball about the size of my fist began forming in my palm, radiating intense heat. With a flick, I hurled it toward the sea. It traced a high arc in the air, landing about 10+ meters away with a muffled poof. Water splashed, and steam rose. The damage isn't bad. It'll do as a ranged option. Want higher damage? Stack mental stats. After using up 3 rounds of bait for fishing, I reeled in my line and headed back to the wooden hut. I slapped the scythe and iron pot blueprints onto the island monument. Unlocked. Scythe, iron pot. At the workbench. Scythe, 1 iron ingot, 1 wood. Iron pot, 3 iron ingots, 1 wood. The material costs were absurdly low, just iron ingots and wood. The inventory has exceeded 5,000. The sickle will be needed tonight to harvest all the crops across the entire region. If you've got an iron pot, you can cook and make soup. It's a whole level better than a barbecue grill. The demand is clear, and if we don't cash in, someone else will. Produce 100 of each. Refer to the island monument to check trade transactions. 12 cotton jackets sold. Gained 400 cotton and 120 linen. 189 grilled meat sold. Gained 84 animal hides and 105 linen. 100 ceramic bowls sold. Gained 100 clay. Private messages are piling up, all marked in red for blanket trades. At the top of the list is a direct message from a friend. Boss, would you trade a winter blanket for 600 milliliters of enhanced spring water? Sure. Do you need a fur-lined jacket? Thanks, but I already bought a cotton jacket with linen. The trade is completed and the spring water is stored. Most of the remaining DMs are offers to trade for basic materials or useless blueprints. Complete junk. I clear everything with a mark all as red. Makes sense. If something's actually useful, they'd use it themselves first. Why would they give it up? Fair point. I update the trade requirements for the blankets. Winter blanket X15, looking for fishing rod or dimensional bag. If I can't trade for the resources I want, I'll keep capitalizing on the exclusives. I send a channel message, buying blueprints for 9mm bullets and crossbow arrows. DM if you've got them. Azure, activate the DM filter. Only allow players with those 2 blueprints to contact me. Filter set. All DMs without attachment previews of blueprints will be blocked. I pull up the building list. Got enough limestone now. Basic stone house A requires. Advanced wooden house, 2,000 wood, 2,000 stone, 100 limestone, 100 iron ingots, 100 glass. Upgrade. The island monument emits a strong white light, forcing me out of the house. Ice Glass stands up from her spot near the furnace and walks over, while Bull 1 and Bull 2 stop chopping trees to watch from afar. Shelter upgrade in progress. Estimated time, 30 minutes. The entire wooden house is enveloped in golden light. Inch by inch, the wooden walls are replaced with sturdy gray-white stone blocks. The window frames transform into stone sills, and the thatched roof turns into solid stone slabs. As the light swirls, a brand new stone house begins to materialize, larger than the advanced wooden house, with an additional side wing. Bull 1 and Bull 2 return from cutting down the second grove of trees. Seeing the transformation, the two minotaurs stop in their tracks, mouths agape in awe. 30 minutes later, the golden light condenses and sinks into the foundation. Shelter upgraded to basic stone house. New feature unlocked, water tower. The thick, durable gray-white stone walls are set firmly. The windows are now fitted with glass, and the door has been replaced with a hardwood panel reinforced by iron sheets. The main hall is spacious, with the workbench, fusion furnace, and island monument all in their previous spots. To the right is a door leading to the kitchen, complete with a stone stove, cutting board, and sink. On the left, a corridor leads to the master bedroom, guest bedroom, and bathroom. The floors. The polished slate underfoot feels solid and reassuring. I knocked on the stone wall, which gave off a muffled thump-thump sound, like it was fortified, almost reminiscent of a bunker. I placed my palm on the island's monument, and the fireplace icon turned from gray to a buildable state. Fireplace, 500 stone, 100 clay, 50 iron ingots, 1 flint prerequisite. Basic stone house, already met. Plenty of the other materials were in stock, except for a single piece of flint. I had used up my last bit of it while building the barbecue pit earlier. Moving from wood to stone was a qualitative leap. Standing in the main hall enclosed by 4 sturdy stone walls, I suddenly thought back to myself 3 days ago, standing under nothing but a faint yellow dome of light, unable to even find a throwable rock. What separated then and now wasn't just luck. It was the relentless effort of every waking moment. Drawing cards, opening loot boxes, roasting meat, fusing items, trading, chopping wood, paving roads, upgrading, nonstop. Luck handed me a decent opening hand, sure, but transforming a barren little island into a bunker? That was achieved with the clunky but tried-and-true method of using every minute to produce something tangible. Don't treasure chests from fishing have flint? I asked casually. They do. Quite a lot, actually. Then why haven't I gotten a single one after all these casts? Maybe just bad luck? The trade market is pretty well stocked with flint at the moment, though. I searched flint. Tons of listings popped up. Many were offering to trade it for cotton or cloth. 50 cotton or 30 cloth per piece of flint. I used 30 cloth to grab one and went straight for the fireplace. Build. Underneath the inner wall of the stone house, a waist-high stone fireplace took form, with its internal walls plastered with clay, an iron grate embedded at the base, and a flint set snugly into a groove along the side, affixed with a twistable striker. Fireplace construction complete. Insert flammable materials and twist the flint striker to ignite. Maintains indoor temperature within a comfortable range. Same concept as the barbecue pit. I tossed in 100 units of wood, twisted the knob, and with a crisp click, a small orange flame sprung to life, spreading warmth throughout the room. Standing next to it, the lingering chill on my face faded away. Certainly beats lighting campfires, I muttered. I returned to the island monument, where a new icon at the bottom of the construction list had lit up. Residential water tower, 500 wood, 500 stone, 300 clay, 100 iron ingots, 10 copper ingots, 1 glass, automatically pipes water to the kitchen and bathroom, requires manual water refills. We get running water now. Technically manually assisted running water. You'll have to pour water into the tower yourself, but the pipes will carry it straight to the kitchen sink and bathroom, saving you trips back and forth with bowls. I had enough materials in stock. Build to the north of the stone house, I confirmed. A cylindrical gray-white stone structure arose next to the northern side of the stone house, capped with a rounded reservoir at the top. A spiral wooden staircase wrapped around its exterior, and from its base, a few iron pipes branched off in two directions, burrowing into the kitchen and bathroom. Residential water tower construction complete. Capacity 3,000 liters. Current 0 liters. Please refill manually. Above the water tank, there's now a copper faucet. I turned it twice. It's dry. The water tower is empty. Of course, no water is going to come out. The reservoir has over 20,000 liters stored. I'll get Neo-E and Neo-Air to haul water and fill it up later. I pulled up the building management interface. A 3D overhead map unfolded. My eyes landed on a secondary bedroom, a lone toilet icon awkwardly sitting in the corner. It's a legacy feature from when the advanced wooden house was built. Now that the stone residence has separate bathrooms, it's just taking up space in the bedroom. Awkward. I dragged the icon over to the bathroom area and dropped it. Building toilet has been moved. I selected an upgrade. Intermediate stone house, 5,000 wood, 5,000 stone, 500 lime, 500 iron ingots, 500 glass. Still a long way off. So, I decided to go for something simpler, upgrading Neo-Yi's basic wooden house to an intermediate one. A flash of golden light outside, and a sturdier, intermediate wooden house with a cozy little living room appeared in place of the old one. The workstation buzzed twice softly. Sickle times 100, iron pot times 100 crafted successfully. 100 gleaming sickles and 100 dark iron pots were stacked neatly on the ground. I swiped them all into my storage bag. I then crafted a stone toilet, a wooden bed, and bought 10 wooden buckets from the market. Stepping outside, I hollered, "Neo-E!" Neo-E came running over. I pulled out the wooden bed and the toilet. "This bed is for Neo-Air. Move this toilet into your house and take care of your business inside from now on. No more digging pits outside." I then placed 6 wooden buckets in a row. "You and Neo-Air get 3 buckets each. Head to the reservoir, fetch water, and fill up the water tower on the north side of the stone residence. It needs 3,000 liters. Get it done by sundown." "No problem, boss. We'll get it done." Neo-E took the buckets and jogged off to their new house, shouting for Neo-Air, "Yo, bro, grab your buckets. Time to fetch water. You won't find a better gig than working for the boss. Free meals, free housing, and upgrades. Tell me, how many cows and centaurs you've seen sleeping in wooden houses, huh?" "Big brother, slow down a bit." The 2 Minotaur brothers ran off towards the reservoir, one behind the other. With my workers sent off, I returned to the stone house. First, I queued up a command to craft 6 fishing vine traps, then headed to the fusion furnace. I took out all 24 green rods and fed them in, 3 at a time. Fine fishing rod times 3 rare fishing rod times 1 success rate 90%. Fuse. 8 rounds, no failures. Added to the one I already had, I now had 9 blue rods. Want to keep fusing for something better? Maybe aim for an orange grade rod. What's the benefit of an orange rod? Huge upgrade. At minimum, every catch will yield a green treasure box. No more filler white boxes. Maximum rewards are also increased, with a tiny chance to fish up a golden treasure chest. Plus, almost no chance of catching nothing. I stared at the 8 blue rods, pondering for a moment before storing them away. Play it safe for now. I'll test out these blue rods first tomorrow. The 6 fishing vine traps were complete, so I packed them up too. Shenlong. Can the rot tan cage be fused to improve quality? Nope. Items crafted at the workbench cannot be fused again, otherwise, it'd break the game. Think about it. If you could infinitely craft ceramic bowls and infinitely fuse them, wouldn't eternal tier treasures become ridiculously common? So, the fusion furnace can only be used for dimensional pouches and fishing rods. Not just that. Logging axes and mining picks are also fair game. Basically, anything that can't be crafted via the workbench can be fused. Even basic materials like wood and stone can have their quality enhanced. With enough logging axes, you could theoretically combine your way up to the legendary eternal treasure, the Sky Splitter Axe. That's some interesting intel. I'll make a mental note. I head back to the fusion furnace and pull out 15 blue storage pouches along with 5 green lucky fusion cards. Storage pouch, blue, times 3 universe pouch, orange, times 1, success rate, 80%. No way I'm risking it. I slap on a lucky card. Success rate, 90%. Fuse. Orange light bursts forth, and there it is, my first universe pouch. All 5 cards spent, 5 fusions, 5 successes. The 5 orange pouches neatly line up on the ground. Counting the one at my waist, I've got 6 perfect grade universe pouches. Out of the 900,000 plus players on the server, I'm likely the only one with 6. But I'm not stopping there. I select 3 and place them in front of the furnace. You're going for a purple tier? Using 3 orange ones. They're just taking up space otherwise. Universe pouch, orange, times 3 void pouch, purple, times 1, success rate, 70%. The success rate drops to 70%. Honestly, for a purple tier, 70% isn't bad, and for smaller items, I'd just hit the button without hesitation. But these are 3 orange tier pouches. If it fails, that's 54 blue pouches wasted. Way too much to risk. I pull out my only blue Lucky Fusion card and press it on. Success rate, 90%. Fuse. The 3 orange pouches slowly rise and merge. The glow shifts from orange to purple, intensifying until the entire stone cabin is washed in violet light. After about 10 seconds, the light fades, and there it is, a pouch shimmering with an amethyst hue, speckled with glimmers like tiny stars floating along its surface, suspended just at the edge of the furnace. Fusion successful. I grab it. Void pouch, epic, 810 slots, weight nullification, true vacuum preservation, time stasis, remote storage, thought-based retrieval, allows extraction of specific items by intent. Thought-based retrieval? Universe pouches are already incredibly useful. With their 3-meter remote storage range, moving items around is a breeze. The real downside is how annoying it is to fetch stuff. If it's just a couple of items, fine, you can sweep through with your thoughts. But with the way my pouches are now, it's like staring into an overstocked warehouse. Wood, stone, iron ingots, animal hides, cotton, fish, roasted meat, seeds, blueprints, tools, fishing rods, and all kinds of pouches crammed together. Every time I need something specific, I have to scroll through lists and sift through categories. Imagine being in the middle of a fight and needing to pull out a thunder pig fruit, only to waste precious seconds fumbling. Dumb, right? I transfer all my universe pouch contents into the void pouch. When it went into the bag, it automatically sorted everything. Materials in one section, food in another, blueprints and tools each took their own corner. What originally filled the orange bag to the brim occupied only a small area in the summer bag. I wanted a piece of roasted meat. Bam! It appeared in the palm of my hand. I thought about the Glock. It instantly landed in my grasp. I switched it to a thunderhog berry. My palm now held a purple fruit. Testing it out a few more times, my eyes lit up. This feature came just at the right time. Epic level. It even includes mind control for item retrieval. Just think about what you want, and it's in your hands. Fights, trades, moving supplies. It's all way more efficient now. Now this is what a purple grade item should be like. Master, there are still 3 orange bags. Do another round. Get a purple one for Bingley. Let's save it for when I get my hands on a blue fusion card. Come on, a 70% success rate isn't bad at all. Take the gamble. You're asking me to risk all 3 orange bags for that 30% chance of failure. I flicked it on what would be its forehead if it had won. Why would I willingly play a high-stakes game of chance when I've got a 90% sure thing? I've only just been building some savings. No need to risk key items recklessly. I pressed the island stone to check trades. 74x roasted meat sold. Received 26x animal hides, 48x burlap fabric. The 15 cotton quilts remained untouched. No takers. Anyone who survived past the 3rd day, still clutching a fishing rod and dimension bag, would have enough sense to guard their strategic gear. Barring disaster, they won't trade these for quilts unless absolutely necessary. I adjusted the offer. Cotton quilt for trade. Exchange for a fishing rod plus dimension bag. If none of them are willing now, they'll come crawling when frost and snow hit and survival becomes impossible without insulation. I'll just raise it to 2 quilts per trade then. I've got resources. Worst comes to worst, I'm fine sitting on inventory. I placed the scythe and iron cooking pot up for barter instead and started collecting materials for clothing. Every farmer will need to harvest their crops before tonight's frost settles in, making scythes essential. The iron pot, which unlocks stir-frying and stewing, will attract top-tier players who've already moved on from just surviving to elevating their quality of life. Swiping through the chat channels, a new message made my fingers pause. Anyone else find this crazy? I fished up a Goblin Barracks card today. Spawns 3 E-grade Goblin Warriors daily. Wait, fishing can give out barracks cards. Yep, it's a green card. Once activated, it creates a physical barracks. What the hell? The rest of us are still out here scratching out survival, and you're already building an army. Once the protection phase ends, they'll roll up with a whole squad while us lone wolves get steamrolled. Time to band together, folks. Solo players won't make it far like this. Can all you RNG gods just chill for a sec? I got nothing after 3 whole rounds of fishing. Looks like I'm not the only one benefiting from extraordinary luck. This world is more intricate than I anticipated. A barracks capable of consistently summoning a static number of warriors implies that some players are already capable of organizing armed forces. Bingley's tough, no doubt, but she's just one person. Against a coordinated group attack, even her strength won't be enough to fend them off. Deep Blue, is a barracks like that rare? Does it have production limits? Not too rare, huh? Green barracks aren't considered uncommon. At least a few hundred people out of a million have them. Some talents also come with similar summoning abilities, typically high tier. Barracks usually don't have a strict upper limit, but maintaining troops requires food resources. Goblins, for example, consume very little. You can get by just tossing them some leftovers each day. Higher quality barracks produce stronger units, but their upkeep is steeper. Got it. So it's basically an alternative population system. I pulled up the workstation interface. Time to pick up the pace. Quick inventory check. 50 animal hides, 469 linen, 600 cotton. Animal hides are the bottleneck. Let's build 50 padded coats. Confirm. I stepped outside. The afternoon sun was delightfully warm. Bull 1 and Bull 2 were bustling back and forth between the water tower with buckets on their shoulders, working efficiently. Passing by the sediment pit, the water had cleared up quite a bit after half a day of settling. Mud and dirt had all sunk to the bottom. Good enough for washing up or cleaning, though for drinking, it still needed filtering or boiling. I headed to the northern cliff, tossed 6 newly made vine traps into the sea, making sure to secure the ropes tightly into the crevices of the rocks. Looking down from the cliff, there were already 45 vine traps in the water. No need to guard them. I just collect once a day, providing a steady source of meat. Pulling the last rope tight and confirming it was securely anchored, I turned and made my way back. As I walked, my thoughts continued to churn. Ellie's strong, but she's still just one person. Out there, people are already mass-producing troops and forming alliances. Over these 3 days, I've relied on this island, a queen, and maxed out luck to live better than anyone else in the region. But being the strongest individual and leading the strongest faction are 2 very different things. The game board is expanding. Having one powerful piece isn't enough, because the one who laughs last is never the person holding the best cards. It's the one who figures out how to play the game first.